So we are still trying to optimize, figure out what supplements would be optimal to achieve our spectrum. Yeah. Anyways. Alright, what do we got here? So basically we're brute force capturing every supplement product that we can get and just putting it into this folder so that we can explore every single combination and see which one fulfills us the best. So I mean, here's like what it looks like now. You get I'm actually not sure if I like this. You get a percentage of completion coverage, like percentage of coverage to your ideal profile. I'm thinking that this should always be 100%. It should just be 100%, right? Because we should have a there should be at least, I mean, it should be fully covered. Like there should be 100%, right? So we're going to change the assumptions. It's not about finding what covers what we want the most, but rather the one that out of all the things that cover our requirements, which ones do it better, which ones do it worse, is what it should be. Because you can cover this, you can cover the requirements and still have better and worse results, right? Because like the better ones might be more like wouldn't have as much excess. So like minimizing excess, and then also and then amongst that, minimize price, and like that might be the best. Like let's just say something like that. So let's change the assumptions from maximizing coverage to rather just saying full coverage, and out of the ones that fully cover, minimize excess. Then amongst those then show the ones up to like, actually that's it. Actually, minimize excess. Actually, do minimize price, then and we can just see each one by size price versus. Yeah, I don't know. Require every target to reach 100%. Then rank the feasible combinations by lowest daily price while preserving excess alongside price so you can judge over supplementation. Yeah. Well, if it doesn't matter. If it produces 0 recommendations, then it produces 0. It's fucking fine. Okay, and find products that would cover the missing pieces then.
And I've done some videos of the sort, but I want to do something more thorough, go over how I do some meal prep, what I eat specifically on a typical day, with it if it's like 3 meals a day, and how I prepare it conveniently and cost effectively. So as you can see, I'm all prepared right here. You know, I got my apron on. This is very important right here because, you know, I have like these really expensive shirts I don't want to get ruined. And also have my hat right here. And I know a lot of people like, you know, watch my videos for hair loss related content. And I will say how much hair you're shedding into your food is a good measurement of how bad your hair loss is, but you know, it's not very appetizing.
And also while we're doing this, we are renaming some of the files in our audio library to match. And we're also where is it? We're also getting the Cloudflare database going, and I'm actually not so sure still what a good way to do this is, so we're gonna have to figure that out. But I really wanna get I want to figure out the supplements at least today, so that I can just order those and forget about it. And also, yeah.
Is a tofu scramble. I mean, I love tofu scramble. It's very flavorful, and you know, one thing that's good about protein is that it adds a lot of satiety to your meal. So you don't need a lot of extra crabs like refined sugar, simple carbohydrates like that. You eat food and you feel full, you feel satisfied, you feel like you're ready to take on the day. So my base for this meal is going to be tofu, which I should say is a very, very good source of protein. I mean, just this block alone has about 50 grams of protein, and you know, a gram of protein is 4 calories, so that's just 200 calories from protein alone. And that doesn't count the protein that's found in the other products, like, you know, the nutritional yeast, you know, everything. You know, every food has protein and amino acids in it. I mean, every food except for like refined oils and refined sugars, which you don't want to eat very much to begin with. So I'm going to go ahead and start by prepping this. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this guy in here right now. I'm going to mash it up. And you know, this is like the firm tofu. You know, you can use other kind of tofu as well, but I like the firm one because it has kind of like a texture like scrambled eggs. Now, I should mention, I've been a vegan since about 2003, so I don't even remember what eggs taste like. So you shouldn't eat this with the expectation that it's going to taste exactly like eggs, but it does taste good, and that's all that matters. If you can find something that's nutritious, flavorful, provides a lot of, that's easy to prepare, not very expensive, that's all that matters. So let's go ahead, add some sweet potatoes, very good source of complex carbohydrates, the slow metabolizing carbohydrates that are great for fueling your workout. And you know, one thing that's really important about you know, just carbohydrates in general is that they're protein retentive. So when you're eating protein, you want to make sure that the protein that you're eating is used for the repair and resynthesis of muscle tissue. So if you're not eating enough carbohydrates, specifically the slow metabolizing carbohydrates that are more likely to be stored in your muscles as glycogen, then you're going to be much more likely to waste protein as an energy source. Like, your body doesn't like using protein as energy. I just spilled some right there about that because I was looking at the camera while stirring. But anyways, as I was saying, your body doesn't like to use protein as an energy source, but it will in the absence of carbohydrates. It'll turn protein into glucose through a process in the liver called gluconeogenesis, and that's not good. And you know, another cool thing I should mention about carbohydrates, specifically the good kind of carbohydrates, because let's face it, a sweet potato is not the same as drinking a Mountain Dew, is that glucose, carbohydrates are the only energy source that can be stored directly into the muscle tissue and the liver as muscle glycogen, so it's more readily available for high-intensity anaerobic activity. And that's very important because, you know, I mentioned anaerobic, that means without oxygen. And if you're talking about like the muscle fibers in the body that are most subject to hypertrophy, those are the type 2B muscle fibers. I mean, you guys can look that up if you're curious about the whole physiology of it. But simply put, those type of muscle fibers are not very high in mitochondria, so they cannot utilize oxygen effectively. So they respond best to high intensity activity. So once initial ATP stores are depleted, your body's going to turn to glycogen as its primary fuel source for high intensity activity. And so that's why I personally prefer to use carbohydrate-rich foods as well as protein-rich foods to fuel my workout. Because protein, that's for recovery, but when I'm doing my high-intensity workouts, I want to make sure I have some nice, clean, healthy, complex carbohydrates in my diet. And we've got some onions here, and this doesn't provide much in the way of calories, but vegetables in general, you want to eat them because they just provide health benefits. They have a lot of antioxidants in them, and they also add some good flavor in them. So I like my food spicy. So I'm going to get some jalapenos in it. I don't want to overcook them because that gets rid of a lot of the spiciness right there. And of course, you get some good calcium. You get a lot of other good antioxidants with broccoli. You get like some iron. You get some other good micronutrients, even if it doesn't provide much in the way of macronutrients. And also, I like to eat a lot of mushrooms. And the cool thing about mushrooms, a lot of vegans underestimate just how important it is to have mushrooms. These are just some simple table mushrooms, but any kind of mushroom will suffice. Is that mushrooms are a very good source of vitamin D, and vitamin D is a pretty hard micronutrient to come across if you're a vegan, and it's absolutely an essential nutrient. You can get it from like sunlight exposure, but if you're about you don't want to spend as much time in the sun anyways, even if you have sunscreen on. So you can either supplement it or you get it directly from your diet. So that's where mushrooms come in, because they're the only source of vitamin D other than fortified foods. There's some plant milks that have vitamin D in them, but as far as natural sources of vitamin D goes, you got mushrooms as pretty much your only option if you're a vegan, which is fine. Mushrooms are plenty good for your health right here. So you got like a really, really colorful, beautiful looking setup right here. It's going to look a little bit different once it's cooked, but this is our base right here. We got plenty of vegetables. We got plenty of starchy vegetables like sweet potatoes, and we have tofu, which is our main source of protein right here, which is of course really good because I like to try to get at least 1.6 grams per kilogram of body weight. And I'm going to go ahead and go through a chronometer once this is all done to figure out the exact macronutrient breakdown so you guys can examine it, make modifications for yourself based on your nutritional needs and depending on your activity level and just what you're interested in. So anyways, let's go to the next step. Okay, so we're at the next step right here. We're over here at my stove, and we're going to go ahead and cook this guy. So the first thing you want to do is that, you don't necessarily have to cook with oils. I cook with a little bit of oil, even though I don't typically recommend it because, refined vegetable oils aren't very good for you. So I only use a little bit just to break it up. This is safflower oil. Now, this is not what I call a healthy oil, but if you're using just a very small amount of it, like, less than a teaspoon, it's not that big of a deal. But the reason why I use safflower oil is because it doesn't, it can be cooked at high heat. You can't really use like refined olive oil. You can also use coconut oil, but that's typically very high in saturated fat, so I avoid that. So I'm just going to add a little bit of this stuff. Let's just see. There we go. Just kind of shake it out a little bit. That should be good. So that's a negligible amount. So, even if that's not good for you, it's balanced out by all the goodness that's about to be put in the pot. So let's go ahead and turn this guy on. Alright, so let's get that on medium heat. You don't want to cook it too high, per se, otherwise it's just going to get too soggy too quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and dump this guy in, try to be as careful as possible. I don't claim to be a gourmand, but I think I have at least good enough aim so that it doesn't spill on the stove and set my house on fire. So anyways, it's all in there, and as far as like the time frame goes, that's going to be based on like the quantity of the food you're cooking. But you typically want to wait until it's has a nice good brownness to it, and occasionally like test the vegetables to make sure that they're not too soft, not too hard. They can be a little al dente. That's just a preference right here. But this is going to typically take 10 to 15 minutes or so before it's ready. So let's not go ahead and watch the whole thing cooking. Let's skip ahead a little bit and we'll see what the final product looks like. But just make sure you stir periodically. Alright, so we're a little bit into cooking our tofu scramble right here. And there's a slight amount of brown, which is what you're looking for. So what I like to add to it is turmeric. I talked about this a little bit. Now, turmeric is a very healthy spice. There's even some mechanistic data that supports that this might be effective at fighting tumors. They tested it on animals. Not that I ever proved that, but that's definitely beneficial information to have if you're going to be cooking with it. But to the point, the reason why I add this is because it gives it a little bit like a yellow coloring, so it tends to replicate more what the food is trying or half a teaspoon, I should say. So let's go ahead and get this powder out. It can be a little bit hard to run out here, so we'll just get a little bit more in. And you may have to shake a little bit, and it doesn't have to be exact, and some already spilled in here, so just go ahead and add that real quick, get a little bit more, because that wasn't quite a teaspoon. And yeah, there's a little bit extra right there, so just go ahead and put that back there. Okay, a little bit of a mess, I'll clean that up later. Let's go and add that here, and you want to stir it up real nicely. And it may not look like it terribly right now, but that will add a good amount of yellowing as it cooks, and the flavor spread, the spice spreads and everything. And for additional flavor, this is optional, but I recommend this. This is important because it encourages palatability. And if you're talking about something that is overall healthy, adding something that's just slightly unhealthy for the sake of encouraging palatability and be consistent with it is always a good thing. So we're going to add some liquid aminos. I mean, you can use soy sauce, but this is a little bit lower in sodium, so I like this. This is the brag brand. I mean, there's some generic variants that are cheaper. Probably recommend that, but this is what I can find. I have a coupon for it, so go ahead and add that. Once it's good, really nice. And for my absolute favorite, this has kind of like a cheese-like flavor in it. This is Bragg's nutritional yeast. I mean, I can almost snort this like a mountain of cocaine if you ever watch Scarface. That's how good it is. But this is some of the most nutritious stuff on the planet, and most importantly, it's a very good source of B12. Now, if you're supplementing B12, no big deal. But this is about 563% of your daily value recommendation of, or your RDA of vitamin B12. And you can argue, it's not a natural source of B12. But, who cares? If you care about nature, it can be source. For my absolute favorite, this has kind of like a cheese-like flavor in it. This is Bragg's nutritional yeast. I mean, I can almost snort this like a mountain of cocaine if you ever watch Scarface. That's how good it is. But this is some of the most nutritious stuff on the planet, and most importantly, it's a very good source of B12. Now, if you're supplementing B12, no big deal. But this is about 563% of your daily value recommendation of, or your RDA of vitamin B12. And people can argue, it's not a natural source of B12, but who cares? If you care about nature, then you shouldn't be wearing clothes. You should just be a nudist, because clothes aren't natural either. But the important thing is that this is very high in B12. A lot of other vitamins too. You got like niacin, folate, vitamin B6, a lot of potassium, riboflavin. It's also a very good source of protein. You have 5 grams for just 1 tablespoon. So 1 tablespoon is exactly what I'm going to add. But if I want to add even more protein to my food, like if I feel I'm not hitting my macros, not that I'm super orthodox about that, then I may add a little bit more. And all the better, because this stuff is very flavorful. So let's go ahead, get this crap in the tablespoon. And you just look at that right there. That's just like a yellow powder. But interestingly enough, it has like a cheese-like flavor. And I know I haven't eaten cheese for a long time, but a lot of people tell me it kind of reminds them of cheese. And a lot of people add cheese to their eggs just for flavor. But the good thing is that this is not just flavorful, but it's very, very nutritious as well. So let's stir this in. And we also have some salsa right here. This is medium salsa. Usually I like hot salsa, but I think I have the jalapenos in here, so it's going to be spicy enough. So we're going to get roughly like 3 tablespoons in, but it doesn't really matter. Just put on as much as you'd like. I mean, salsa, you can't really go wrong with it. It's low in calories. It's high in micronutrients. It's just it's a very healthy condiment. It's not like adding ketchup or anything to it. It's also very flavorful. It goes very well with the dish. So I'm just going to go ahead and just kind of sprinkle this stuff in, and I'm just going to estimate that's roughly like 3 tablespoons right there. That's typically what I do add to it, but maybe I'll add more or a little bit less. And it also prevents it from getting too dry, because as you cook it, the tofu will dehydrate a little bit. So if you add some salsa, that'll make sure it doesn't taste too, it makes it so you don't feel like you have to consume like a gallon of water when you're eating your tofu scramble. Not that drinking water is a bad thing. I mean, I definitely want to encourage that. But anyways, we're mixing it in. I'm actually going to put a little bit more salsa in because I feel that you can use a little bit more. So there's a little bit more. And so we got a lot of flavor, but the important thing is that the stuff we've added for flavor is stuff that's also very nutritionally dense. So here is how it looks in the middle of cooking, and it's almost done. So let me go ahead and do an edit and show you what the final product looks like. Alright, so here we are with the near finished product, and you can go ahead and just eat this as it is. I mean, a lot of times I'll do that, but if I want to get a little bit more calories in my diet, maybe get a little more carbohydrates, what I'll do is I'll take a tortilla. Now, most of the tortillas you So you want to look out for things like hydrogenated oils, trans fats, all this are also refined sugars. So I typically go for like a wholly organic. Because if it's organic, I mean, organic usually doesn't matter to me, but in the case of something like a tortilla, organic is important because it means that there's no hydrogenated fat in them. And that is, of course, really important because hydrogenated fat is trans fat. And you know, everybody agrees that trans fat cause heart disease. So this is a spread grain tortilla. And like I said, this comes in jobs. You just eat it as it is right here. So what I'll do, if I want like a breakfast, you know, I'll maybe make a few of these things, or you know, maybe I'll do like some tortilla and some without it. Depending on how many extra calories I want to add to my diet. So I'll go ahead and just take maybe like 3 heaping tablespoons of this good stuff. And if you'd like, you can add a little yeast to it, where you can add like a good vegan cheese, like Daya, all your hard cheese. If you want to just add a little bit more flavor, or you can add like some hot sauce, some Tabasco sauce in here. But I'm not looking for salt on top of it. So again, grab it. That's my ability. Definitely not like you guys something like that. So, right. And, you know, maybe spill that, got some lipstick right here. That's okay. And here's like a little burrito. More like a chimichanga, just a small one. Bigger tortillas, bigger burrito. But, you know, I'll do that. Another thing I wanted to add is basically what you would do if you're doing meal prep. So let's say that you want to cook for several days in advance, rather than during a meal that you eat in and out. So what I like to do is when we do something like that is that I'll just go ahead and wrap it individually into tortillas. And as you can see, we've got about 8 here, and you know, on grab a lot of good appetite. So you know, you can buy it, a couple days. Okay, but you know, for a lot of people, based on their nutritional requirements, based on metabolism, this may last several days for them. So here's one wrapped in aluminum foil, and what I'll do is that I'll just wrap these individually in aluminum foil, and I'll put them in the freezer, and you have a very healthy, nutritious breakfast burrito that will last indefinitely so long as it's in the freezer. So whenever you're hungry, you can go ahead and just throw it in the microwave for like 3 minutes, maybe a little longer or shorter based on how powerful your microwave is. But that's a very convenient way to have something that's calorically dense, that's nutritionally dense, that's vegan, available for you at any time throughout the day. Alright, so what we have here is basically a finished product with the burrito. The presentation is a little bit nicer here. I didn't add this for presentation, I just like to taste the cilantro, put a little bit of salsa on it, and extra nutrition. Like I said, you can't eat the rest of it's so awesome. Stress it up how much like nutritional value like that. So, definitely don't want to do that because we'll get alright. So, you know, move to eat. Put your hat on. You want to take your hat off. And run it. Might be hot. So careful not to do too warm. Otherwise, you can burn your mouth. But it's very spicy. And it's salsa. It's very spicy. And that's what's weird about tofu, is that tofu is kind of has no flavor. That rep, because the cool thing about it, and then it's well. And that's what makes it very good meat replacement. Most basically meat, they typically salt the meat adds flavor to it, so meat doesn't really have very much flavor to it, and that's why we use like seasoning, which is like lamb, salt, pepper, spices.
I gotta see what this shit looks like.
Alright, so what we have is we got about 8.
Oh, that's why he was getting it. Some like eggs, egg leg. Bro, oh man, but look, he's using the metal spoon on the Teflon pan. Teflon bowl. I mean, maybe it really doesn't. Maybe it just doesn't matter. I mean, I don't want to eat Teflon. That's cool. This is cool.
Got some lipstick right here. That's okay. And here's like a little burrito, which looks more like a chimichanga because it's a small one. But you can always use bigger tortillas if you want a bigger burrito. But you know, I'll do this. Maybe have 1 or 2 and just put the rest of the plate. Another thing I wanted to add And as you can see, we got about 8 here. And, honestly, I have a bottomless pit appetite, so, this will last maybe like, a couple days for me. But, for a lot of people, based on their nutritional requirements, based on their basic metabolism, this may last several days for them. So here's one wrapped in aluminum foil. And what I'll do is that I'll just wrap these individually in aluminum foil, and I'll put them in the freezer. And you have a very healthy, nutritious breakfast burrito that will last indefinitely so long as it's in the freezer. So whenever you're hungry, you can go ahead and just throw it in the microwave for like 3 minutes, maybe a little bit longer or shorter based on how powerful the microwave is. But that's a very convenient way to have something that's calorically dense, that's nutritionally dense, that's vegan, available for you at any time. All right, so what we have here is basically a finished product with the burrito. The presentation a little bit nicer here. I didn't add this for presentation. I just like the taste of cilantro. So I put a little bit of salt on it, and it's an extra nutritional yeast on. Like I said, you can't eat too much of this stuff. I mean, this stuff is just so awesome. I can't stress enough how much this is like basically my nutritional life club right here. So, you don't want to do that, especially if you have company over stuff. Sorry about that later. All right, so it's room to eat. Put the hat on, so I'm gonna take my hat off and go ahead and take a bite of this. See how it tastes. So it's piping hot. You want to be careful not to do it too long, otherwise you're going to burn your mouth. But very spicy, even with just medium salsa. Very spicy. And that's what's great about tofu. Is that tofu is kind of has tofu, and that's why it has a bad rep. Nothing to say about it. And there's so much flavor to it as well. And that's what makes it a very good meat replacement. Most places with meat, they typically salt the meat, add flavor to it. So meat doesn't really have very much flavor to it to begin with. That's why we flavor with like seasoning, which is like lamb salt, pepper, like spices in general. And tofu makes it the same way. It really soaks in the flavor. It tastes the flour again. It tastes the peanuts. And you definitely taste the fried nutritional piece that does give you kind of like a cheese-like flavor. So this is very good, and it's also just a very convenient way to have something that's tasty, nutritious, and just easy to prepare at any time. All right, so we've had our breakfast and everything, but a lot of times we may get a little bit hungry, whether we're at work or maybe we're camping, and we're trying to like tide us over until it's lunchtime or dinner time, depending on how tired or hungry we get. So in that case, you're going to want to snack. So you want to make sure the snack is something that is satiating, makes you feel full. So you want to avoid refined carbohydrates. You don't have like Doritos, potato chips, kind of things that have a lot of calories that are difficult to moderate, are nutritionally, emotionally void, and they don't fill you up basically. So those are crap. So you want to have something that's healthy, but you also want to have something that's fairly convenient, because you can't really rely on very fancy meal prep or something like a snack. So this is just a snack, so I'll have my hat on this one. You can have a snack by I recommend Chef Patrick. So what we have here are garbanzo beans, and this is a can of garbanzo beans. I mean, a lot of people will like soak their own beans, and that's fine, but I find this a little more convenient. There's nothing wrong with canned garbanzo beans. Just make sure you get it with non-BPA lining, and preferably the kind without sodium added to it. So anyways, garbanzo beans are a very excellent source of protein. They're also very high in zinc, good source of healthy carbohydrates, dietary fiber, just a very nutritionally dense food. So what you want, and you can really just have this by itself, just eat right out of the can. I've done that before. But if I want to have like a very flavorful, healthy snack, I'll go a little bit the extra mile, and I'll go ahead and dump the garbanzo beans in like in a container, and then I'll add some cherry tomatoes. And cherry tomatoes are just delicious. I love tomatoes in general. I try to grow them. They're kind of like liquid sunshine as far as like the taste goes. They just taste very refreshing, very savory. So I love adding tomatoes to my food, whether it be in a cold form or something like salsa. And then I'll go ahead and take some oregano, because that's just you can do fresh oregano. This is actually fresh oregano right here, but dried oregano is just fine. This just adds additional flavor to it. Probably has some good health benefits, additional spice, vegetable to it. And then what I'll do next is I'll add some mustard, and this is Dijon mustard. This is my favorite. Now, I have seen some alcohol completely, but this mean, I've just gotten protein and stuff before. And I use a good amount of this stuff. I'll use about like a half a tablespoon even. It's very delicious. I love it so much. And it doesn't have to be great on, but that's what we're at supermarket and cheap like that. So add a little bit of that. And then after that, I'll just add like, however much Tabasco and apple cider vinegar I want to add. So I'll go ahead and grab some apple cider vinegar, and you can make that maybe a few capsules of over 2 teaspoons, but I just like this on. Now, apple cider vinegar is very flavorful. Now, be careful not to add too much because it is kind of an enamel destroyer, so it's not really good. And Tabasco is just a very flavorful way to add a little protein. I like to use regular Tabasco. If it's a little bit too spicy, you can go ahead and try the garlic Tabasco, or you just load it up and try the spicy Tabasco. If you don't like the spicy, shame on you. But anyway, I'll add a little bit of this stuff, and it's flavorful as negligible amount of sodium, so it's a healthy way to just give a little bit of that extra flavor to a snack like that. So you saw that, and even with all my narration and explanation of things I was adding, this took just like a couple minutes to make. So this is a very convenient way to get a very healthy snack in your diet. There's a lot of healthy snacks, like whole fruit, even like not having like carrot, milk, like apple. That's all good. The thing about me is that since I live a good, very physically active lifestyle, emphasis on protein and carbohydrates, like I instructed you. So whole fruit, that's all good. Everything I can try to include as my diet, even though we may not see that much of it in today's meal prep. But the thing is, I like to emphasize protein, so it's not like a if it is a snack, I'll try to like I can eat snack, but also eat black. I just think that anyway, I like to go ahead and put it into the right now, I think that all right, so we had our snack, we had breakfast, so we kind of make lunch, lunch is serious business. Let me get my chef's hat back on. All right, very important to put that on. You guys already saw my hair, so I was So what we're going to make today is another very balanced meal, and I did balance with my carbohydrates. Now, I haven't talked about fat, right? Now, fat is 40% and guacamole equals avocado is a perfectly acceptable long but like I said, I like to get on protein. So avocado, guacamole, very high in healthy fat. I also get my protein guacamole. So lower in size, a little calories doesn't happen at the stage of but it's also several times higher in protein and lower in fat. So we have some regular green beans right here, and those are frozen. And I just ran them under hot water to thaw them out. So what we have here is cooking up. Whenever I do that, I'm reminded of Ricky Brandon, salt. run for a little while, and we'll move on to the next part. Alright, so this is the final, almost the final size right here. These are almost all matched up right here. It has very vibrant green, this is my favorite color. That's just looks beautiful right now. This is like what I feel like much higher in protein. Avocado finished guacamole, again, all that kind of stuff. So after that, you know, what you add to it is up to you, and here's what I typically like to add to it. So on a little bit of apple cider vinegar and lemon juice right here, and that's a good amount of flavor. Here's a little bit of that acidity, if you want to kind of stir it up and add your juice right there. And put stuff thing right here. And now, this here, this is just a preference right here. I mean, I love jalapenos. These are raw jalapenos that I cut up, and these are going to be substantially hotter than any fine that's like in a can. Now, that's what I like it hot. I know I feel that people have different sensitivities to spicy foods. So use only as much as you want to, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in. So like right there. Go ahead and mix it in. And of course, I love tomatoes. I have some leftovers from my snack, actually. The St. Cherry tomatoes I had before. I quartered them this time, so they're just a little bit easier to scoop up. I'm going to go ahead and mix these guys in. Okay, so we got some onions and corn. I like onions. Things like garlic. Oh, there's toast right there. I'm going to use that in a moment because I am going to be making some protein guacamole toast. And of course, we also have some cilantro right here. Cilantro goes well on everything. And you know, I know that some people have this weird genetic mutation where cilantro tastes like soap. Maybe like a little oregano would be good in that case as a substitute, or you can have it all to your preference. But if you like cilantro like me, you'll probably like the way I do it right here. And even though this looks like a lot of food, I mean, it's not super high in calories. It's very high in protein there, though, as well as fat. So it's a type of guacamole that's kind of suited towards my performance goals and so much strength training for sometimes. So anyway, let's go ahead and get it done. Alright, so here's the first part of my lunch. This is the protein guacamole toast right here. Before I go over if I tried or anything, I want to go ahead and show you guys the bread I use. Now, you know, some people, you know, they may have like a gluten intolerance or a self-diagnosed gluten intolerance, but if for some reason you can't eat bread, I mean, there are surely alternatives you can use this place where you don't have to use bread, but I like to use this because it's gratis grain, it's a little bit of fiber in it, and you know, I feel that if I don't get at least like 20, 30 grams of fiber a day, which is absolutely no problem whatsoever, then I get a little bit constipated. I'm sorry, that's supposed to be for information. So this is also 4 grams of protein, as you can see right here. So it's a good way to add a little bit of protein to already protein-rich avocado toast. So I'm going to take my hat off again. So anyway, go ahead and bite this stuff. Really good. Now, it doesn't taste exactly the same as guacamole and avocado. But it doesn't have avocado in it. But I will say one thing about this stuff is that you know, regular guacamole, you kind of stuff really fresh. You think it's sitting for like 30 minutes and it's just a oxidized brown layer over it. This stuff, it doesn't oxidize as quickly, so you put it over it, make an excess amount, and it won't like go bad or brown. You know, a lot of people don't have an issue with like slightly brown guacamole. Now, if I see guacamole, I see people go brown, I won't touch that brown. So it's really good. It's a little juicier, but it has the same texture as guacamole avocado. There was a piece of lemon juice and apple cider vinegar and a piece of onion. Tomatoes are very good too, and it goes very well with bread. But it doesn't have any kind of bread it has. This is the flavor from the guacamole is so powerful that that's overwhelmingly what you pick. So this is very good. This is kind of more like an appetizer though, so it's all on the main course. Alright, so we had our appetizer for lunch. So let's go ahead and move on to the main course. We're going to have basically 2 of some of my favorite staples. Rice and beans. And you know, I kind of romanticize these foods a little bit. You know, when I think about like, you know, ancient world, ancient times, you know, warriors from Rome, warriors of the Anglo White Empire, you know, right there. They probably had to travel long distances in order to like military conflict. So, you know, they had like like a wild game long way, but they probably had to So, anyway, before we get some nice food stuff, let's go ahead and talk about some other stuff we throw in the meal. So, first off, just a little bit more oil. Oil is crap, but it helps with the flavor a little bit. That's just make it more vegetable. I might mess that with just a teaspoon or half a teaspoon, quarter teaspoon right there. It's not to be so flavor. And what I have here are some bell peppers, and they're a half each. You have green bell peppers, you have red bell peppers, good stuff all together. Now, green bell peppers are cheaper, they're nutritionally similar to the other ones, but I like kind of having a colorful dish that makes it more visually appealing. And, we have like a lot of colors in these dishes too. That's a sign that the food is very dense in phytonutrients, and, even though it doesn't provide much in its way in terms of macronutrients, it most certainly has a lot of stuff in it that's also probably good for your health, helps fight cancer, heart disease, that kind of stuff. So we've got more onions as well. Onions are great for flavor. Garlic too. And actually, I am getting some flavor garlic. And let me tell you, something about rice and beans, for me personally, is I feel you don't have any flavor unless you have some rice and beans. So you've got to have rice. You don't have any flavor, I should say, unless you have garlic and oregano in your rice and beans. So this is some garlic and oregano. This is actually fresh oregano, which is not every line fresh. So this is some fresh garlic. So go ahead and drop that in there. We'll go ahead and trim the cheese. So, right there. Let's stir this up. And we'll go ahead and get right back to this. We'll get to the rice and beans. Alright everybody, so we're in the next part of our morning meal. Right here we have some black beans. Another pan, it's dry, but let me tell you, this is like 60 cents, 70 cents, US cents right there. So this is like, the price is very negligible. And you have like this extra liquid right here. A lot of people will drain that, but I actually sort of keep that in there so it kind of gets a nice smooth gravy like texture. So it's like a dump the whole thing in here. Like that, like that. Black beans are very delicious, very nutritious, very high in protein. This whole pan has like over 30 grams of protein right here. So go ahead and mix it all together. And like this one right there, it kind of, a lot of it will dissolve, but it gets this kind of almost like a gravy-like texture. It's really good if the rice soaks up some of that liquid as well. And let me tell you, if you want flavor, you want to add a little bit of apple cider vinegar, like this kind of favorite type of mix to add to it. I do it without just like a few tablespoons. It's not very flavorful, so just go ahead and do that. I'm actually going to measure this time because I don't want to add too much of this stuff because it's very acidic. If you have issues with acid reflux, same way as something like an anti or something beforehand, maybe some candy or not so much. So go ahead and do roughly 3 tablespoons of this stuff. So go ahead and make a mix. And of course, I like my food spicy as well. If you like the food spicy, go ahead and add just a little bit of this stuff. And this doesn't have a shaker on it, so I'm going to be very careful with the sauce. Alright, that was really good. Okay, let's just crush red pepper. Find that anywhere. Find that Costco prices for like about $1.99. And alright, so the last thing we're using is rice, so let's go ahead and add that. Alright, so we added a perfect avocado toast. Now it's time for the main course. We have this set up right here. We have the beans, the vegetables all set up, and I have the rice prepared separately. And first let me go ahead and make sure things are good. So at the table right here, I'm feeling extra lazy today. So what we have is just this pre-packaged brown rice and quinoa. You just cook it for 90 seconds and it's ready. Now a lot of times I'll have a rice cooker or I'll just have like a steamer and I'll just prepare it because I eat a lot of rice. I typically actually eat a lot more rice than what you see here. Sometimes I eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just because it's one of my staple foods, great source of energy. Just a great way to really make my body throughout the day when I'm physically active. But I'm just going to make it right now. I don't want to prepare anything, so I haven't put any rice in the steamer for a while. So I just went ahead and put one of these. This is quinoa as well. Quinoa is a good source of protein, and it's just a good source of carbohydrates as well. So what I'll do is that I have a lot of food here, and even though this looks like a ton of food, it's really not that calorically dense. So you get a lot, and that's one of the things about a vegan diet that's kind of a pro or a con, depending on what your goals are, is that since the food is very high in fiber, that means it's very easy to put your stomach out without getting that many calories. And that's why I try to get like a lot of calorically dense vegetables in my diet, or plant-based foods like rice, beans, and that kind of stuff. So I'm not under-eating, I'm not getting sufficient nutrition. But rice, and sometimes I actually care if I eat too much because of that, even on a vegan diet. But anyways, that is lunch right there. Let's go ahead and move on to dinner. All right, homies, it's time for some dinner. So let me go ahead and get my chef's hat back on. Chef. And what we're gonna have for dinner tonight, and this is like gonna be reflective of what I eat almost every night. Not that I have a steak meal, but I can have something satisfying. So I always go something like this one. Anyway, go ahead and start with vegetables. And what we have here, we have celery, and I like to leave the leaves on the celery. I think it has a nice texture and it tastes good. It just adds a little bit more fiber to the dish. We also have some garlic right here. I cook with a lot of garlic. I'm part Italian, so maybe that's the reason why it's just in my blood. And of course, we have onions and carrots. Now, again, and I hate doing this because I know it's not good for me, and I know it makes the video look bad. I'm going to add a little bit of oil, and there are people who talk about like oil-free alternatives, so I'm sure that you guys can find some oil-free alternatives if you don't like using oil. But let's go ahead and use about almost a tablespoon of this junk, so we can stick to the pot. Alright, cool. We're going to go ahead and get it on medium heat and let that cook up a little bit. Our menu during hot summer, so let's go ahead and let's not warm celery on. Okay, let's go ahead and scoop out the garlic right here. Let's throw in our carrots and onions. We're just going to go ahead and stir this guy up for a little bit. And then we're going to go ahead and go to the pasta and fagioli part of the dinner. Alright, so before I continue, I should say that this is going to be something that's kind of like a mix between like a soup and a stew. It's not going to be, it's going to be a little bit more condensed than like a soup, but it's not going to be quite like pasta, like spaghetti and meatballs, something like that. It's going to have a little bit more liquid in it. So, when I'm doing dinner, usually I'm a little bit tired towards the end of the day, so I could cut up my own tomatoes, but I always get like diced tomatoes if I can like this. And this is fine, nothing wrong with it. Maybe a little bit more sodium than it would be if like you were cutting up fresh tomatoes. But it's flavorful, nutritious, and very, very cheap. Canned vegetables, very cheap. I mean, people talk about being expensive, but if you're buying like base, cheap ingredients like that, no big deal. We're going to want a little bit more water in this, so I'm going to go ahead and fill the can up with water. And cold water, no big deal. I'll get some tap water. Alright, then if you live in a place with shitty tap water, let's go ahead and add this. Alright, so let's go ahead and add some cannellini beans as well. Now you can use other kind of beans, but cannellini beans are like kind of like the traditional recipe. Usually I don't give a damn about tradition, but in this case I really like the taste of cannellini beans. It also gives me a little bit more variety too. The same kind of food every day. It gets a little bit boring, so I like chickpeas, but those are actually my favorite. But having a little bit more variety, black beans, cannellini beans, a good way to spice up your day with what you're eating. So I'm going to go ahead and pour this in here. Alright, there we go. Alright, cool. So another thing I should mention is that, like a lot of the foods that I'm cooking, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, are more than what I'm actually going to be eating throughout the day. And that's a good thing, even though I enjoy being in the kitchen and I enjoy like cooking, I mean, if I were to do this on a day-to-day basis, it will be tedious. So rather than like doing it on a day-to-day basis, once every like 3 or 4 days, once every 2 days, depending on the quantity I'm working with, I'll just go ahead and cook. And everything that I'm not eating, I'll just go ahead and put Tupperware, put like in the pot, put it in the refrigerator, and then I'll have something to access that's very easy and nutritious that I just need to throw in the microwave for a little while. And therefore, the cooking, the preparation, it's just something I need to do periodically. So it's something that doesn't require that much adherence to. So if you find the kind of stuff tedious, you don't really have to do it as often as you might think. Depending on how much you eat every day. So even somebody like me who has a pretty big appetite, I only have to do one dish like today. So anyway, let's go ahead and move on. Alright, moving on. Now that we have the pot boiling a little bit, with this beautiful red color right here, we're going to go ahead and add a few more ingredients. I like spinach. The recipe traditionally calls for it. Nothing wrong with spinach. So let's go ahead and throw this stuff in right here. Giant, like a big handful. And, I like to do it more than ask for. I just love spinach. I like to eat as many vegetables and my diet as possible. I kind of sneak them in with everything I do. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of crushed red pepper. This is optional, of course. But, you know, I like spicy food. That's just how I am. And finally, we're going to add ditalini. This is I mean, you can use any kind of pasta. This is what the recipe traditionally calls for. Now, I do recommend using like whole wheat pasta just because it's more nutritious. This is not whole wheat. This is just a regular refined flour. So it's not the healthiest choice right here, but like everything else that's in the dish, it's not bad. So go ahead and pour that in. And then what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and stir it up a little bit. And then we don't want to overcook anything. We want to make sure that everything comes out nice and even together and everything is like just nice and beautiful when it comes out. So we'll go ahead and bring it down to low. And then I'm going to cover this guy and we're going to let it simmer. Alright, it's simmering and I want to add a little bit of oregano. I mean, this isn't something you need to add, but like I like to add this a little bit later so it doesn't get too overpowering. So let's go ahead and throw this in. We'll cover this back up. Cover this back up. Let's let it cook for a little longer. Alright, it is dinner time. My hat is off and I am good to go. So we have a bowl of tonight's star, which is the pasta fagioli. We got carrots, beans, spinach, a whole bunch of good stuff. And you know, traditionally people add Parmesan cheese to this. And you know, I don't like to do that, of course, but also because I don't like all the mammalian estrogens that come with dairy products. And there are some vegan Parmesan alternatives. I'm not a big fan of that. I'd rather go for something that is much more nutritious and kind of cheesy tasting, like Brad's nutritional yeast. And you know, I like to add this stuff to a lot of my food. It's very delicious. I can practically powder my nose with this stuff. It's so good. But of course, it's an easy way to get an extra B12, protein, folate, a whole bunch of vitamins and minerals in your diet. So, you know, you can't go wrong with it. Go ahead and mix it up a little bit. Try a bite of this. And let's see how I remember last time I ate it. Like, still very decently hot. It came out hot. It's very satisfying. I like the starchy taste of the beans. The pasta is good too, and you know, even though it's not whole wheat pasta, I think that the regular pasta tastes a little better, so you get like a flavor advantage there. The celery is very good, and you know, even though this is kind of like a traditional recipe, you can go ahead and modify it any way you want. Like spice, and what makes it more spicy if you want, and what makes it more thing. But either way, it turned out really well, and I'm happy with that. So, anyways, that's the last major meal of the day, and a lot of times at the young age, but let's go ahead and have a protein shake. Okay. All right. Sometimes at the end of the day, if I'm not satisfied with my overall protein intake or just macronutrient intake in general, I will add a protein smoothie. This is certainly not something I do every day. I don't do protein shakes, protein supplements, or any kind of supplementation. You know, maybe I'll do B12 is necessary protein whatsoever. But if I do try to get some extra calories in, I'll try to get like some fruit, extra fruit by diet, because I don't really get that much fruit by diet to begin with. And you still eat a lot of vegetables, very high in like polyphenols, like vitamin things that are just really like fighting cancer, constipation, blood, arteries. So I know that for long-term health, it's important to have some fruit in our diet. And I try to get a lot of protein as well. So what I'll do is that I'll take something that's a very sweet fruit, something that has like cherries in it, because of the combination of higher sugar fruits, lower sugar fruits. The berries are typically higher in fiber, lower in sugar. Cherries are a very sweet fruit, so that way I don't feel tempted to add any sugar to it. I don't feel like adding any agave nectar or stevia or any other kind of artificial sweetener. So I'll take 2 cups of this, and then we'll go ahead and guess what later. That looks like 2 cups. Actually, that looks like a cup and a half right there. You know, if I feel like I need to add more, I can only do so. And what I have here is soy milk, which unfortunately has become a very controversial beverage over the past few years because of bullshit propaganda. And of course, I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the content of phytoestrogens, and I don't even know why that needs to be an issue because you're not a freaking plant, so I don't think I don't see why you say phytoestrogens being biocompatible with physiology. And actually, on the contrary, soy isoflavones, since they are kind of like a very weak estrogen, they compete with the estrogen receptors on the cell, and they compete with our body's own natural production of estrogen, and all human organisms produce estrogen, even men. In fact, estrogen is very important for some vital functions in the human the body, such as cardiovascular health, as well as joint tissue health. But that being said, a lot of times doctors, endocrinologists, and oncologists will recommend as a preventative measure for women and even men who are at risk of breast cancer consume a lot of isoflavones, soy isoflavones, because that actually has a net effect on lowering estrogen in the body. So if anything, this stuff lowers estrogen to raise it. And you know what's really funny is that a lot of people talk about, soy boys and phytoestrogens they consume like cheese, dairy, and those have been proven to have mammalian estrogens and progesterone, both female hormones that are proven to be absorbed by human organisms. I mean, you guys freak out about a freaking plant estrogen, but you think a mammalian estrogen is okay. What do you think is more closely related to us, a cow or a plant? So, it's just a no-brainer right there. But anyway, we got 2 cups of soy milk in here. I already have some soy milk isolate in it. And, I think soy milk is a great source of protein anyways. And you have to have a little more leucine than plant protein. So it's more complete, and I use that term loosely because technically all plant proteins are complete amino acids, although you want to make sure you get a variety of food diet regardless. So I'm going to dump that in. And then, just for the sake of texture, maybe get a little bit more potassium and just some of the other good stuff that bananas have. I'm going to put banana in, it's like 1 to 4%, but better not let it go to waste. I can't see waste. Brown and oxidized, I'm going to do that anyway. So let's go ahead and dump this in. And if you want to get it like moldy, you have to freeze bananas. Sometimes I'll freeze bananas, and that's also a good way to like bananas to grow grind quickly. So I'll go ahead and dump that guy in. Go ahead and put this lid on. And let's go ahead and get this guy started. This is a Vitamix. These things are really cool. And they're a little pricey, but it's a worthwhile investment. Even though I think any blind will do this, especially just when the face is moving like this. It's actually a smoothie option right here. Let's go ahead and get it away. Alright. The whole house isn't going to shake down. It's a powerful piece of equipment for blending smoothies, but I don't think it's going to catch on fire. So let's go ahead and just let that guy blend for like just a little while longer, and then we'll see what the finished product looks like. Alright, and it's a beautiful day all around. So I have stepped outside a little bit before I get to the yard, and here is the finished product. I actually found some fresh my blackberry, cherry, blueberry, soy protein smoothie, and I decided I'd just go ahead and enjoy nature for a little bit in the shade so I don't get too much sunshine, so I put some sunscreen on. You put like enough like healthy fruit in it, especially put a banana in it, and you put a lot of very powerfully flavored fruits in it, like cherries, also like tropical fruits like pineapples, mangoes are really good, and that really masks the flavor of the protein. It's a little bit of but overall, this is pretty good. This is almost like a dessert for you right here, and I think makes it nice and refreshing. So I ate a lot of fruit today. That's appropriate. And sometimes I'll like do things like I'll do intermittent fasting occasionally to control my appetite, depending on how physically active I am. If I'm doing a lot of traveling, for instance, I may not be able to work out as much. Then I'll cut down my macronutrients just because it would better adjust my lifestyle. But this diet and everything I went over today kind of reflects my current lifestyle, which is very physically active, 4 to 6 days of working out per week, in combination with the regular physical activity I do throughout the day. So that physical activity is done, so I'm going to go ahead and enjoy a nice sedentary hobby. Maybe I'll play some Witcher 3, have a good time, and I will see you guys later. So stay tuned. I'm going to go over some macronutrient breakdown so I can go ahead and show you what I consumed today to give you a reflection of what components I put in my body specifically in order to improve my lifestyle. So stay tuned. We are on Chronometer now, and I'm going to go ahead and give a breakdown of my macro and micronutrient intake. And here's just an overview of like the volume and weight of everything I consumed today. And let's go ahead and take a look at the total calories consumed first of all. So it's 2,439 calories, and that's 242 calories surplus over my basal metabolism. So basal metabolic rate, that refers to the amount of calories you're going to be burning if just through regular functions and voluntary functions of the smooth muscles like digestive health, heart rate, nervous system function, things that you don't have direct control over. Right. So it doesn't factor into physical activity. And this is actually a little bit less than what I normally get in. I usually get closer to like 2,600 to 3,000 calories per day. But I don't think people need to put too much of an emphasis on a caloric surplus, even people who are physically active. I mean, even a pretty intense weight training like workout can sometimes only burn like anywhere from like 200 to 300 calories, and that's like the equivalent of like just a couple soft drinks right there. So sometimes people really do take the you need to eat big to get big thing a little bit too far. So here's my macronutrient breakdown. It says I'm a little bit low on fat, but that's deliberate. I was trying to keep my fat intake low, and the reason why is because there's only a certain number of calories I can eat per day before I have such a caloric surplus that I'll be gaining weight. So I wanted to put more of an emphasis on carbohydrates, complex carbohydrates, because that's what my body uses for fuel, and because they're protein retentive, and also protein because of course protein is very important for the repair and resynthesis of muscle tissue. So this is where my emphasis was, and the fat intake is low, but it's not so low that's going to cause any problems like my endocrine system or vitamin and mineral absorption. And also, fat is very satiating, but so is protein, and my diet is very high in protein. That's where the emphasis was right there. So going over like basically just the micronutrient breakdown, I blew it out of the park with about everything here except for vitamin E and vitamin D. Now I want to say that my vitamin E is usually not this low, and that's because I didn't eat very many almonds, seeds, nuts, and avocados, and those foods are all very high in vitamin E. I mean, you saw that I had protein guacamole made out of peas as opposed to guacamole made out of avocados today, and if things were different I would have had more vitamin E in my diet. But if you're just like off a little bit for like one day or so, you're not going to develop any like nutritional deficiencies long term or anything like that. And my emphasis was more on protein anyway, so that so it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I was trying to get more protein today anyways. And also vitamin D, that's low, but of course that doesn't count to the amount of sunlight exposure I get. Now I try not to get too much sunlight exposure, but even like as little as like 10 to 15 minutes of sunlight exposure per day, and it doesn't have to be on your face. It can be on the arm if you're like sticking your arm out of the car when you're driving, or if you're riding a bicycle and you're protecting your face wearing sunscreen. Even a little bit of exposure to sunlight like that will allow you to produce vitamin D. And I've had my blood work done, my vitamin D levels are totally fine, so that's not something I'm worried about in the slightest. And it says my carbs are high, but that's fine. I'm a physically active person. I want to have carbohydrates. That is our body's primary fuel source for high intensity anaerobic activities. And looking over this too, one thing I want to point out is that my omega-3 to omega-6, you see the omega-6 is a little bit higher, but I also take a algae-based DHA omega-3 supplement, so this probably should be a little bit higher. And for those who don't know, algae is the source of omega-3 that fish actually get their omega-3 from. So by getting an algae-based DHA supplement, I'm basically just getting it directly from the source. And I don't know that this says 0.033 grams. I do not consume any trans fat. There was nothing that had trans fat in it. I mean, maybe some of the foods have very, very trace amount of trans fats or so, but I avoid trans fats like the plague because they cause heart disease. But and that's another good reason to avoid foods like dairy, because those have naturally occurring trans fat. But usually trans fats are found in like highly processed foods, and I had some like bread and tortillas, but none of those had trans fats in them. And of course the protein intake was very high. I reached my macronutrient, I've reached my daily percentage requirement for every a specific amino acid. I mean, a lot of times like vegans have issues with like lysine and leucine, but you see there was no trouble right there because I consumed a lot of soy. Soy, unlike other vegan sources of protein, are very high in those two amino acids, so definitely not a problem right there. And a couple of them I was a little bit close to not hitting my requirements on. Like you saw zinc right here. Zinc is about 103%. Usually it's a little bit higher, and actually I do take a zinc supplement every now and then. My sodium intake is a little high, but if you look at like any high calorie diet or a diet that goes above like your basal metabolic requirement, I mean, they're typically going to be pretty high in sodium, and I think that this is probably balanced out by the fact that I eat a diet that's completely devoid of any cholesterol, because I don't consume any carbs whatsoever, and also very low in saturated fat. But anyways, I'm pretty happy with the way this turned out, and I wanted to point out the protein thing specifically because that's the one macronutrient nobody on a vegan thinks you can get on a vegan diet. But I got that very easily. I mean, even if I didn't take the protein shake, I probably still would have gotten my protein requirements because this is like well over what I needed. And it's not 100% perfect, but very rarely is a diet going to be 100% perfect every single day. But I think that it is reflective of a healthy, active lifestyle. I know it makes me feel good throughout the day, and of course, how good you feel isn't necessarily a measurement of good health. But I feel that for my specific goals and what I try to do on a day-to-day basis, this is a sufficient way to fuel my body. And I just wanted to show this, guys, to you after showing you everything I ate throughout the day, just to show you that it was nutritionally adequate. But anyways, I don't think there really is very much else to talk about outside of my chronometer. And of course, like, I have a large variety of foods. So what you see me eat on Friday may be completely different than what I eat on Monday, but the emphasis, of course, is usually the same. So high protein, like high complex carbohydrates, low fat, and in any case, I hope you guys found this video informative. I'll be back with more content soon. And thank you guys for this suggestion. I've been wanting to make this video for a long time, and I'm glad you guys encouraged me to do so because it was fun to make, and I hope you guys enjoy watching. All right, I hope you guys have a great day.
For those that don't know, this article is clearly designed for me. How we save 98% in cloud costs by writing our own database. I don't see how that's ever a good idea. Like, yo, dog, why not just host Postgres? Like, how is building your own database the move? We'll find out. Here we go. What is the first rule of programming? Maybe something like do not repeat yourself, or if it works, don't touch it. Or how about do not write your own database? This actually is a great first rule of programming. It should be don't write your own language, which is why we have all the languages. And 2 should be don't write your own database. Well, too late. I feel like databases are the only things growing faster than JavaScript frameworks right now. Is that fair to say? So Jonathan Blow disagrees. I think the thing is that I think Jonathan Blow disagrees, but when you write your own language, usually you start writing it after decades/decades of experience. And I think at that point, it's pretty okay to say, hey, I think I have an objectively better way to do something. I actually do agree with that statement. Jonathan Blow's a walking L take. L meaning lovely. Perfect. He has a lot of good takes. I think he has a lot of bad takes, especially his ones about open source. I'm like half in, half out on those ones. I don't really know where I land. They're pretty good. Anyways, that's a good one. Databases are a nightmare to write, from atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability, requirements to sharding, to fault recovery, to administration. Everything is hard beyond belief. If you haven't seen the video, I have a video on my channel about Tiger Beetle. The present...
Illmatic, bro. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high. Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. I'll say April 19th. Wow. Life's a bitch and then you die.
Presentation for it starts off a little slow, but man, it gets so good, and then it turns into a video game they wrote in Zig to represent what's happening in the Tiger Beetle database. It is wild. It is wild. Like, writing a good database and how they go about with testing and everything is just incredible. Fortunately, there are amazing databases out there that have been polished over decades and don't cost a cent. So why on earth would we be foolish enough to write one from scratch? Well, here's the thing. This is actually how every bad meeting started for me. All right, we are running a cloud platform that tracks tens of thousands of people and vehicles simultaneously. FBI, NSA. What's the name of your company? Oh, it just happens to be NSA. Okay, cool. What does NSA stand for? Every location updated is stored and can be retrieved via a history API. The amount of simultaneous connected vehicles and the frequency of their location updates varies widely over time, but having around 13,000, they're from the EU. Okay, this isn't America, people. This ain't America. This is not America. That's not us. That's you guys. That's you. That's on your side of the pond. That's not my problem. This must be Macron's creation. Okay? Simultaneous connections, each sending around one update a second. Wow, that's a decent amount of updates come flying in via just persistent connections. Right? A squash mess! Our customers use this data in very different ways. Some use cases are very coarse, e.g. when a car rental company wants to show an outline of the route a customer took that day. This sort of requirement could be handled with 30 to 100 location points for a 1 hour trip, and allows us to heavily aggregate and compress the location data before storing it. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'm starting to understand what they're doing, what they're tracking, and kind of what they're reporting. But there are many other use cases where that's not the option. Delivery companies that want to be able to replay the exact seconds leading up to an accident. Mines that with very precise on-site location trackers that want to generate reports of which worker stepped into which restricted zone by as little as half a meter. What's the accuracy of GPS? I thought it was like 6 meters. Has that changed? 3 meters these days? Okay, when I was doing stuff in college and at post-college, it was 6. 6 meters is super accurate. RTK can get down to 10 centimeters. What the hell is RTK? So I don't know RTK. What's RTK? RTK makes it even better. What is that? I've never heard of RTK. You wouldn't use GPS for this. Okay. RTK. So yeah, this is beyond my abilities. I haven't been in the hardware biz for over a decade. Real-time kinematics. Oh, interesting. So given that we don't know upfront what level of granularity each customer will need, we store every single location update. Okay, this makes sense. In other words, you have like a table, then you have aggregate tables or some sort of post-processing tables. I wonder why that doesn't work. At 13,000 vehicles, that's 3.5 billion updates per month. and that will only grow from here. So far, we've been using AWS Aurora with the PostGIS extension for geospatial data storage. But Aurora costs us upwards of $10,000 a month already, just for the database alone, and that will only become more expensive in the future. Okay? But it's not just about Aurora pricing. While Aurora holds up quite well under load, many of our customers are using our on-premise version, and there they have to run their own database clusters, which are easily overwhelmed by this volume of updates. Okay, this makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, these costs are pretty tame. These costs are pretty tame. As far as like a tech company goes, I mean, they actually have customers here. They have literal captures, right? So we burnt about 28,000 on our Aurora migration this week. Yeah, I figure a lot of people spend a lot more. Why aren't we just, let's see, this is such an interesting choice to make at this low. I mean, I guess if you're trying to future-proof yourself, knowing it's going to go from 10,000 to say 100,000 over the course of the next 2 years, maybe it makes more sense to start
Brains
preparing
is
for
so
this
fucking
stuff.
lit, bro.
But I'm just curious if maybe just not having a managed database, but just hosting your own database would have been a better choice, right? Maybe you could have reduced it without so much engineering talent and time and all the things that go with, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, there is no such thing. If there is, and we somehow overlooked it in our research, please let me know. Many databases from Mongo and H2 to Redis supported Redis. Boo! Can we get boo? Boo Redis! Boo! So for those that don't know, Redis is not Redis the original open source, as we learned like 2 days ago. Redis is actually a company that usurped Redis the open source. What appears to be kind of pressured the guy to sell the IP. The guy didn't really want to be a maintainer. He wanted to go off and write hardware or something, so he was like, all right, whatever. And he left. And then Redis, the company was called something else. It was called like Redis Online or something like that. Then became Redis, and then changed the labs, Redis Labs. They were from Redis Labs to Redis, and then changed the license and all that. Yeah, Garantia, or however it was. And so anyways, there's a good video on that. But they are exclusively extensions that sit on top of existing DBs. PostGIS, built on top of PostSqueal, is probably the most famous one. There are others like GeoMesa that offer great spatial querying capabilities on top of other storage engines. Unfortunately, that's not what we need. Here's our requirement profile looks like. Extremely high write performance. We want to be able to handle up to 30,000 location updates per second per node. They can be buffered before writing, leading to a much lower of IOPS. So the thing is, I don't know much about geospatial databases. I know they exist, and obviously there's some level of already solved nature to this in the industry. And I don't want to like just shit on something being recreated, because obviously Tiger Beetle got created, and it turned out to be incredible for Tiger Beetle, right? You wouldn't want to use Cassandra. You'd want to use Scylla, right? Scylla's the way to go for any of those things. Scylla's just Cassandra, but written in a fast language, not JVM. But 30,000 updates per second doesn't sound wild, right? This doesn't sound like, for larger companies. I mean, obviously for smaller companies, right? For anyone with 20 or less engineers, this is probably really, this would be a much harder thing to solve, because now you have to actually have a dedicated staff to trying to solve these things, maybe 2 dedicated staff trying to solve these things, right? Which could be a real big hit to your bottom line. But it doesn't seem like this isn't already there. Well, you got management, you got on-call, you got stuff, you got things you got to think about, right? If you're to try to go from a managed service to you managing a service, I mean, there's uptime requirements, being, setting up all the infrastructure and all that. It's per node. Yeah, per node. Okay, so per node, per database. I'm still not sure. I mean, hey, I could be wrong. Remember, Tiger Beetle came from necessity that I probably would not have understood, and probably would have been like, hey, that's kind of silly to write your own database. And then Tiger Beetle is absolutely amazing. 30,000 privacy violations a second. It doesn't look like privacy violations. I actually don't think this is privacy violations at all, because it's talking about tracking workers in sensitive areas and rental car stuff. When you do rental cars, of course, you're getting tracked on that. That makes perfect sense, that the rental cars want to be able to ensure that you did what you did, right? You guys made a contractual agreement that you would drive their car like this. They would get this out of it, right? Right? Keep saying per node. I know, I see per node. Okay, so per node, maybe that makes more sense 30,000 write operations per second. Unlimited parallelism. Multiple nodes need to be able to write data simultaneously with no upper limit. Small size on disk. Given the volume of data, we need to make sure that it takes little space on the disk as possible. To be fair, when you have your own data format, and this is all you need to store, and you know that this isn't changing much, it technically is most efficient to write your own bespoke storage for this specific operation. But man, you'd have to really convince me that this is a good idea, because it is. I mean, you really just hired 5 engineers to do this, right? You can do, famous last words. I know. I'm just saying, this is crazy. This is very interesting. Moderate performance from reads from disk. Our server is built around an in-memory architecture. Queries and filters for real-time streams run against data in memory, and as a result are very fast. Reads from disk only happen when a new server comes online. When a client uses the history API, or soon, when a user app rewinds time on our digital twine interface, these disk reads need to be fast enough for a good user experiences, but they are comparatively infrequent and low in volume. Okay, so optimizing for writes. Okay, low consistency guarantees. We are okay with losing some data. We buffer about 1 second worth of updates. Our digital twin interface. Okay, stop making fun of it. I said twine, okay? Whatever. In the rare instance where a server goes down and another takes over, we are okay with losing 1 second of location updates in the current buffer. Okay, they'll even have fault tolerance. I am curious why the other solutions didn't work out for this. What sort of data do we need to store? The main type of entity that we need to persist is an object. Basically, any vehicle, person, sensor, or machine. Objects have an ID, label, location, and arbitrary key value data. For fuel levels or current rider ID, locations consist of longitude, latitude, accuracy, speed, heading, altitude, and altitude accuracy, though each update can only change a subset of these fields. In addition, we also need to store areas, tasks, something an object has to do, and instructions, tiny bits of spatial logic. The HiveKit server executes based on the incoming data. Altitude? Yeah, like how high up they are. What we built. We've created a purpose-built in-process storage engine that's part of the same executable as our core server. It writes a minimal delta-based binary format. A single entry looks like this. Okay, entry length. Nice. Okay, so this is starting to look like a TCP protocol. It almost looks like something you could also just UDP over to another server. Kind of interesting that, because given the fact that they don't need consistency, they could technically UDP it onto many servers to be stored, right? It's interesting, right? Flags, ID, type, index, timestamp. Okay. Latitude, longitude, byte length, data, byte length, label. Okay. Interesting. Sounds like overkill. I mean,
やばい、仕事はメスってこと？
pieces of information here that make this make sense.
やばい、仕事はメスってこと？
But let's see. They said they're okay with losing data, which I think is probably fine. Right?
あ、ジェフが寝てたってこと
Reliability
か？
doesn't work great in lossy fabrics.
ジェフが寝てたってこと
Yeah,
じ
that's
ゃ
fair. Each block represents a byte.
どういうこと？
Bytes
そのまま寝
labeled
てた
flags
ってこと？
are the list of yes
そのまま
no
寝て
switches
たっていうのは
that
そのまま
specify
電気も
has altitude,
電気も
has
つけ
longitude, has data.
歯磨きも
Telling
し
our
な
cursor
く
what
寝
to
た
look
ってこ
for in
と
the remaining bytes of the
やば。
We store the full state of an object every 200 writes.
かわいそう
Between
じゃん。
these, we only store deltas. That means that the single location update complete with time and
疲れ
ID,
てるね。
latitude, and longitude takes only 34 bytes. This means we can cram about 30 million location updates in a gigabyte of space.
かわいそう。
Okay.
暑い
Okay, very
お疲れね。
interesting. I wonder how they decide when to do
今日も
like
早
iframes, right?
早く終わってよかったね。
So iframe is the frame of video that's coming
今日も
down.
早く
that has the, like,
早く終わってよかったね。
And then you do P frames.
今日も早く終わった
Differentials,
よかったね。
right? And also P frames, which is like backward forward differentials, but we're not going to talk about that. And so like how often do you do diffs versus how often do you do full data point storage? Pretty interesting stuff.
めっちゃよかったじゃん。
Video encoding on top of
暑い
spatial data.
暑い？
Every 200? Oh, every 200? Oh.
気をつけて、ちゃんと水を飲んだね。
You know,
バイバイ、バイバイ、バイ
saying
バ
out loud like that, it makes perfect sense. Pre-read. We also maintain a separate index file that translates the static string ID for each entry and its type. It's into a unique 4-byte identifier. Since we know that that this fixed size identifier is always byte index 6 through 9 of each entry, retrieving the history for a specific object is extremely fast. Interesting. It's a B tree probably somewhere. The result, 98% reduction in cloud costs and faster everything. The storage engine is a part of our server binary, so the cost of running it hasn't changed. What has changed, though, is that we replaced our $10,000 a month Aurora instance with a $200 a month Elastic Block storage volume. We are using provisioned IOPS SSDIO2 with 3000 IOPS and are batching updates to 1 write per second per node and realm. I am sure a lot of people are thinking something very similar that I am, which is the engineering cost has to be significantly more than $10,000 a month for this to actually be written, tested, validated, all that kind of stuff. Improvements. You now have a binary storage, which means you need versioning. One thing I can see right away that they goofed up right here, if you look at this, the header does not have a version field. Like, one of the biggest mistakes people make when they do novice binary encoding is not considering a version field. This is like probably the single most important thing to do. And the thing is 1 byte is probably enough for your version field, but 2 bytes if you want to be super safe. Like, real talk, like, how are they going to know, right? How are they going to know when they need to change the format, right? So for me, the version is a dead giveaway that this is maybe a bit more novice of a binary encoding attempt. So each block represents a byte. The 2 byte labels, labeled flags, are a list of yes/no switches. Okay, so there you go. Like, has altitude, has longitude, has data. So so this is this is why you would desperately want a version field right here. Because again, imagine if you needed more than 16 flags all of a sudden. You might find yourself needing to change your header format. Very, very important to do. Let's see. We already talked about that. All right, as a result. So, cool, they've saved some money. I'm very skeptical. I mean, obviously, the layman in me says, you saved $10,000 a month, but you might have cost yourself $50,000 a month of engineering effort, which theoretically would get paid back. But I think the thing that they alluded to earlier makes this make a lot more sense, which was their on-premise part. There you go, on-premise version. So they have an on-premise version. So maybe my guess is that this is what it's attempting to solve. Also, is they have the on-prem kind of like thing that's kind of coming down on them that's actually causing a lot of difficulty. Why we added a version field to our DB. I really hope they do add a version field, because honestly it is, dude, the boy just bet that he could get it right first try. And trust me, every single binary protocol I've ever written. In fact, if you go to Vim with me, and we go in here and we look at what do we get? Do I have anything that's called encoding? TCP. The first thing I did when building our own TCP packets was put a version in it. Version is the first part of our encoding, right? This is step requirement numero uno, right? Because you just have to. Whenever you build anything that involves just raw dog and TCP, or any of these types of stuff, oh man, you got to be ready for you to screw up. You screwed up. That's all there is to it. You didn't foresee something. It has to be step 1. EVS has an automated backups and recovery built in and high uptime guarantees, so we don't feel that we've missed out on any reliability guarantees that Aurora offered. We currently produce about 100 gigabytes of data per month, but since our customers rarely query entries older than 10 days, we've started moving everything above 30 gigabytes to AWS Glacier. By the way, Glacier, I thought was one of the coolest characters in Killer Instinct, for those that are just wondering, thus reducing our EVS costs. But it's not just costs. Writing to a local EVS via the file system is a lot quicker and has lower overhead than writing to Arara. Queries have gotten a lot faster too. It's hard to qualify or quantify since the queries aren't exactly analogous. But for instance, recreating a particular point in time in a realm's history went from around 2 seconds to 13 milliseconds. Super cool. Again, I feel like I've said this more than once, which is creating your own storage for your specific needs will always be, and if you're good at it, of course, assuming you have no skill issues, will always be the single best way to store your data because it's bespoke to you. But it is also absolutely the hardest, most challenging, probably you shouldn't do it move. Throwing that out there, okay? Just saying, you probably shouldn't do that. But this is very, very impressive because this is several orders of magnitude. It's a nightmare of skill issues. It is a nightmare to do, and you should effectively never do it. Unless you're Tiger Beetle. Or apparently these guys. Of course, that's an unfair comparison. After all, Postgres in general, Postgres is a general purpose database with an expressive query language, and what we built is just a cursor streaming a binary file feed with a very limited set of functionality. But then again, It's the exact functionality we need, and we didn't lose any features. If they have started archiving everything after 30 gigabytes, then I probably would have started by keeping everything in RAM and buffering 3x machines. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. And then you could do that whole like UDP talk cycle, right? Because once you hit the backbone, you're probably going to get very low packet loss, and you could just like have some sort of crazy round robin.
Bro,
Everything
this is so
stays up.
nostalgic.
Have a node that can just kind of handle it at all times, and then hit it with the cold storage, the Glacier, afterwards. We do not have skill rate issues. The writer, very very interesting. Yeah, that feels like a little overkill, but still, I mean, it's super cool though. That's it. You can learn more about HiveKit's API and features. Oh, cool. Okay, so then did they open source this as well? Location infrastructure for the internet. HiveKit provides, okay, when you say it this way, it does make you feel like this is actually the NSA again, okay? I know you tried to trick me, NSA, with your European unit writing with periods instead of commas, but you're not faking me this time. I know what's happening here. I know what's happening here. You're trying to bamboozle me. Absolutely. Moral of the story,
Bro.
constant time in memory store built in
That's so
Berlin.
awesome.
Dude, Shy Ride never misses an opportunity. Never
This
misses an opportunity.
album, bro.
Every good story can be made better by mentioning
You have
her
no
life. It's
fucking
just a
idea
fact of
how
life. That was really cool though. I actually
pioneering
really
this album
genuinely
is
like this. I
for
really
YouTube
genuinely
lo-fi.
like this article. Again, just please, if
Absolutely
somehow this
legendary.
gets out to you,
Absolutely
creators of said
legendary.
product, I didn't even realize that we were
Legendary
reading like
album.
an actual
I really
product
don't
with
think it
pricing
gets
and all
more
this. I didn't
legendary than
realize
Top
this
of
till now. It's
This.
just an ad. Did I just get
For-
an ad? Can you pay me money? You want to pay me money for this? No. Anyways, please, for the love of all things good and holy, put a version field in here. You will never be sad that you put it, and you will always be sad that you didn't have it. Hashtag ad. Did we just add ourselves? Did I just give you guys mates? I think I might have. Slash NSA. NSA, if you could pay me. I don't know how much money I'd need from the NSA to sell out my soul for being able to track people, but I mean, I assume we're getting the bag, NSA. All right, hey, that was awesome. Now let's talk about being on the plane. The name. Is the database engine. Is the binary engine.
In the mid-1990s, there was a popular consumer operating system called Windows. Notoriously, it would often crash, displaying a screen of text. The screen was blue. Now think hard. We're talking about the blue screen of death. You're right. You all got it very quickly. I mean, we must have some real computer history aficionados in the room, because it's been decades and it's still top of mind for you. But actually, since I knew there would be some aficionados here, I had to do an experiment, right? Because I asked hairstylists and administrative assistants and teachers and nurses and various people, some of whom I don't think were even alive at the time. Every single one of them, without fail, just as well as you, recalled, oh yeah, death, that's the one. I want to point out for historical accuracy, that was not the official name in the manual. That was what the public universally decided the screen was called. Not one that I talked to called it the blue screen of inconvenience. Why is that? Because software should work. Columbia, Missouri, it's good to be home. I've been developing software for quite a while. I've been a tech lead in 4 industries. I've worked on some stuff you may have used, including where I started my career at Carfax.com right here. I actually pushed the build that first put the Carfax mascot on the homepage. Fun fact. And most recently, I was part of a coding agent startup that's an open source coding agent called OpenHands. My title was Chief Architect. I'm currently on a project called the Coding Agency. Now, we are gathered here today to philosophize about the fact that software should work. Great thing to be doing. I think there's at least 2 things that even the last word of that means. it works as intended, and it works for us, right? It works for the users, for even society, not just does what the developer and their employer might have intended. And when we talk about the blue screen of death, it is very much of the first kind. Like, the computer was in the process of doing something the user did want to do. That was the problem, right? They were annoyed that it stopped doing that. But now we have innovated on bugs to the point where even when software works as intended, it is often doing things nobody wanted it to do in the first place. Now, we could talk about a lot of systemic forces. I think there, are some at work bringing out about a new level of onslaught on really both of these fronts. And if you think I'm about to mention AI, unfortunately, you're right. But I also want to introduce another concept here called a software quality crisis. Just personally, how I model this. A software quality crisis is not just IT's problem, right? We live in a frequent state of crisis, and it is important, our judgment on that count matters, but ultimately, because we are kind of a line of defense, stopping the problem from escalating further, we will be feeling a crisis more often than the general crisis that I'm talking about when I say that something rises to a crisis. So this conversation, I'm talking about, it's not just IT's problem. A software quality crisis is one that is everyone's problem, right? It is the C-suite's problem. It is the market's problem. It rises to a level where we have lost public trust, and that has a huge commercial impact, among other impacts. So when is it a crisis? So I'm going to at least give you a very simple metric on when I say we might be looking at a crisis. Just very simple litmus test. It's a crisis when my hairstylist knows about it. They're not supposed to know about our crises, right? I was talking to my hairstylist recently, and they asked, as you do, what are you doing lately? And I said, well, what I do is study ways of preventing software bugs. And she said, oh, are the bugs because of all the AI? Red flag. She should not know this much about what I do. And this is actually what in marketing they call unaided awareness. Because if you think of tissues, you think of Kleenex, right? If you think of vehicle history, you think of Carfax. If you think of bugs, you think of AI. Is that not what's happening? Apparently. I mean, if you want to do this more formally, Pew's done some public opinion polls. But this is this is telling me we might be approaching crisis territory. There is good news. I think unambiguously, the blue screen of death was a software quality crisis, perhaps the archetypical example of one. And we did beat it. Microsoft specifically beat it, right? It was theirs to beat or not. So I'd like to give you a slightly harder quiz than I gave you earlier. How was it beaten? So, and I promise this will be the last engagement we have to do, the last homework I'm going to give you here. If you'd like to raise your hand if you think blue screen of death was beat with better documentation. Okay? No one on that front. Who thinks it was beaten with better architecture? Few people. Who thinks it was beaten with static analysis? A few people maybe know what I like to talk about. I'm going to say yes, actually. Everyone who answered was right. The people who didn't answer were probably right about something else. Because this is defense in depth, right? Like no golden solution is going to do the whole thing. But let me break down a little bit how those factor in. The context here is overwhelmingly the cause is related to device drivers from third parties, right? Not the same vendor as the operating system, but in coordination with them. And what would often happen is memory bugs, which we've made progress on since, and API changes also between the operating system and what the device drivers author expected the API to do at the time. There was some drift there. Now, the reason better documentation was key here is because the sample code originally had bugs already in it. So, the hardware manufacturer, of course, is going to copy the sample code out of the documentation and have bugs in their driver before they've even written their driver. So, they made a really wise move, which is to not have bugs in the sample code and the documentation, and that part of the problem improved considerably. Architecture. This is a little more of a conventional engineering solution, right? They did something nice with blast radius. So it was a lot less common that a single application or driver would crash the whole computer. It would more often crash the application, device driver. I mean, we didn't prevent the bug, but we stopped it from being such a big problem. That's such a huge win. You see echoes of that all over the place, like the Chrome browser's early popularity. Part of it was like, oh, hey, just my tab crashed when the web pages are unstable, not my entire browser. Great. You know, it was worth a lot of RAM for a lot of us. So another one that I didn't mention, a little bonus, error reporting. They began gathering information on which crashes were actually happening so they would understand what triage they needed to prioritize. You know, in the web world now, we have this thing called observability that's very helpful, right? Very similar kind of thing of wanting to know what's actually happening in the world. So I like static analysis, not to the exclusion of knowing what's actually happening in the world or documentation or any of these other things. So to talk about this one, some things that they did while fighting the blue screen of death was they built a driver verifier engine called SLAM. They built something called Slayer, a memory safety checker for C. I love these names. They built Terminator, which proves programs will hold. Now, some of you who have had undergrad computer science might think you can't prove whether programs will hold. And in general you can't, but recall, they are not trying to solve a problem about all programs in general. They're trying to solve a problem with whether device drivers will halt, and they cleverly realized that within the subset of code that actually runs in a device driver, you often can prove termination.
Wow.
So this all part of the puzzle of fighting the blue screen of death was so successful that you have this gentleman, Bill Gates, saying things like even software verification. This has been the holy grail of computer science. But now in some very key areas, driver verification, we're building tools that can actually do proof about the software. So
This is awesome.
in 2002, the richest man in the world said formal verification was the holy grail. That is a thing that happened. Anyway,
Yeah.
you could call it the holy grail. I do like that. But you could also call it extreme measures, right? Like, they're writing all these tools, they're innovating original academic results just so their drivers stop crashing, like, extreme. But it was a crisis. It directly, like, it was foundational to the continuation of the product's success. Behaviors are forced to change under those circumstances especially, right? But speaking of change, now one thing that is absolutely for sure today is that Anthropic is deceptively campaigning to end software engineering to support a $1 trillion IPO. How'd that get there? Okay, this is too dark. What I meant to say was AI is transforming software. Okay, into what? You wanted me to get on a train? We should be able to talk about where the train is going. I mean, these are pretty minimal expectations. So I'm going to try to fill in what some of my models here. I want to emphasize here, we are not passive. We are not sitting here waiting for some future meteor to hit us. Like, we're the people they are going to ask to build whatever idea it is of the future that they think they have. We are very, very active in this situation. We have the agency. So let's dial up the difficulty of this problem. I've been thinking specifically about like how this affects these kinds of people. Though I think what I'm going to say is going to also ring somewhat with the rest of you. Let's dial it up the difficulty, right? Programming language designers have a very difficult job right now because these people bet sometimes a decade of their life based on what they think is going to work well in the decade after that. Imagine trying to do that in the current environment. It feels like you're being asked to predict the future. Now, I will do a little bit of future prediction for you now. I am an expert in legacy code and also in coding agents. I was building coding agents before they, had that name. When people ask great questions like, what's it going to be like when most of your production code is written by agents? Who's going to be on call? I was there. I was on call. But people just as qualified as me have different predictions. So I'm not going to ask you to bet on my prediction. I am going to ask you to make a different bet. I'm only giving you my prediction for transparency, so you know my biases. So how do you design a programming language when people can't even agree on whether code is for people or code is for agents? And especially if people think it's like exclusive. It's got to be all of one or the other. We kind of know the code is for people part and also, the machines we knew it was for. But this idea of like the inevitable outcome is code is exclusively for agents. I find it very strange that we would need to respond to this. I suspect agent maxing. It just sounds very suspiciously like what the token vendors want us to do. And I think people who've worked with automation know it, like, if you want it to work really well, you kind of use it in the right places. You're very strategic. So I don't really empathize with what is a dominant narrative in the AI bubble right now, but I realize maybe inside baseball from your perspective, this idea called the dark software factory, where you only talk to your chatbots and maybe Markdown, and you deal in 100% agentic code that those agents are maintaining. So I'm not going to say that this is impossible to build. It's actually like significantly less crazy than it might sound to some of you. I could think of a few situations in which this might be like a reasonable thing to do even. But like to hold this up as like what we should push every single use case in the entire industry from e-commerce to healthcare to avionics, I don't think that makes any sense. I think that is likely to have bad results in most environments. So I can't get behind that, right? I cannot in good conscience recommend we hold this up as the direction to go to, as like the one true destination. Like, I don't have it in me. You see, I'm from a place, we have to explain a point here for the travelers here. The thing about the people in the great state of Missouri is we like to be shown things. It's like our whole shtick. I know some of you flew in, but if you drove, there was a sign that you went by when you come in informing you of this. So don't make me tap the sign. Around here, we don't like to turn the lights off. We don't like to blindfold ourselves unless we have seen really good reason why that's a good idea. So it's only fair that I call my response to the dark software factory model the show me method. Now, very, I think, mundanely, I would claim that code is often working really well for agents to handle for us, and others more to the advantage that we at least read it and sometimes write it too. So I just suggest we continue with that model and handle it on a contextual basis. Recognize there is a boundary between these, but that boundary is being renegotiated over time based on various pressures, right? Like risk, desire for speed, different things have different needs at different times. You may be in healthcare instead of e-commerce, all sorts of factors. And if you are saying, Ray, I actually think more agentic is very good for me, the show me method's got you covered. Is your magnet is going to drag you over to this side, and even it is a generalization technically of the dark software factory if you want to go all the way, but I think it's much more likely that you're going to want to stay with a little bit of stuff. There's like critical business logic or something else that it's just like, the risk reward is not really, there's no benefit. There's only downside to going full agentic. Sometimes you get a lot of leverage off of just
Classical Current really needed it because it's completely out of order.
If we're still doing
thank
code, which they have still conceived as some monolithic thing, how are we going to raise the level of abstraction? Which they're very excited about doing. To which I will say, by using abstraction, which is a primary feature of code. I can't believe we're having this conversation. I know I didn't need to have it with you, but you will probably have to have it. So I simply think we should choose our level of agentic code based on our needs, and that should be okay. Progress doesn't always look like sliding the boundary to the right. Progress looks like a happy system. So how do we improve upon this other than by acknowledging that dynamic? It implies certain things. It does imply that we don't specifically change our languages to be better with agents so they're specifically worse with people. It would imply we don't do that. But also, it would imply, if we want to improve, we're kind of trying to improve for both. We're kind of optimizing for a lot of things, knowing that we might need to go back, and optionality is good, but I understand this is a little bit of a tough pill to swallow, saying we've got to optimize for both things. So I want to introduce one more component to the diagram, which are tools. So both the agents and people are maintaining the code through tools, and it just so happens they are by and large using the same tools. So clearly, we have one point of leverage where kind of no matter where the trade-off fits, even if the dark software factory people are right and I'm wrong, they're still going to need a tool chain. And if we give them a better tool chain, they'll have better agents. So just to underline this point about how they use the same tools with different interfaces, I know that's a claim. Here's an example of that. Language servers are things that make our editors tick. I know you're probably familiar with these, a lot of you. So they power like IDEs, and the agents don't speak usually to the language server. They speak to the model context protocol server, or something to that effect. And so you think, okay, they have different needs. One needs an LSP, one needs an MCP. But both of those are an interface. And underneath it, if you look at what's actually being called, it is the same kind of tool, So this is what I think, in general, the bet that can't lose if you're uncertain about whether you're doubling down on a future of people maintaining code, which I claim has its place, or not. Simply you go down the stack to the software toolchain. You do what I'm doing. And so then we become very interested in programs that reason about programs. Compilers, linters, IDEs, refactoring tools, static analysis we've established is a much bigger area than is generally thought. And other things, right? These can all help us ask questions about code, visualize it, navigate it, all sorts of things that all parties involved are going to need to be able to do. Programming languages can make decisions that enable tool support better. I think we've experienced this in our career. What is a way I would recommend to enable better tools right now? And I think a great common denominator to zero in on here is formal definitions. Isaac informed us this was Christmas. So, dear Santa, dear programming language designers, software has not been that good of a boy this year. We're trying to get better. And I only want to ask you for three things. I don't want to put too much on you. Define your syntax tree. Think of it like the Christmas tree, if you like. Define your semantics. And work with legacy code. For the particular problems I'm interested in, that is an overwhelming factor on whether I can adopt your new language. If it's an old language with a significant amount of legacy code. Okay, you've got that covered clearly, but I really appreciate it when new language designers allow me to work with some dominant pile of legacy code in some way. In terms of like, introducing it into an application. Some nice to haves here, which I kind of just leave to the designers of how they want to think about that, is simplicity. Simplicity definitely helps analysis. Restrictions can also help analysis. Maybe it's another kind of simplicity, really. But as an example, that's talked about a lot right now, is like sort of Zig and Rust, which I claim are both making decisions that help analysis a lot, because simplicity helps and also restrictions help. And so I think there's lots of room to explore that space. I'm not trying to impose my vision on that with this whole tool chain argument that I'm trying to give you, even though I've got my own biases. So I'd like to say, like, if you do these things that I'm asking, defining what your language is in a way machines can understand, I will cheer you on. I hopefully will get to work with you on it. But I want to showcase some people that I think are ahead of the curve. So, you may have heard of this fellow, Richard Feldman. He has a new language called Rock. And it's type system, lots about the language is very interesting. We saw Alexis King's talk yesterday about how we can leverage the most value out of a simple type system. Rock is very much in that school of thought. I'm not going to talk a ton about it.
That took extremely fucking long.
Fast, friendly, functional is the tagline. It has this feature called platforms, right, which is kind of a layer on top of FFI, which is foreign function interface that is very cumbersome. But once a platform for a particular language is implemented,
JX was so
now I can
fucking
make
slow
a
at decoding.
Rock program that talks to applications in that language. So legacy friendly is covered, and also restrictions, because that one application can only have one platform. That platform is set. So you can make statements like, no matter how many Rock dependencies I
still
bring
think
in,
JPEG is
if it
just
says
like
the
the
app
best
can't have an
format ever.
HTTP call, it's just not making one. I don't have to search my CVEs to tell if I've got this or that happening. Like, this program is simply incapable of doing this category of action. Like, that kind of stuff, I think this should catch on. Not directly related to Rock, but they talk about the design a lot. The design of other languages is the Software Unscripted podcast. Like, if you're looking to get into this kind of area, language engineering, great resources there. Also, I was just speaking of these, kind of subtle trade-offs between these two languages, right? Rock was recently rewritten from Rust to Zig. I really enjoyed Richard Feldman's explanation of why that was. It challenged some of my assumptions, and sort of wherever you land, I think that that's an interesting piece to read. It was what started my curiosity about Zig, which I understand a lot of you are curious about as well. Another showcase, a little more obscure, a little more crazy, EYG, called Eat Your Greens, by my friend Peter Saxton. Now, this is the code sample. If you're attending this conference, it has ideas you would find interesting, but I'm just going to call out the things I'm recommending that it happened to be doing already. So it's defining a stable internal representation. That's the IR, right? It's very close to the syntax tree. Actually, it predated the language's syntax, like textually. He defined an IR, and like a year later was like, okay, fine, I'll add a syntax. So he was really big on this AST story. It's legacy friendly in a totally different way, right? Because it's such a simple language that it's very embeddable. Like Lua, but much more embeddable than that. It's trivial to add its interpreter to a legacy application and say, okay, now I have a sound type system that I can build some category of stuff on top of this other app. Like, I think this is just a pretty cool idea, and its effect system, again, it's very easy for you to choose as the developer your own restrictions about what this code is going to be able to do. Talking about type soundness a little, I think a lot of you might know that that's a different and much more specific property than this notion of type safety, how type safe is something. Type soundness means a pretty specific thing, of the order of if type checking succeeds, which in EYG is all by inference, never by saying the types, but entirely inferred. If that succeeds, the program will never crash. The distributed systems people here might inform me that if you hit my computer with a hammer, the program will stop running. I agree. Please don't try it right now. I assure you the formalized version of this property is useful and it's kind of accurate about what it claims there and what it doesn't. But all error cases within the program must be handled. That has a tremendous impact on just how ergonomically correct your programming habits tend to be. Also, like, it is a mathematical claim, as I say. So we can really, we're not arguing about, is this type safe? Like, no, it is or it isn't sound. So this is also a front page feature, right? So if your language is advertising a certain property on its front page, or your application in general, I think my advice can apply to both of these, you would like to really know that that's true. Now, I did want to check this, and his language is still pretty experimental, so I don't claim there's any promise that at this point the details have been worked out, right? But it's like, okay, as far as he was aware, it fulfilled type soundness, and it's based on research that should. So that's very intuitive to me. It ought to be type sound, but it's written in Gleam, right, which is a cool functional programming language, and there's no way in Gleam to be like, okay, this language typed as a type sound language. Can you check that, Gleam? Gleam cannot do this for me, right? I like static analysis. I know there's other ways we could think about it if this is the case. But I say we're going to need a bigger type checker. So enter the lean theorem prover, which we're just going to talk about very briefly, but I've been enjoying playing with it a lot. And it's like they're spelling lean with kind of a backwards E and an upside down A. That is the existential quantifier and the universal quantifier, meaning there exists and for all, sneaking it into the logo there. There's very fundamental things to add to a logic to be able to prove certain kinds of things. If I was trying to prove type sound in a way that's sort of intuitive to you that understands, like, okay, it's the inference shouldn't error, if the inference doesn't error, then the eval won't, then you would write something like this language, just kind of pseudocode here, like, there does not exist a program P such that infer P is not an error and eval P equals an error. Or equivalently, for all P, infer P not being an error implies eval P not being an error. So you can say things like this in this language. So theoretically, like, all you would have to do to prove EYG's type soundness is port the interpreter from Gleam to Lean, port the type checker, define the operational semantics and type rules, and then prove as theorems your preservation and progress, which are academically the two components of type soundness. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Actually, it wasn't that hard because Gleam is just very amenable to being ported to Lean because it's already a purely functional language. And we do have these things called agents now. That helps a lot. And also, it's a very, very simple language, like phonetically simple. So this wasn't as hard as you might imagine. It wasn't, quite super easy. But I did get to a plausible version of all this stuff. And since semantics are the ones that I'm asking people to think about more in their life, this is a little taste of semantics. Semantics, operational semantics specifically, are a family of describing programming behavior that really think of it like an interpreter, like how compilers often have a reference interpreter, except this interpreter is stepwise. Like, it's capable of running just one step at a time. Otherwise, if you're written an interpreter, a lot of the same thing going on. You need to run it one step at a time, and one more thing, it's got a concept called fuel, which is how many steps am I allowed to run the eval for? Like, every eval comes on an expiration date, and the reason is that, like, an arbitrary interpreter might not terminate, and theorem provers like stuff to terminate to the point where they, like, usually enforce totality, right? That the program will halt, or it won't just accept it. So to be able to do provery things, you do those tweaks, and otherwise, Haskell syntax aside, you're talking about an interpreter. So my conclusion here is EYG is sound in theory, based on the research that it's built on, structural typing and all that, but it's not sound in practice yet. You do not have to trust my formalization strategy because the process produced a one-line reproduction. There is a a program that uses the fix built in, which is a fixed point combinator. It is a way to define recursion in simple languages. So it's the same as the Y Combinator, by the way, not the venture capital firm, the real one. And so this type checks as an integer. It evals as a type error. Type sound language, this is a bug, which is great because then we can fix it, right? So yeah, that's reported. I believe as we handle a few of these probably simple fixes, we will ultimately succeed in proving that EYG is type sound, because by design, I believe it is. So what we've seen here is that, like, pretty profound results, more than is generally understood, can be established statically. Formal verification, like, I love testing, usually the most practical thing to be doing, right? But formal verification can tell us not just about the cases we test, but about all possible inputs, even about such a complex object as for all possible programs. And if you want to start to unlock this world of power, I would suggest define your semantics. That's a nice first step here. Let's talk about just defining what all this stuff is supposed to be and do. Another showcase I'd like to do, right? Man of the hour here. Zig. Define a formal grammar. I appreciate it. The grammar is simple. I appreciate it. Makes all the stuff I'm trying to do very easy, relatively, right? And an AST library is bundled with it. So if you're, using Zig, making Zig code that manipulates Zig code in a very sound way that the compiler would agree is the right way to implement Zig code in this version and all that, like, super easy, barely an inconvenience, for real this time, right? So loving that. The interop story, like, the legacy code friendly, again, they've prioritized this in unprecedented ways by putting a C++ compiler inside of the Zig compiler, which is just some mad scientist stuff. Like, and they bundled into this maintain it with Zig slogan. If you got a big C or C++ app, like, maybe just replace your build tool, which, like, I'm usually not happy with on those code bases anyway, with, like, Zig's your builder now. And then if you choose to, migrate some of your code to Zig, it'll sort of seamlessly allow you to do that as much as little as you want. Like, these are general strategies, which I think is, like, really good for legacy code maintenance. So, like, those are some of the first things that impressed me about Zig. He's got, I'm sorry, I know you're sitting right there. I'm sorry, you're gonna blush a little. He said, focus on debugging your application rather than debugging your programming language knowledge. This challenged my assumptions, honestly. Like, this sort of changed how I thought about the Rust, debate. As I've said, like, both things are valid, but, like, simplicity, especially with sort of strategic safety measures, like, there's a real strategy going there. So, major Zig code bases include Tiger Beetle, which is a financial, don't jump ahead. Major Zig code bases include Tiger Beetle, it's a financial transactions database. Ghost UI, which is a terminal I use every day. And, okay. Isaac, how much time do we have? Okay, don't call the cops. All right, so, a couple of months ago, we had this headline, Anthropic's Bun Rust rewrite merged at the speed of AI. Bun is a TypeScript runtime and compiler. It's, gaining a lot of popularity. It's like an NPM replacement. I know you guys love NPM, so you'd really be interested in, like, a better version of that, is what I've heard. And subtitle here, million lines of Rust code merged in gargantuan commit. Which is, like, just not really the sort of information you expect to see in the register. I especially didn't really expect to see that, like, before an explanation was provided to Bun's users. But 2 months later, there was an explanation to Bun's users, which, like, ultimately some saw this as some kind of slight against the Zig community because they chose to use a different language, but, like, it's probably more a slight to the Bun community, to be honest, but it's not really my business either way. But there was some fallout to this. I don't know. I met Andrew yesterday. Like, I don't know him well. Close I can tell from his harshest critics, his singular flaw is that he's sometimes too honest. Now, okay, there's time and a place for everything. But as I outlined pretty thoroughly in this thing a few days ago, like, I'm just more concerned at this particular moment in time with the people not who are being too honest, but who are being too dishonest. I think that is a priority for my life right now. So I wrote this little rant. It's actually a pretty large rant called Zig Creator Calls Spade a Spade, Anthropic Blows Smoke. Haha, fun. A few of my friends see it. Oh crap, the EYG creator, Peter Sachs, actually threw it on the Orange site. And 4 days ago, it was the number one on Hacker News, much to my chagrin. So, you know, he has managed to take revenge on my finding his type soundness bug by bringing the other Y Combinator to defend what I was doing with his first Y Combinator. I don't know, this is genius. But, you know, a lot of detail in what I, non-explanation on that merit. Unstated business reasons are really the only reason there would be. And by the way, every technical decision should be based on business reasons. So if you are not naming business reasons, there are always unstated business reasons. So you have not explained any technical decision if you are not relating it to business reasons. But there are some pretty compelling ones here. And the question on everyone's mind is, could they have made Zig work? And this is a fundamentally unuseful question with all this drama now. We'll never know. It's done. That's what I'm here to say. You know, the only way we would know is if someone were to rewind 2 months and, you know, okay, so obviously that's what I did. I forked Bun. Welcome to Project Bunsen, keeping Bun and Zig the one thing no one involved wanted to do. To do what Anthropic couldn't, debug their own code base. Behold the Bunsen burner. The flames will burn the bugs out of Bun. See, I have climbed to Legacy Mountain. I have learned from the great sages. Marianne Bellotti taught us to kill it with fire, and fire is how Bun is toasted. The metaphor's getting away from me, but I challenged myself to find 3 months worth of memory bug fixes in Bun in a week, which is about 48. I could see why that would be annoying. So I had one dev, one agent, no experience with the code base, and I had learned Zig the previous day. How hard could it be to find 3 months worth of memory bugs? So basically my process is investigating the past 3 months in Zig, surveying 48 memory bug fixes that occurred in that time. I prioritize high churn code because that's where bugs tend to accumulate. I derived conventions from the past fixes. Any fix is a missed convention. I wrote custom linters, not off-the-shelf linters, using that handy Zig AST support. And then I also fuzzed with address sanitization and thread sanitization, which actually was quite successful despite the fact that they said they were already doing it. So I caught 50 existing memory bugs that were still latent in the Zig code base. And I like one agent, right? You know, like good old Sonnet and Opus. I'm not using a $100,000 agent fleet like they did with their solution. I'm not using a super secret Mythos model that's banned by the government or whatever we're doing now. Like, just sort of standard legacy code stuff. You could have all done it. I'm not as smart as I sound because you can throw a rock and hit bugs in this code base according to people who work on it. Is that like that's what I'm getting from that. So, like, yeah, I did catch 50 existing memory bugs. It's not the question is why didn't they? And like obviously they could have. They just didn't. It wasn't an engineering priority. So like for my purposes, hand wavy, case closed. Another thing I'll do that they didn't do is cite the state-of-the-art research on converting memory unsafe code to Rust. Why did they not mention this? Why does no model lab ever mention the prior superior art when they talk about how they are translating one language to another? I don't know why they don't. Might take the wind out of their sails if you knew Tractor goes to safe Rust, not just the unsafe Rust that they did. I don't know what their motivations are, just that they aren't saying them. But one thing I do know, for today's purposes, before my experiment, they had already conceded my point. Because by saying they need the borrow checker, waving the white flag, our Mythos model can't catch a use after free, they are saying AI wasn't enough. We need the language toolchain. I agree. So this sounds interesting to you, especially if you're working with an emerging programming language, and you'd like it to be adopted in trust-critical applications, I'd love to talk to you. This is what I'm doing full-time now. But I just want to leave you with, we have a choice. Either the future of vibes, or the future we define. Thank you.
I don't know why I fucking always search up. I can search them. Handsome fellow. Where are my connections? Just a fucking bunch of Japanese people, bro. Alright. Got in a quick 35 push-ups. Elevation music. Bro, I love elevation music so much, this album. That's what I can say. Live your life. Live my life. Live your life. Live my life.
You know, I have several kids, and I mean, I've lost count at this point, but inevitably, when one of them comes in and goes, Dad, my shoulder hurts, no matter what, another one of them would go, my shoulder also hurts, in fact, both, and it's extremely bad. And so I've seen this pattern for years at this point, and I cannot believe it, but I am live action witnessing the exact same thing happening, except instead of it being young kids without prefrontal cortex being fully formed, it is the smartest people in the universe running frontier AI labs. Yes, today we are going to talk about the hacking incident. Yes, you're probably thinking, okay, well, hacking incident? You mean OpenAI and Hugging Face? Didn't you already cover this? No, you silly individual. Today, I'm talking about Anthropic, who also got hacked. No, really, this actually happened. I kid you not. Within 1 week of OpenAI, Anthropic also releases, yes, we also hacked people for real, but we actually did it 3 times. We're actually we're like super hackers. We're going to go over all 3 incidences, and you're not going to believe the takeaways. It's just, I mean, nobody could have seen this coming. It's an unsolved problem, what Anthropic is dealing with right now. Nobody could possibly ever have been able to prevent this from happening. But naturally, before we begin, a quick thank you from the sponsor. Look at all these engineers. And what do any of the code? Alright, welcome back. So let's just read kind of the top level from the Anthropic blog, what they were attempting to, do here. In all 3 incidences, Claude had been tasked with a Capture the Flag challenge. One of the ways we assess a model's cyber capabilities. The model is given a fictional scenario and told a piece of secret information, the flag, has been hidden on a different machine on the network, and its objective is to break in and retrieve it. The challenge is left open-ended and no particular method is prescribed. So in other words, this is just like your classic CTF challenge. Hey, you need to go and get something from another computer. We're not going to tell you what it is. It's just on there. You better go get it. And so the model's going to go off and employ a series of different techniques to be able to hack in and be able to take this information. That's its goal. This has to be my first of the favorite things I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. Are you ready for this? In all cases, Anthropic's evaluation prompt specified to Claude that its environment was a simulation and that it had no internet access. They're actually trying the Jedi mind tricks on it. You have no internet access. Now, obviously, what's the problem? Due to a misunderstanding between us and our evaluation partner, this was not the case, and internet access was available. Oh my gosh, are you telling me a model in which goes and tests everything you say and sometimes ignores the system prompt, went off and ignored the system prompt, and then you had open internet access and you told it was a simulation and that it must go retrieve information? Shocked Pikachu! How could this ever end in disaster? I refuse to believe that step 1 of securing a model is actually the Jedi mind trick prompt. You don't have internet access. Okay. It was just like, oh, I don't have internet access. I have internet access. Okay. Whoopsie poopsies. Now, if they would have left it there, I would have probably given them some slack, but this next sentence, I can't actually handle. Emotionally, this can't be real, right? Several defense in-depth measures on both our side and our partners could have prevented these incidences, or at least reduced their likelihood of occurring. Careful validation of all internet access paths before evaluation began, and real-time monitoring of the evaluation logs would have helped surface the problem sooner. Now, I have to admit, I am not a security expert. I've never been in that role. I have never done any of those things. In fact, the only thing I've ever done with security is actually creating a bug so egregious that it has its own name on the internet. Yes, this bug did originate from code I wrote, but to be fair, it wasn't my specification, okay? The team lead said this was a very important feature and it solved a problem in a unique way. Anyways, just a simple while loop would have taken down all of Netflix. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. But if I were to set up some sort of secure environment, I would personally feel like the first thing I'd do, if I promised no network at all except to some internal paths, I would assume I'd put up some sort of network monitoring and alerting. Hey, if somehow something went wrong, especially with these models that have no guardrails, that have effectively open and unfettered access to hacking, one would assume step 1 of a secure environment is a reactive approach that if anything were to go wrong, we would know right away. Now, Claude having infinity tokens They could have even had Claudes monitoring internal Claude dialogues to see if things were broken. They could have had network logs following these things. It just feels like this is a solved problem. Again, not a security expert, but calling in-depth defense measures, network monitoring and alerting feels wrong to the layman. Also, it feels like a simple script could have figured this out upon launch. Like you would have just had a script and be like, hey, double check there's no internet, ping google.com just in case. It just tickles me to like no end to be like in-depth defenses being just like a simple monitoring solution. At least from, again, I'm a layman. I'm not claiming that I know everything, but that just feels completely reasonable. All right, enough with the foreplay. Let's actually get into the 3 incidences. So, incident 1. In one evaluation, a fictional company whose chosen target by our evaluation partner shared a name with an active website domain. This evaluation container had unintended direct internet access due to a misunderstanding discussed above. In 4 runs of this evaluation, Claude ran into difficulty reaching its simulated target within the evaluation environment, but then discovered that real company was reachable via the internet. Assuming that this intended target in the capture the flag task, Claude sought, identified, and exploited vulnerabilities within this company's infrastructure, believing it to be part of the exercise. These 4 runs extracted information like application and infrastructure credentials and obtained access to a database containing several hundred rows of production data. This represented the most serious impact. This was done by Claude Opus 4.7. Now, we typically kind of give this like gravitas, this weight to all these like frontier unreleased models of rows of data. Nonetheless, this smaller website was clearly owned by Opus 4.7, which means that given the right harness, even slightly older models are still very, very capable, which again gets to the point that open weights is going to be increasingly more important because as these frontier labs don't let you do what you need to do to secure your website, but clearly even older, less capable models have all the ability in the world to hack websites with relative ease and just some amount of power, it's becoming increasingly more important to have access to these models. You don't even have to have the frontier anymore. Anyway, so that's all the information we really get about this one. They keep it fairly scant because we don't get to know like what the company was, what was the vulnerability. I assume that it's being reported internally and those companies are working together, and some CVE somewhere in the mass amounts of CVE being produced is probably being written and nobody knows what it was. But it's actually incident 2 that feels rather silly. It actually brings up an old concept. This article is from June 5th, 2025, and the idea is called slop squatting. Effectively, AI agents will sometimes make up packages that it relies on. And if you can identify this happening, which was actually happening, there's this React package or something, I forget which one it was, that was referenced in 200 and some repositories, but not actually real at all. People that can identify these fictional repos can create a real repo, throw it on NPM or PyPy or wherever, and then when you fictionally try to download this missing one, you actually get a real one, and then it can take advantage of your system. They call this slop squatting. Love the term, absolutely hilarious. But that's what Incident 2 was. So Incident 2 does not feel nearly like a real hack. In another evaluation, Claude found a document inside the fictional environment that appeared to be another made-up company's setup instruction for new developers. Those instructions told employees to install a Python package from PyPy, the public registry where Python software is published, that did not actually exist. So this is actually a very clever and low-effort hack. If you know somebody's installing packages that don't exist, you get a free ride onto that system. And that's all it did. It had to go find a free email, one that did not require a phone number to start, and then they created a PyPy account, and the next thing you know, they have a package up on PyPy that's actually malicious. But I will say, like, the M. Night Shyamalan turnaround of this whole thing is this right here. Claude believed the package registry it was using to be part of the simulation, but in reality the package was made freely available online for roughly 1 hour. During that window, the package was downloaded and run 15 times on real systems. One of these systems was a scanner belonging to a security company, separate from a fictional company that introduced in the scenario, that routinely installs Python packages and scans them for malware. When the company's scanner installed the package, Claude's hidden code executed. We believe the company's security scanner treated PyPy packages as safe to install, and as a result, Claude was able to exfiltrate the company's credentials to a collection point it had set up. Then Claude used these credentials to access further infrastructure of this company. That is the most hilarious thing ever. Like the fact that a company in the year of our Lord 2026 does not actually realize that installing a package, especially with Python, especially with those like, hey, if you have a Python running environment, execute this file right away. The fact that that can exist, a company devoted to security thinks you can just download code from public repositories and just assume it's safe. What is this security company? I gotta know. This is beautiful. I love that a security company ended up getting real life owned because they just assumed this. This can't be real. This company can't be real, right? This is Anthropic's little shell company called like Security Cloud, and then it accidentally went and owned itself because they don't know how to do security. Like, that's the only reasonable takeaway I have from this. I refuse to believe that in 2026 there's security companies right now that scan public package registries for dangers and does not know the dangers of public package registries. Refuse. So for incident 2, was this like some magical thing? No, I actually think this was a fantastic example of good, consistent hacking. This is something that should have been pretty obvious to anybody. If you had an agent yourself doing some sort of investigation, even I, again, the complete security rookie, I feel like I could have easily caught this one and said, yo, slop squat that bad boy. Which also goes to show that not all security is some epic, hacker living in a mother's basement. Sometimes you just goof, right? It's just like simple, very trivial exploits can just take you down. For incident 3, I feel like this one had to be some sort of old legacy, hasn't been updated in forever WordPress website, because it's absolutely ridiculous. Guess how they got owned? It eventually found and compromised one company's internet-facing application using basic and well-known cyber attack techniques like reading credentials from exposed debug pages and SQL injections. Yes, the big 2.6 still having SQL injection attacks. I didn't even know this was possible. I didn't even know that you could do this by accident anymore. Like, what are they doing? What kind of programming is going on that you're getting hit with SQL injections at this point? Now, the debug page, we've all made mistakes, okay? I'm not going to dunk on them for the debug page, but squeal injections? Not even real. I just can't believe this is, no. This has to be some old website that somebody forgot, just lying around on the internet, and of course, since it was hacked, Anthropic's like, oh my gosh, we have the most dangerous model. See, because OpenAI, they hacked one place. We, on the other hand, hacked 3 places. Wow. As for this third incident, the thing that I also find to be very, very funny is that it mirrors the OpenAI paper. Our latest model, an internal research test model, also considered whether its targets were in fact real. When evidence emerged that they were, it stopped the exercise. Notice that Anthropic is telling you, hey, we have an even more crazy and unreleased model, which is literally what OpenAI also did. After investigating, we now know this particular incident was driven by a combination of OpenAI models, including GPT-5, 6 Soul, and an even more capable pre-release model. Man, I can just hear those IPO numbers going northwards. These models are crazy. But I also love that Anthropic is like, dude, our models are so crazy, but they're so safe. When they realized that they were hacking, they actually stopped hacking because they're just like so safe. Honestly, I feel like Anthropic's the only one with the true mandate from heaven to keep us all safe. I think Dario could hold me safe at night. Honestly, those big strong arms, they could keep me safe. So let's do the big takeaway section of this. Like, what are the takeaways from these 3 incidents? I think there's 2. First one is this. First, evaluation environments that involve powerful autonomous capabilities also require significant controls. I'd have to be crazy, right? I don't even think that it had to be that big of controls. Am I taking crazy pills, or is basic monitoring and alerting would have been the thing that could have easily told them, oh, by the way, this actually has open internet?
What?
I genuinely feel like this wasn't some advanced, some sort of crazy 900 IQ play. This was just like oopsie poopsies. Might mean that classic thing where someone sees something they don't quite understand or is not an expert in the field and just assume it's super simple, but in reality it's actually hard. Or am I just correctly identifying, nah, bro, this is actually not that bad, and they're completely overselling it like it's some sort of dangerous nuclear weapon of untold alien technology that's pretty much unwieldable. So the first takeaway is obviously I can't believe that these frontier models with infinity tokens don't just run some sort of evaluation on their sandbox environments before they do tests. Like, how's that not step one? Is environment good? I don't know. That it just feels crazy to me. All right, but the big second takeaway is yet again, open weight models. This
right.
just appears to
AI
be
is
the
right,
only
actually.
path forward. I can't believe I'm citing a Microsoft page of corporate responsibility, but here we are. We need open weight models. And of course, of all the companies on this list, you will notice that just happens to be missing is Anthropic. Anthropic, of course, doesn't believe in the open weight models. In fact, they've even stated their position just recently on open weight models. They don't discourage it, but Dario does go in front of the Congress and tell them how dangerous it is, and all the experts recognize how dangerous these open weights are. But hey, we're not saying you can't have them. It's effectively like a biohazard weapon, but no, hey, Congress, we're not saying you should not. I'm just simply saying that they're extremely dangerous and everyone could die, but also totally everybody's freedom. This is America. You should definitely not regulate it. To me, this is a very important thing. The reality is that most companies of smaller size don't have the ability to go off and buy multi-million-dollar rigs and then have multi-million-dollar professionals come in and spend long amounts of experimenting to be able to set up an ideal harness to test their environment. And so they need some way to be able to actually ensure that their websites and everything is safe. And yes, some people will trivially say, well, that's what a red team and a blue team does. Well, it's actually really, really hard. Yes, you can get these red teams, but they have to be able to have access and ability to be able to run these type of queries, of course, which OpenAI and Anthropic say, hey, no, that's unsafe if you do that because you're a hacker, brother. Because they can't disambiguate between a hacker and a not hacker. So you have to be put on the nice list. You have to be put on the no, actually I'm super good guy and I would never do anything wrong ever. And so having good open weight models available for us to be able to test websites, this could be a net positive in the world, because then you theoretically could run some simulation of hacking on your website 24/7 until you find vulnerability after vulnerability and you close the gap and ensure that you have at least a hardened website that is AI proof. It's not proof in general, but it just is more proof than ever. And to me, this is a net positive. I actually look at this future as really bright. If open weight models were more accessible, more people could use it in a cheap manner in which allowed them to harden their product. This is not a net negative. This is a net positive. This would be a really, really good thing as far as technology goes. Now, all the other dangers of open weight models, I don't know. That's not my category. I don't like to step into that arena. But as far as technology goes and cybersecurity goes, I see virtually no net negatives. The only net negative I see is companies effectively trying to regulate and capture these open weight models, not letting you actually do what you need to do to secure you, but instead having to go to them as a humble beggar requesting access to their super secret, I'm super duper serious security program. Anyway, so that's Anthropic accidentally hacking 3 companies, not just one company. I mean, they were super duper hackers. You think OpenAI is dangerous? Man, you should check out Anthropic. Dangerous. All right, hey, press subscribe or something. Press the like button. Make a comment. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that I'm like a dumb at cybersecurity and that it's actually super duper complicated. Because I don't know. I have no idea. And I kind of feel like a rookie in this area, but I also don't want to take the time to become an expert. So, hey, the name is the Primogen.
The iPhone 18 Pro Max is shaping up to be a genuine generational leap. Not just an incremental upgrade with a better camera and slightly faster chip. And if you're sitting on an iPhone 13, 14, or even 15, what is coming can make this one of the most important buying decisions you face in 2025. But here's the thing most people are getting completely wrong right now. They're focused on the wrong features. The starting price is expected to land around $1,299, possibly pushing toward $1,399 for the base storage tier. That is a meaningful jump. And before you decide whether that number makes sense for you, there are a few things you absolutely need to understand first. Decide whether that number makes sense.
You know, I have several kids, and it goes, Dad.
The iPhone 18 Pro Max is shaping up to be a genuine generational leap. Not just...
Alright, so I literally know nothing about Laravel. I think the...
Thumbnail is fine. The fucking snowboard
Fellas,
shit is
it
so
over,
fucking dumb.
or are we so back? Now, for the last few years, we've kind of been in this limbo of we are so over, no, actually, we're so back. And, it's a little difficult. The latest version of It's So Over comes courtesy of this Claude Opus 5 demo. Look at this. This is a one-shotted game. The entire thing. One shot. One prompt. This isn't the only one. There's plenty of these all over the internet right now. Here's another one with snowboarding. Another one that looks like some sort of Starfield variant or clone. RTS is in space! Or this one that looks just like Battlefield.
That's Battlefield.
Oh, that one's actually just Battlefield. There's just hundreds more of these, and we're seeing them all the time, and the kind of common thread I'm seeing is that game dev... Guess what? All of you guys that went to school, you dumb, because AI games, it's going to be amazing. You don't even know. And I wanted to take a moment and I wanted to talk about this, okay? What I'm now referring to as demo porn. Because I think there's two camps of people right now. The it's fake, you're faking it, oh, but it's actually just super sucky and everything that you're showing is stupid. Or B, oh my gosh, it's the greatest thing ever, all game devs are out of a job and everybody's going to be able to create their own AAA game. Naturally, I disagree with everybody and I think everybody's completely wrong. I have the mandate from heaven to give an opinion on this matter, and I'm going to give a very strong opinion on this matter. Now, before we do that, of course, naturally, I would like to say thank you to the sponsor. Look at all these engineers sitting at their neat little desks. It takes dirty work to keep a code base clean. Every day, sickos are out there committing unreviewed code. And when that happens, linters won't save you. You need someone to slop you're trying to push. Unnecessary comments, global state, nested ternaries.
My bad. I didn't even read the code yet.
You disgust me. Step away from the keyboard.
Let me explain.
Is that a mouse? He's marching abroad.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you post to GitHub canon will be used against you. You have the right to a debugger, but if you cannot afford one,
That's
a public
wrong.
stack trace will be made available to you.
And one more code criminal off the streets where they belong. HR.
Style enforcement? I don't need MergeCon. I would never merge unreviewed code.
No, you're
but a
wrong.
first pass with CodeRabbit always makes things go faster. Actually, you can try it too at CodeRabbit.ai.
Next week on MergeCon. The Stifler's out there, and I'm going to be the one to deprecate him. Now, I already know what everybody wants me to do at this point, right? Which is, they want me to... the reality is, I just don't think that. See, I remember a time when the old one-shot examples were this bouncing ball inside of some sort of hexagon, sexagon, octagon situation. But now on that itself, because to me, it's very impressive. That is how far we've come. That is what the new models can do. All right, hey, that's super cool. The fact that I can say few word in English and big result come out, much wow, very great. To make my case, let me first describe a problem that I've seen with a lot of AI art, generally speaking. When I go onto the internet, and I go to one of these many AI-generated items, and I say, hey, yo, give me a picture of a crab, it doesn't really matter what the crab that comes back looks like. An infinite possibility of crabs look like a crab. And I go, holy cow, look at how realistic that looks. Oh my gosh, look at the shading. Look at all this stuff. But the reality is I asked for a crab. It looks like a crab. I was like, oh my gosh, it's a crab. But there's a fundamental problem. I didn't have any opinion opinions on what the crab should look like. I didn't go, okay, I want a crab with this exact lighting angle. I want all these little details. I want it to move in this very specific manner because I want something that I want to create. Not just what could be, not a single point in the set of all possible crabs. I want a very specific crab. And anybody who's gone through this exercise knows that there is a world of difference between the exact thing I want and just a point in space. And Matt Schumer, the person that's really kind of leading the way on these one-shot demos saying how amazing AI gaming is going to be, writes a blog post and goes through exactly how he did his one product. And I think that this is the most important point that you need to take away. Minimal is better here. We want the agent to decide the specifics. Again, you can get anything you dream of, just nothing you want. And what I mean by that is look at this little stickman figure, okay? Okay, that swing was pretty nice, whatever. I made this game, and to generate this game to all sorts of strange, like everything was wrong about it. And for the next 2 hours, I tried to get it to look better. And yes, it does look better based on what you're seeing, but still go from super janky and weird looking into something that just kind of swings and mostly looks normal. That cost me $117 of Claude Opus 5, totaling 72 million tokens. And that was only to get a result that's like 25% of what I want. And this is the fundamental with demo porn. Demo porn just simply says, hey, go look at Starfield and make something. And it does an incredible job cloning some basic visual version of it in which you let it infinitely iterate for some, hundreds if not thousands of dollars. That's awesome. It's a cool feat. It's a cool world we live in. And I bet you there will be some cool ideas and games that actually get executed via this way. But the problem is this. What makes a good multiplayer? Are you going to be able to just AI generate a level that's actually fun? If you've spent any time playing a multiplayer level, you know it takes hundreds, if not thousands of hours of really precise building to create the perfect multiplayer experience just for one level. The work is still all there. The demo is neat, it's cool, it's something, but it's not actually a game. And that's why I call it demo porn. It's like you're getting something, but you're not getting anything real at all because all the work is in making the game fun. And you can see that with all the responses. All the responses were like, dude, if you know anything about Unity, you could build this in like 2 hours without spending a gajillion dollars. It's like, that's not the point. The point is it's super cool that we can build this. But the real point is, it doesn't matter that you can generate it. What matters is that you can generate exactly what you want. What does that look like? I want to see somebody make Call of Duty for actually real and generate every single stage of the way, because what we'll probably end up finding is, oh no, actually, it's just 10 times easier, 10 times faster, and 10 times better hiring an artist to do a lot of the modeling and getting things better. Oh yeah, it actually turns out you run into like all sorts of insane performance problems, and you actually just need an expert to step in. Oh, it turns out actually making a fun level is super hard, and actually having somebody that understands game mechanics is really, really important. I'm going to need them to step in. And the next thing you know, you didn't actually solve the problem, but you were able to generate something that looked compelling. I know I've already referenced this video, but I want to just show it again because I think he says it so perfect.
The speed isn't the issue. If I told you, David, with this technology, you can create something that looks exactly like GTA, and it's going to take 3 years, not 30 seconds, you'd be like, I'll spend 3 years on it. It's worth it. And that exists. You can, in 3 years, technology exists prior to AI to clone GTA. But it won't be GTA. It'll be a clone of GTA. Clones don't sell. All hits are, by their very nature, unexpected.
Absolutely beautifully said, and of course, very based. Absolutely love that video, love that interview. I just wanted to talk about this because I think people who don't build the thing, they see this and go, wow, it's so impossibly impressive. I could never do that. The reality is, yes, of course you could do that. You just would have to learn some things, and then boom, you would be able to do that. But that's not the point. Like, the point is really that the distance between demo and finished product is a gulf that is gigantic. I don't think AI has solved the abandoned project problem. In fact, I think there's at least a magnitude more of abandoned projects, because even when you fully generate something, the tedium, the actual like constantly going back and forth continues to be the same thing. Yes, you're moving faster, but you just have a whole new set of challenges. And again, the difference between demo and reality and something that is good that people actually want is a gulf that is gigantic. And good, amazing decisions don't come from, hey, model, you decide. No, it comes from you sitting down and thinking for days or weeks about one small little feature. There's a tower defense game that I'm building, and one of these small features is that you get these upgrades, and when an upgrade happens, bullet time starts. And coming up with that idea of bullet time and exactly how it should look and feel, it was like 4 or 5 hours of experimenting just for one tiny little feature. And games are just an amalgamation of a million tiny little features. Anyways, I just wanted to say all those things because I really want to encourage you guys that A, it's not so over, and B, don't be tricked by demo porn. Stop being tricked. It's not the end of the world. This isn't the most amazing thing. Go look at all the videos. Immediately you'll start seeing that there's like 1 billion problems within all the demos, but that's, like, again, besides the point. Just don't forget, something that is amazing, that actually captures people's attention, takes time and dedication, no matter how easy it is to generate exactly what you want. Because determining what is actually the best is still really hard in a world where everything is free. The name is the Primogen. I'm going to start this off by saying I invited you under technically false pretenses.
Okay, that's fine.
I invited you over, Casey, because I actually just wanted to hang out, and I needed a technical topic to get you to agree to. And so if you want to talk about ARM, you can talk about that, but you can also tell me about anything. And if you have anything technical to talk about, I'm in.
Well, I love being on the show. You could have just said, hey, come talk about anything. Come listen to me talk about WordPress, and I would have said yes. So thanks for the invitation.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to talk about ARM if there was something in particular that you or your viewers were interested in that I can help with. I mean, I'm not an ARM expert, obviously, so if it's something highly technical like, hey, this particular ARM instruction, I'm going to be like, sorry. But if it's sort of more just about ARM in general, I might be able to help. But if not, we can, yeah.
How about we just ARM versus Intel or ARM versus RISC-V, CISC-V?
Okay, sure. CISC, did you just call it CISC-V? I like that.
Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, I guess the thing I would say is we sort of touched on this a little bit back when you and I did that stream on there's like x86 needs to die.
Yeah, I remember that.
Was what it was, yeah. And kind of it's a broader topic than what that person was talking about, but it came up there, which was just that people believe that ARM is like intrinsically better for lower power, devices that don't consume much power, the performance per watt, whatever you want to say, right? That's the conventional wisdom. Like ARM is better for low power, and Intel is not, just inherently. And a lot of people then you can literally, like, if you Googled that, you'd find on Stack Overflow and stuff like that, or Quora, you'd find people giving reasons, and those reasons just aren't accurate. Maybe they were accurate for like ARM 1, like the very first ARM processor, which was like back in the BBC Micro days. It's like it was designed as a successor to like the BBC Micro computer, for people who know what that was. We're talking ancient history at this point. But nowadays, a lot of the things that they say just aren't true, right? ARM is not a small instruction set anymore. ARM's a huge instruction set at this point, and calling it a reduced instruction set is really hard to justify and so on. So, maybe what we could do here is just give people a little bit of perspective about what the actual difference between these two instruction sets is, and then maybe just a vague notion of why ARM has been better for power, which I think is not really the reasons people think. I mean,
I think there's a lot of good places in here to go.
Okay.
I think a lot of people don't even know the difference between ARM and x86. In my head, it's just two different instruction sets attempting to do the same thing. I'm not really sure if there is much of a difference besides for
Dragon.
The Sushi Dragon is this live stream editor that does a lot of AI and stuff to just completely morph a bunch of his streams. And he's been able to skyrocket his power by adopting computers that use ARM as opposed to x86. And so he does all of his streaming now off of MacBooks, as he used to do it with Lenovo or some run-of-the-mill company.
Well, maybe we'll just do this, because people seem to, when I'm on the show, people generally expect there to be some weird technical stuff. So maybe we could start there, because that's, you got to give people what they want. That's how I think of it.
Yep, I'm on that team. Let's do it.
So maybe, let me see if I can do this here. If you want to make me big, I will make my head small.
Gotcha. Give me 1 second.
I can show you some literal, just to give some literal examples here of what's going on with things.
I gotta make myself small. I just realized I'm giant. I'm over here just focusing on.
Oh, that's okay. We don't need that. We don't need that.
Huge.
You can stay giant. You can stay giant. It's okay. We're only using the top. We're gonna use the top here. So. Can people read that? I don't know if can I make this larger? I think I can.
Yeah, certainly encodings, because this is going through several encodings, so it might be.
Let me see if I can make it larger and still see it. Is that big enough to see? Maybe I'll go one more. I think we got enough room for one more. Just real large. All right. Maybe people can see that.
People are saying it's good. I'm trying to figure out a way to. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I can see this.
All right. So for those of you who aren't, I'll just quickly say, for those of you who aren't familiar with this tool, there's a fellow named Matt Godbolt. I think he was a Google engineer. I don't think he is anymore. He might be retired. I'm not sure. I don't know where he works now, but he made this tool. It's very famous and popular among people who like to look at low-level code stuff, and it's freely available. It's just called godbolt.org here. It's called Compiler Explorer, and it's at godbolt.org. And what it lets you do is it basically just automates the process. For any given compiler that actually compiles to machine code, you can usually do a thing with the command line of that compiler or with a disassembler or various ways to get out the actual assembly language instructions that compiler generated for your high-level code. Okay. And the problem is, a lot of times, you just don't do that when you're programming normally, even if you're someone who reads assembly language fluently and would be interested to see. A lot of times you just don't bother with that because it takes too long to go through that process, and it's annoying. So this automates that process, and more importantly, because what you can do, like what I do a lot of times, is I do stuff in the debugger, and that lets me see the assembly language code very quickly, but only for one compiler. And so what this tool lets you do is it lets you put in some source code into a window, and I'm sort of this is the source code here. This is a simple C program. Probably everyone could read this. It would be legible in every language, basically, right? It's like I'm going to multiply two numbers together. This is just the default that comes up when you start Godbolt. You can put anything you want here. And then over here, you can add as many, I've created 3 windows here, but you can add as many windows as you want and pick compilers from a huge set of compilers for various platforms. Like here I've got x86 64, GCC 14.2. Then I've got ARM GCC 14. I don't know why I picked 1 there. I meant to pick 2. 14.2. Here I've got ARM 64, GCC 14.2. And it shows me the assembly language that's generated for each of these compilers and platforms. Now, this is just a great resource for people who want to investigate this stuff, because it's so fast, right? If I want to see, like, oh, I just want to see what happens if I just return num, like, instead of multiplying, it takes a little bit, but then it updates the other windows. So it's like, it's very dynamic, and it's like, especially if you're someone who's just learning assembly language, it's pretty great because you can just put anything you want in that left window and quickly read what it comes out to be in other, in the other windows, and it just helps you gain this intuition for what's actually going on.
This is incredible. I mean, I've seen Godbolt before, and I've used Godbolt, but for those that haven't used it, first off, I can't believe a man was named with the last name of Godbolt. Like, life is unfair, truly. But then on top of it, like, this is such an amazing tool. Like, the amount of time that I had to spend in 2005 looking up stuff to understand what's happening during my education time, it's just like, man, I wish I had this back then.
Oh, and there's way more features than I'm talking. I'm only just briefly interested, but there's tons more features. If I move over this, it tells me what the instruction is, right? I mean, it's fantastic, and the amount of time, like you just to your point, that you would save if you were trying to learn about something like this it's just phenomenal. So it's a fantastic tool. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves Matt for making it, and here it is. Now, the thing I would mention here, again, just for people who aren't familiar with this, is that, why do we care about the assembly language code? I'm going to show you some things because we want to know about ARM versus x64, so maybe that's one reason you care. But more broadly, why do we care about assembly language code? Well, some people think we care about assembly language code because that there are these, ancient wizards who still program in assembly language, right? And that's the only people who care about assembly language. And they think that, you see this come up sometimes in arguments where people are like, you shouldn't use such and such a high-level feature because it creates this really bad code or something. And people are like, yeah, well, why don't we just all program in assembly language or something?
Yeah.
This is an antiquated view. It's just not how the world works anymore. Almost nobody programs in assembly language. There are a few times, very specific times, in very specific circumstances or very specific domains of embedded programming or very specific domains of optimization where you may have to program assembly language. It does still exist. I don't want to say that it doesn't. But the vast majority of people who do performance work don't ever actually program in assembly language. But what they pretty much all do, if they're good performance people, is read assembly language. And that's kind of the real disconnect I think people have. The reason why you learn assembly language today, for almost everyone who learns it, is not because you want to write, like, by hand, the assembly language. It's because you want to understand why something is happening, or you want to understand a weird performance thing that you've seen, or the most common now, because of the world we live in, security research. You want to be able to disassemble things and see what they're actually doing, and you don't have the source code, right? That's another huge one that wouldn't have been a thing 20 years ago much, right? But now, very much so. And so the reason that I think it's really important, when we go through this exercise, that people learn assembly language is because A, it's very simple. It's much simpler than your high-level language. It really can't do very much, right? It's a very basic, low-level thing. And two, it is the machine code that your hardware executes. So when you learn what it does, you are learning how the machine actually works, which is not true of any high-level language. High-level languages are always things that are, some kind of intermediate, where you're then going to turn it into this machine code. And the assembly language, by contrast, is almost one-to-one. There's a little bit, the machine code itself, we're actually going to touch on that today. The machine code itself is a slightly different thing in concept, but it's more or less one-to-one. So if you see a particular assembly language listing, you pretty much know exactly what the computer is going to do with that. There isn't really an additional step that you need to take. So does that make good sense? Hopefully I've covered basically everything there. You didn't know to get started on that?
Fantastic intro. I think everybody is salivating and ready. It sounds like, if I were to put it in layman's terms, it sounds like assembly is kind of like learning the alphabet. Like and all these, like, the basics,
phonics.
The very basic, the phonics of everything, very, very basic. Yeah. It's the doing the high levels, like putting those together and creating vocabulary where a small set of sounds now has a very large semantic meaning, which can still be broken down into a bunch of small set of sounds. Not that it's like a great one-for-one, but because, the semantic meaning is actually the important part, not the sound effects, but you get the idea.
But they're both important, right? And like, this is why, we they had times when they stopped teaching phonics in curriculums across the country, and people had a really hard time reading it. They went back to phonics, right? There's a reason why, it's really good to have an understanding of what the computer's actually doing. Again, not because no one is saying, especially not me, I almost never write assembly language, like hand type it in, right? But I'm constantly reading it because it keeps me informed of what the computer's actually doing, and it also unlocks all these other things for you, because once you know the assembly language, you can do things like read a CPU diagram, because CPU diagrams are telling you how the assembly is executed, right? They're not telling you how C is executed. They're not telling you how Python is executed. They're telling you how assembly language is executed, because that's what the CPU gets. And so it also unlocks all this other knowledge for you that you really can't have. It's meaningless if you don't know the assembly, because you simply won't understand what that diagram is meant to tell you. So
amazing.
So anyway,
okay.
So if we take a look at a tool like this, which again, thank you to Matt Godbolt for making such a cool thing and putting it online where it's easy for everyone to access. You don't have to install anything, and you just pop on there. What I wanted to show was just some basic ideas about what the difference between these two instruction sets are, so that people kind of know what we're talking about. Because when we talk about ARM, there's multiple things that you have to consider, and when people say ARM versus x64 or x86, which they probably mean x86-64, which is the 64-bit version of x86, remember their legacy versions? By the same token, when people say ARM these days, they probably mean ARM64, which is the most modern one, not ARM32, although that is still in use because you may have 32-bit processors and like low power embedded, whatever. So again, these instruction sets come in various flavors. We're not going to talk too much about that now because it's not that important, but you have to remember that when people say ARM or x86 or x64, there's a kind of those are umbrella terms, and if you really want to talk specifics, you have to sort of pick some things. But suffice to say, when we talk about those things, we're talking about what's called an ISA, instruction set architecture, which is basically a series of definitions of what machine code does. It's like, if you put these bits in memory and tell the CPU to execute them, what will the CPU do, right? And there's additional things on top of that, things like, how exactly are you going to handle, when you're talking about how these things will execute, it's not just, what does this math operation do? Like, what does add do? It's also going to be things like, how is the security handled? Like, are there different modes the processor can be in where if you're in this mode, you cannot access these instructions because those are high security instructions, only the kernel should have access to them. All of that stuff is contained in this idea of an ISA, an instruction set architecture, or ISA. So when people talk about that, they're talking about this broad specification that talks about how the instruction set works and all of the things that go with the instruction set, like the security model and the memory models and all of these things. But that's what you mean when you say ARM. Because you're not, and the same with when you say x64 or x86, you're not talking about a particular processor, and that's very important. Intel and AMD have completely different processor architectures. So they're using the same ISA for the most part, although they each have maybe some slightly different extensions that maybe only are on their platforms. But for the most part, they're using the same thing. But they have completely different hardware implementations. Important to remember that. The same is true for ARM. When we talk about some processor from Qualcomm versus like a Snapdragon processor that might be in your phone, or we talk about an Apple M series processor which might be in your laptop, these are completely different architectures, right? And although they might share some DNA sometimes, because sometimes there's hardware architects that have worked on both of them, so even if they, they're completely different. In the ARM world, there may be a little bit more commonality. And the reason for that is because you can when you license ARM from ARM, you also get a bunch of reference designs with that. And you may choose to use some of that reference design when you are making your chip. You don't have to, but you might, right? And so there also is a little maybe more shared DNA amongst ARM things, because even the hardware itself, you're getting some of that when you license ARM. You're not just getting a document that says, here's how the instructions work. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay. This good, great precursor, by the way. Now I feel like we're ready. We're engaged.
I'm sorry for so much warm-up. I just want to make sure everyone knows.
It's the perfect amount of foreplay. We're ready.
You can edit it out. So when we look at something like this, what I want to show you is when we're talking about these two different things, we're really just talking about some differences in how we are putting binary, like actual data, into the computer for it to execute. That's what we mean. And so when people make claims like ARM is better for low power, what they mean, or have to mean, maybe they're not intending to, but this is what they have to mean. They mean that literally this way of specifying the bits that control your CPU allows you to make a lower power device. Because short of that, it's a nonsense statement. Because the only thing that defines ARM and the only thing that defines x86 or x64 is that encoding. That's what you mean. So there can't be, it's not talking about a particular chip or a particular way of doing something in hardware. It's really important to remember that. So let's take a look at what's going on here. Over here we have some source code. This is just the default that comes up when you start Godbolt. It happens to be the square thing. I deleted the times num earlier, as you saw me do, to show it change. But what you can see over here is we've now created the assembly language over here. Godbolt made it for us directly. You can see here we just have a function. It's supposed to return a number, and it takes a number, right? And then the only thing this does is return that number. It doesn't do any operations on the number. What we can see over here is that you get some code for what happens in these different platforms, and really the differences are incredibly minor. They're so minor, in fact, that the only reason that you see a difference at all is because of the particular platform that this is compiling on. There's a thing called an ABI that defines how variables are passed and things like that. But for the most part, you see there's almost no difference between them. And specifically, what we have as the last instruction, there's always a thing that's basically a return, right? It's essentially encoding exactly what this does, which is return back to the function that called me, right? So you can see this ret here is that. This BXLR, this is actually branched to the return register, basically, which is the thing that holds the address that you came from, so it's effectively a return. And this in ARM64, there actually is just a return instruction again. So you see that's all the same here. And the only code that exists at all that actually does anything is here in this x86-64 version, where it has to move the location. This EDI is actually where the input parameter will come in, and this EAX is where the return value goes out. Just purely by convention, that is what this platform defines. And so it will do that move before doing the ret, just so you get the input parameter passed as the output. That's it.
And we can see the other ones do, the other ones have to do something similar anyways. Is BX kind of, or BX in the next column over in the ARM32, isn't that kind of interpreted the same way? I don't, forgive my language if I'm using the wrong language, because something has to say this parameter now goes in the return slot. I assume it has to be copied somewhere.
It does not. And the reason for that is because, in keeping with our streams, I'm just I'll go down all kinds of rabbit holes.
I'll just ask questions that I find very intriguing, because I would just assume something has to say this is the return value.
Okay, so there's an additional thing that layers on top of this, and that is what's called an ABI, or Application Binary Interface. This has nothing to do with ARM, and it has nothing to do with x86-64. What it has to do with is which operating system you're on. Each one of these is implicitly on an operating system. We know that GCC is native to Linux, so I believe this will just be, I don't think you have to specify anything in Godbolt. It's just going to assume Linux, basically, and the Linux ABI. What this application binary interface specifies is things like when you call a function, and I guess I should mention just before that, there's no such thing as parameter passing in assembly language or to your CPU. The concept of passing parameters is entirely something that is native to the actual the definition of a particular environment that you're programming in. And so what happens is when you have a platform like Linux or Windows, or Mac for that matter, they define something called an ABI, or Application Binary Interface, and what that says is, look, if you have a function and you're trying to implement a function, compile a function down to machine code, here are the rules for where the parameters go. So, again, we don't need to get too far into the weeds on how assembly language works, but basically these are things called registers. Registers are names that we give to slots, effectively logical slots that we're using for programming in assembly language. So, I'll just give an anatomy of an instruction. This is called the mnemonic for the instruction, and it basically says what the instruction is going to do. MOV is just the mnemonic, meaning the word name we give to a particular binary encoding that will tell the CPU to move something from one place to another. MOV makes sense, right? Then it has two things, which are the two operands for that instruction. And in this case, they're going to be, this is the destination. The destination comes first. You can think of equals as being the same. The left side is the thing that gets the value. The right side is the thing that gives the value.
Can I interrupt one quick second?
Please.
You told me what EAX meant months ago. I'm going to see if I can remember what it is. E is for extended.
Okay.
A is the first register. And X is like the extended first register. It's like a second set of registers because there's A, B, C, D, and then AX, A, BX, CX, DX. Do I remember this correctly? I know the E is extended. I know I'm close, but I'm not horseshoes.
Very, very close. So what it is just you were right. You just thought you needed a second thing, but there is no second thing because this is Intel, and they've gone through so many revisions of this architecture. The original register was A before x86.
Yep.
The original register was A. Then, when x86 came along, it went from 8-bit to 16-bit. They added the X if you're talking about the 16-bit version of the register, right? So that's AX.
Hold on one second.
Then when they went,
Hold on one second. I got a little.
no problem.
I got a kid. I don't know what's happening. Hold on. You can entertain them for a second.
Okay, I'll chase it. I guess I don't know. I don't want to not answer Prime's question. Well, here's what I'll say. I'll just continue the explanation of this instruction so you can know. So what happens is there are no such things really as variable names in something like assembly language because the CPU is programming with a fixed number of names for things. That's just how ISIS are defined. And so when you talk about variable names, you only get the ones they give you. And so in a more sane time, they'd just be called R0, R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, right? Through however many the processor had. But because of legacy reasons, they often have weird naming schemes that don't line up exactly that way. So the register names are just EDI here and EAX here, and again, some of that naming is just telling you whether they're 32-bit or 16-bit and things like that. And again, a bunch of details that would be worth going into if we were trying to learn assembly language here, but if we're just trying to gain the general knowledge of what's the difference between x64 and ARM, we don't need to go down that rabbit hole. So we can just think of it as, look, there are these names for sort of logical slots that we're programming with. We can move things between them. We can do operations on them. And these are some of those names. The names differ between instruction set architectures, obviously, because x64 has different, randomly ended up with different names for their registers than ARM. And so you can see ARM here, for example, has this LR register. That is not a register that exists on an Intel assembly. In Intel assembly language, you couldn't use that name to refer to something. So you get some differences in naming, but they mean the same basic things. And sometimes, like in this case, sometimes the registers have specific dedicated purposes where you're usually using it for one specific thing. And in this case, the LR is specifically for holding the address of whoever called you. So that is why it's kind of got a more specific name. I don't think it doesn't look like Godbolt can explain that part to you. It doesn't seem to explain register names. So it does, like I said, give you, if you hover over these, you can find that out. But if you want to know more about the different registers, you have to look at the actual architecture manuals. But sorry, is Prime back? I don't know.
I'm back. Hey.
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt you there. Sorry about that.
No problem.
My wife's off running some stuff, and
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt you there. Sorry about that.
Manuals. But sorry, is Prime back? I don't know.
I'm back. Hey.
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt you there. Sorry about that.
No problem.
My wife's off running some stuff, and it's a holiday, so kids are at home, and my youngest one was told that something was going to get flushed down the toilet or something like that, and she was just freaked out that the cat was going to go down the toilet. I don't know what happened. My kids are playing a joke, and so the 3-year-old takes it literally. And
that's very reasonable.
It's reasonable, yeah.
So anyway, after all that, basically, so what I was saying before you left, Prime, was that the EAX is you're very close to the name. It's just the extension of the registers out to more bits.
Okay.
A was 8-bit, AX, and then it extended to AL, AH, the two high and low parts. Then it was AX for 16-bit, EAX for 32-bit, and it went to RAX for 64-bit. In fact,
yep.
I don't know if you could probably I could probably show you that here if we, typing day. If we try to get like a uint 64, like a 64-bit integer here, where I'm going to return something 64 bits, then it has to do a larger move, and you can see it just changed the prefixes to ARM, right?
Okay.
Same exact code, but just doing it with 64 bits now, right? Whereas if I had if these are 32-bit, then I'm going to get the E version, right? And that's just, yeah, that's all that is. So there you go.
Awesome.
Okay. So, as I was saying, ABI is the reason why you have this difference. And so what you're seeing fall out here is that in the x86-64 ABI for what I would believe would be Linux in this case, it basically says that the first input parameter is going to go into the EDI register. But the first return value is going to go in EAX. That's how it will work, right? So when you call a function, if you happen to want to return your first parameter, you have to do a move to move it from the register name that's going to contain the first parameter to the register name that's going to be the return value. In ARM, the first return value is also the first parameter value, so it doesn't have to move it. Now, I can demonstrate this by introducing a second variable, right? So now we have a num and a num2. I'm sorry it wraps here, but we're trying to fit a lot of things on the
don't worry
screen at a
about
large
the
font,
wrapping,
right? So if I were to switch from returning num1, which is that first slot, to returning num2, then you can see that ARM has to do the same thing. See? It now has to move, the second parameter will go in this R1, right? But the return value has to go in R0 or W0. In this case, that's again because of the 32-bit nature. You can actually see that will change if I do 64 here. This is, again, ARM has the exact same thing going on as Intel. You can see those change to X. Difference at all in the instruction set. In fact, you saw ARM have to do the exact same thing here when we add a second parameter. Now they're exactly the same, right? First, they have to do a move to move the parameter into the return because they're a different. We'll talk about some other differences in a second because there are other differences. But what I want to talk about first is just the difference that probably makes the most, or has the most impact, if you will, on hardware design in any meaningful way. And it's something that you can't even see if all you're doing is looking at the basic Godbolt output. Because, like I said, when you look at these, they look basically the same now. So, you know, if you didn't know anything further about what was going on behind the scenes, and you looked at these, you would be like, I don't even understand why people are saying there's a difference between ARM and Intel. They look exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
But there is one really big difference, even to this day, and that is if I turn on in Godbolt here this thing called compile to binary object, what that does is it actually produces the actual machine code. It doesn't produce just the assembly, it produces the actual machine code that you would like literally put in your executable, right? And what it will show when we do that is above each instruction, it will show literally the binary that will get sent to the CPU. Like the actual bits that are in memory that comprise the code, right? That are this code. And what you can see here, even just with this, but even so, we can see a massive difference between these two if we look at the binary that's actually generated. So if we start with Intel, right, the binary is not the same length for each instruction, right? So for those of you who read hexadecimal, you know that each hexadecimal is 4 bits, so any 2 hexadecimal digits is 1 byte. There are 2 of those here, so this right here is a 2-byte instruction. It's encoded as 2 bytes. Does that make sense?
Yes. Sorry, I was shaking my head, assuming it's
No,
yes.
no,
even know
sorry,
that 4 bits are referred to as
I'm
a
looking at the other screen, so I'm only going by audio.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Whereas the return instruction, even simpler, it's 1 byte. It only takes 1 byte to encode that return instruction, right? So what you can see there is very compact encoding. No, like, without knowing what the instruction is, if I were to just ask you, Prime, how many bytes does it take to encode an x64 instruction, the only answer...
This is going in a very interesting direction. Okay. I was about to say I noticed that the other two seem to be the same length.
Oh, yes,
and it's
you did.
proportional to the architecture that they're on.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And so, if we take a look at what happens when we are compiling in other, which is a 16-bit as opposed to a 30-bit instruction, you actually could, I believe, force this to have generated 32-bit instructions if we wanted to, but that's kind of neither here nor there and getting way into the weeds. We're going to skip that for now. Old garbage set of digits, right? You can easily tell, even without knowing anything else, that they are exactly the same size. In each case, instructions are not differing in how big they are. And in general, with the exception of the fact that, like I said, there's this thing called thumb you can use for compression where different segments of your code can, when you do a branch, you can say whether you want it to be encoded as 32-bit instructions or 16-bit instructions, so there is a little bit of variability in ARM. There is no such thing as this, like, uber flexible format. And I just want to underscore this a little bit by adding one more thing to the mix, for example. So let me go ahead and change our first parameter into an array here, effectively. Now, if you don't know C syntax, you may not know what this means. This is just a pointer, but we don't care about that. Just think of this as an array, so something that we can access by element, right? And so let's suppose I wanted to add these two together, and I'm going to go ahead and add, well, you know what? Let me simplify just to not do two-way chains at once. First, I'll just add just an int here, and we can get rid of these types because we don't care about that anymore. So we'll just use, basic, whatever the default integer is. We're just going to add two numbers together, right? That's all we're going to do here. And what you can see here, and unfortunately, this compiler is getting pretty creative on us and using a shorthand syntax for addition. What you can see on the ARM side is pretty basic. We're just going to have an add instruction. This is an add instruction, but it's kind of a creative format for the add instruction that puts the add in here. But effectively, it is doing the same basic operation, and that's fine, et cetera, et cetera. All I wanted to show was we can make these bytes get longer up here. Now we've got a 3-byte instruction, right? 1, 2, 3. Before we only had 2, so it gets longer and longer, right? Maybe now I've got, I do want, let's say I want to change this one to an array, like I said, and I want to access, some part of it, right? We can make this even longer, right? If you can see, it grows and grows and grows, right? For what I do, I'm never going to get longer than 32 bits over here for the most part, right? Like, in general, it's just going to add more instructions when it needs to do something. But Intel has this sort of flexible format where it can do a bunch of weird stuff where it can just make the instruction arbitrarily longer if it needs to and pack more into a single operation, if that makes sense. So, that is circumstances where you have 2 of something, right? In this case, you can see this was encoded as 2 things. Like, it was 2 pairs, it was 16 and 16, right? So there are some times in ARM where you can say, I'm going to take 2 instructions to encode 1, basically. If that makes sense. But it's still highly, highly regular. 2, and this one's 1. Nothing like that really happens in ARM for the most part, right? Not at that level of granularity. And so, why do I say this is the biggest difference that actually matters at the hardware level? Well, the reason that this matters so much is because if you think about what happens here with this, imagine you're the CPU and you're trying to execute these instructions. You have no way of knowing. Like, literally, you have no way of knowing, right? Like, it's like you were handed a text file that had, like, you're trying to parse identifiers in a text file. It's got some number of characters makes this identifier. You don't know where the next token in that input stream is until you count how many characters follow each other and find a space, right? Well, the same thing is going on here. The instruction encoding defines a bunch of things like, oh, if this bit is set, then read another byte, right? And so the processor has to actually parse each instruction completely before it knows for sure where the next instruction is.
So does it have something for like peak, kind of like whenever you're doing tokenizing in a compiler, something similar to that where you're like, Or does it know by the very nature of the instructions that this one's the last one, or does it have to peek at the next one? No, it's not. There's nothing left in it.
So the way that this actually ends up working in practice now is even more wild than what you would think of as happening in a normal parser. What these CPUs need to be able to do, and we kind of talked, I think we may have mentioned the concept of IPC once on your stream, I don't remember, but modern processors get most of their performance from this notion of instructions per clock. They get performance by doing more than one instruction every clock cycle. So when your processor says something on it, like this is a 5 gigahertz processor, that means, well, the clock is running at, 5 billion, ticks per second. And the CPU introduces several, right? At least 2 at a minimum, but now they're trying to push up, towards 6, 7, 8, right there. Like, it keeps getting more. What that means is in order to sustain that, it has to be able to parse. We call this decode, right? It's not really called parsing, it's called decoding, but it's basically parsing on Intel side. They have to be able to decode more than one per cycle. So that means every clock cycle, the CPU has to look at something like this move add ret going on here, and it has to try and decode them all at the same time in order to get it fast enough. So what it actually does is it guesses. It uses some knowledge of exactly how the things work to guess about probably where the instructions are, and then tries that. And if it succeeds, you get the maximum number of instructions decoded, right? And if it fails, you maybe get less. I'm serious. That's how it works. It's like sort of a best case kind of thing, where it's like, well, hopefully we can capture most instruction streams most of the time by guessing these things and having circuitry that tries that to code. And then, so if you thought about this in a parser sense, it's like you guessed how long the identifier was going to be and ran a couple guesses in parallel and then checked at the end to see which one was correct.
Dang. Yeah, I don't even... That just sounds difficult in my head even to create, but I assume it's all some sort of variation guess to it, and one of them comes out correctly, and boom, you got it.
Because, once you're done, you know how long it was. So you just go like, hey, was one of these guesses correct, right? So the reason why that matters is because as your head just intuitively did, where you're like, oh God, right? That's not pretty. That is a serious architecture thing you've got to deal with. Contrast that to if you want to do that with this instruction set, let's say ARM64. Well, guess what? You know exactly where they are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, precisely.
Every 4 bytes is a new instruction. I want to decode 4 of these in parallel. I just start every 4 bytes and I decode them. Done. Right? I didn't need any complex logic or fancy footwork going on there. I just copy my decoder 4 times and feed it 4 byte offsets, and then I've got a 4 wide decoder. Happy birthday, right?
A quick question on that one. Is this part of where the energy savings, there's no additional cost for decoding at each one of these steps, or is the decoding cost?
I don't want to claim that this is some kind of a definite thing where it's like, oh, well, obviously then you will get lower power out of ARM.
Okay.
I merely want to point out that in terms of when you think about actually implementing one of these chips, how much space and how much power are you going to have to dedicate to decoding?
I see what you're saying.
Well, this is a real difference. So if someone wanted to make the claim that ARM was more better for designing a more efficient chip, they could certainly point to this and say that's a thing, right?
Yeah, it makes it much simpler at least to talk about this at least because everything's a fixed offset. My small pea-brain can understand that. I don't even I can't even think of the magic behind Intel to make whatever that is, where you could have up to 6 bytes to explain an instruction. How do you jump ahead and guess that? It just sounds magical to me.
And I think you're not the only one who has trouble conceptualizing that as well, because it takes them a long time to improve the decoders on x64. A lot of work goes into it. Whereas as far as I know, there's no magic to decoding lots of instructions on ARM. You just do it, right? It's like no one had to be clever.
Yeah.
They just kind of did it. So I think what you're experiencing there in your own brain is basically what they experience in hardware. It's like, okay, this is a serious thing, and I've got to go do actual work on this, as opposed to just, oh, we want a wider decoder. Well, then we just do decode more, copy the decoder more times or something, right?
Does this lead to
and I'm
larger
sure I'm
binary
simplifying that a
size?
bit, but
Is this like a holdback? Because x86, I assume, is older than ARM by some amount, and
Yes.
that binary size used to be like hyper important comparatively to it is now. Is this also like a binary size implication where they had to get clever at one point in time, in which that cleverness maybe has left some level?
Yes, everything you just said is true, and it's more than just binary size. It's also speed, and that's actually still true today, so let me talk about that. So if you move yourself back in time to something like the 8086, every byte you read from memory was expensive, right? Every single individual byte was very expensive, and you waited for it. So what that means is that if an instruction can be encoded more compactly, like if you could encode an instruction in 1 byte instead of 2 bytes, you got faster. You weren't just smaller, you were faster, right? And so there was a lot more incentive at that point to encode smaller binaries. Now fast forward to today, and you might think, well, it doesn't matter anymore. Turns out it really does, actually. And the reason that it matters is because especially with the way people program nowadays, where they've just got these massive, everyone uses 50 million libraries, even if the libraries have the same exact stuff in them. They, there's 17 different JPEG.
Let's go.
Yeah. It's like how many JPEG decompressors are in the thing you ship? And usually the answer is I don't even know, right?
Yeah.
Several probably or something, right? Because they just get included. And one of the things that's actually kind of amusing these days is actually this does create a problem. It creates a problem for something where there's this part of all modern chips have this. It's called an instruction cache, and basically what its job is to cache things just like a data cache caches the data your program's working with. The instructions have to be cached as well because it's expensive to bring them in from memory. Just like it was in the 8086 days. The more things change, the more they stay the same. So having giant binaries means you have these things called I-cache misses or instruction cache misses, which are when you're jumping all around through giant, massive heaps of code, and you end up stalling because the processor is literally waiting for whatever random virtual function call you're calling on your object-oriented mess to come in from memory and get there so it can execute it. And it's just sitting around waiting because it ran out of things to do, waiting for your code to come in, right? And that's a real thing that happens nowadays. So amusingly, even though you would think this doesn't matter at all anymore, code size still, oddly enough, matters because the I-cache is only so big. You may only get 32K of I-cache or something, depending on the processor. And so the more code you can fit in that 32K, the happier you are, and so it matters. Now, does x64 necessarily do a great job of maximizing that space anymore? Not really. And that for Intel, as opposed to ARM, is normally, if you were to design an instruction set that did this sort of thing, what you would be doing is studying your modern instruction streams very carefully, and you would be worked for your instructions, such that you would minimize the size of your typical instruction streams. It'd be like this, it's like designing compression format, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna pick this, and I'm gonna see how well it does at compressing these things, right? But Intel didn't do that, right? Maybe 8086 had a little bit of that, right? But over time, as they've extended the instruction set, what the variable length ended up doing more than anything else was just allowing them to add instructions while maintaining backwards compatibility. That does not lead to the most concise encoding for an instruction set, because now you've got extra bytes that are all over the place that were really just there to signal like, hey, we're using some extended instructions now, right?
So what you're trying to say is that in the backwards compatibility effectively made it such that in Huffman, for those that don't know, Huffman trees effectively just the thing that appears the most takes like 1 bit to encode. Whereas in this world, you're saying that the things that take 1 bit to encode are the things probably, or when I say 1 bit, 1 byte encode, shall we say, if that's even true, those are the least likely to be used instructions effectively, other than maybe return remaining the same. But the rest being like, no one's using an 8-bit add therefore 8-bit just sits there in some 1 byte range. It's just like, well, I guess I'll never be used again.
Effectively, yes, and it's not as bad as maybe what you said.
Okay.
Meaning it's not like you pointed out correctly. Return, right? That's commonly used and still 1 byte. That's great, right? So it does get something from it, but my point is more it's handicapped, right? At that point, like like in golf or whatever, right? It's like 64 to be optimally encoded for space. And you can even throw in efficiency of decoding. You could do things to make it much easier for the decoder to know. Like the first byte always tells you how many instruction bytes there are in some way, so that you can do a quick spread to know where to gather.
I was gonna say that. I actually thought about that. I was like, dude, you could have the first nibble really be like, this thing's gonna be 1 to 16 jumps, right? Oh.
Yeah, and it's a little hard of that because you probably need to encode how big several instructions are. But I mean, I don't want to pretend I know how the hardware's going to work. Yeah. I don't know those things, right? So I don't know what would help them. But point is, you could consider those things, right?
Yeah.
And you could make something that minimized space while still keeping decoding reasonable. And my point is just x64 is not the best representative of what you could get out of a variable length encoding. So it's a little unfair also to say, well, we could compare x64 and ARM and conclude that ARM fixed length instructions are always better because ARM is better at low power or eventually better at high power. Who knows what, right? Not really, because x64, a lot of what its benefits were backwards compatibility, which is very valuable. It created this really great ecosystem over many generations. But that's more what it was coming from. So you could also say that one of the great things about a variable length instruction set is they've never had to wholesale wipe it, really.
Yep.
And so that was great too, but again, not something you necessarily care about if what you're talking about is how low power can things be. You're not talking about those other important benefits, and so again, you get less of it. So, anyway, so that's really the biggest difference that you'll see from a hardware standpoint. I want to talk maybe, so are we all good here? Is that, I don't know, I can't read the chat while I'm looking at my screen here, so I don't know if everyone's okay with that. But.
Chat's going great. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about stuff, but it looks like it looks great. We're doing good, so we can move on to the next thing. I think people largely get what's happening. Okay, a lot of people, so some people are arguing about ARM versus x86 or something like that in there. Yeah, well, actually, the explanation on this one thing, they happen, so don't worry. There's always something.
Oh, well, that's fine. If someone wants me to elaborate on something because they don't feel like it was correct, we can also do that. Was there something in particular?
No, I'd rather just keep going forward, honestly. Okay. There's always some highly, because then we'll just be so in the weeds on one particular edge case, in which you do go, hey, not everything's like this, but this is generally a nice, way to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a problem with things like this, is it's like, well, there's anything that I say, there's always a, well, there's this, and that's just,
I assume that's true in my head, so I just assume that chat also adopts that mentality, which is, you're obviously, first off, you're talking to me, a Neanderthal, comparatively, so therefore it's like you're already boxing up something, and we don't have hours just to spend on every particular point, so let's just move as fast as we can, get as much understanding as we can. Everybody is slightly, the veil has been slightly pulled back, and now we see a little bit more,
Okay, well, yeah, if anyone wants to follow me afterwards, that's fine too.
Yep.
But either way. So anyway, you can kind of see here exactly what's going on with the encoding bytes, and that's a difference. But, like I said, it's unclear really how much advantage that actually is for something like ARM. It is true, so we'll move on to maybe some things about power. So it is true that traditionally ARM has been much better at low power. And so when we're talking about just in practice, where has the low power stuff come from? ARM is way stronger at that and has way more examples of excelling in that domain than something like x86 or x64. And this was true, my understanding, although I was never involved in I never had one of these computers as a kid, but my understanding was this was true right from the first ARM, ARM 1. So the original ARM that they designed as a successor to BBC Micro, which I don't even know what chip was in there. I think it was a 6502 maybe, or I don't remember what was in the BBC Micro because I never had any of those. But they designed it as a new chip for Acorn Computer. I think that's what the A originally stood for in ARM, was Acorn, believe it or not. I could be very wrong about that. I'm sure chat will correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But the original chip was extremely low power. Like, I want to say there were weird, like, anecdotes about it running. It was able to run while not being powered.
Someone literally just said, yes, the first ARM was notorious to consume zero power, and I wasn't sure if that was a joke, as in it was crashing, as in it just didn't run, or if that was saying, like, literally it just would run with such little power that it appeared.
Literally, the anecdote anyway, and again, I wasn't there, I don't know any of this stuff, so I'm just saying, like, what you read when you read about ARM history is what it will say. Supposedly, just like the residual electrical fields from powering the other things on, like, a circuit board around the ARM chip was enough to make the ARM chip work.
That's incredible. That's
it was
super
like
cool.
point was enough to on, like, a circuit board from powering the other things on, like, a circuit board around the ARM chip was enough to make the ARM chip work.
That's incredible.
It was like 0.1 watts or something. I don't remember what the draw was on this thing, but it was like, it was so low that you could run it without actually intentionally powering it. That's the anecdote, and I have no idea if that's really true, but that's the anecdote anyway. And who knows? I am not an ARM person, and I don't study ARM history, so that's for someone else to say. But that you will see that claim, right? And so it comes from a lineage where they were intentionally designing this thing to be a low-power chip and succeeded, right? So the chip they actually shipped as the first ARM was very low power. Now, originally, there's all kinds of weird claims, and some of them are actually false. So, for example, it's typically claimed that ARM1 wasn't microcoded, right? So there's this notion, so if you look at something like the early chips, right? There's like a 6502, like the kind of classic chip that people refer to from the old microcomputer days. It does not have microcode, meaning the instructions are, like, directly wired. Like, when it loads something from memory, the bits are wired directly to the, like, instruction execution matrix. There's no intermediate, right? Probably explaining this poorly, but. Whereas if you take something like the 8086, it's microcoded. What that means is that each instruction, and not every single instruction, if we have pedants in chat, I'll try to be more specific. Not literally every instruction, but almost every instruction on 8086, 8088, so think original IBM PC, doesn't actually directly feed the instruction bits into the execution part of the chip. Instead, those code for a location effectively an internal ROM, if you will, that says a series of smaller instructions to do. Typically, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So if you go back and look at original 8086, every instruction actually maps to some series of smaller instructions, which we would today call micro-ops, although I don't know if they called them that in those days. So people normally said, this is what I always heard anyway, was that the original ARM chips were not microcoded. They were RISC, reduced instruction set computer, right? And they were directly mapped just like a 6502. But that apparently isn't the case. I actually saw recently, just in the past, in recent memory, not in the old days, there's a fellow called Ken Shirriff who does these really great reverse engineering of silicon. They actually reverse engineered the entire ARM1, and it's microcoded. You could argue that the microcode is less microcodey. It's a little less microcodey than something like an 8086, but to my eye, I was like, that's microcode. Like, it is definitely, I would consider it microcode. And so, even originally, and this is, I always try to spread this around because a lot of people think like original 8086 was much simpler, original ARM1 was much simpler. Even the original early chips, they were using things like microcode where instructions map to micro-ops effectively. So, where do I want to go with that? Well, over time, this kind of thing just gets more and more and more common. And so today, when you look at a modern ARM chip, like something like a Snapdragon or an M-series chip, if you look at something like an Intel chip or an AMD chip for x86 or x64, they all work off of the same basic model. And that is a fairly complex instruction set comes in. No matter who wants to tell you that ARM is RISC, it's not. There's nothing reduced about having hundreds of instructions in your instruction set, right? The original ARM had something like 41 or something like that. Modern ARMs have hundreds, right? So they take a fairly complicated instruction set in, and then they execute a series of micro-ops, just like their original forebears did, but now those micro-ops are going through a much more complicated series of scheduling and executing parallel and all this sort of stuff, right? They all work that way. And there really isn't that much of a difference between the chips at that point. It's just who does a better job implementing them low power-wise. And it's hard to really find things like, I have never found somebody actually been able to pinpoint beyond the difference in decoders, which I think is real. Like, the decoder can be much more simplified on ARM and still decode lots of instructions at the same time, in parallel. I have never seen somebody identify, oh, here is a particular aspect of the ARM ISA that allows it to be way lower powered than Intel, right? Maybe I've tried to highlight one of them, which is the variable length instruction. Maybe you can get something there. Another one is just, well, when you say x64, you're probably meaning all of the backwards compatibility baggage. So that could take up, some extra space in terms of microcoding ROMs and maybe some things like that. Maybe the memory model. There's a few things like that. But it's very hard to identify anything in the ISA that's like, well, there it is. Like, that's the reason that ARM is so much more power efficient. So for me, anyway, the reason I usually think that ARM is more power efficient is actually business related, not anything to do with the actual ISA. Could there be some things that maybe are an edge for ARM? Yeah, but they're like an edge. I think the real reason we've seen ARM be so successful at low power while x64 hasn't been is just because of market dynamics. ARM grew up in low power. The companies who licensed ARM were all focusing on low power. And more to the point, there are way more of them. Because it's an open platform that anyone can license, you had way more people trying to make innovative low power designs, right? Whereas if you look at what happened with x64, there's only 2 players, and they were never really that focused on low power. They all came from higher power and then tried to start low power initiatives, which they're now working towards. And so I think the history makes it seem like ARM was magically better, but I don't know that it was. I think that may have been just more of an artifact of, we've already got this design and we're low risks. We don't want to take a wild risk with every generation, so we're not going to change it that much. I think what you're seeing is mostly inertia, to be completely honest. And yeah, could there be some things like the decoding or like some backwards compat badness or things like that, where at the limit, ARM is actually better for low power? That could very much be true. But that minor element of it, I think, is not why historically it's been the lower power thing. There was also some things earlier on that would make with interrupts were more power efficient in ARM right from the start. But again, that was very early. And I don't think that is something that you would carry forward to something like, 2010 or when people normally think of ARM being low power. So that's usually my feeling on it, is it's overstated. The degree to which the ISA is mattering here is overstated. I think it's more about who was working on what and how much human creativity was brought to bear on each side for doing low power, and how those market dynamics work is more why we've got this entrenched version of ARM. Whereas I think if it was just ISA differences, might there be a difference? Yes, but the difference wouldn't have been as massive as what it was at the time. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. I mean, you see this in virtually every form of life, even regarding, you could disregard every last technical problem you've ever experienced. Just company cultures dictate different types of work, different types of how people assimilate and work together. so you can see this, that when there's a certain need at a place, everyone aligns around that need and they work towards it. And so it's like, it makes perfect sense that if ARM has always historically been in the low power, it makes sense that they build architectures and chips that are just thoughtful first of low power, versus Intel's always been like, this is the fastest desktop. Like that's kind of where they were birthed. Is like the Pentium 3 had the Blue Man dancing around for 400 megahertz. And so it's like they
and
must
data centers and and all this stuff, right?
They're trying to maximize how much power, I assume, trying to get through it. And so that's a very different problem. And I assume that solving one makes it difficult to solve the other at the exact same time. And so I could understand this. At least minimally, it's a challenge. It's a tough, thought pattern to change in an organization.
And I think one of the reasons that I feel like my analysis there is not completely BS is just because now that you've had 15 years or so, or 20 years of Intel and AMD going, oh, we probably do need to care about low power, right? Because they sort of have changed direction, right? They're producing some fairly competitive low power chips now, right? Mm-hmm. And so the fact that that's happening suggests to me that and again, you can't turn on a dime with hardware, right? If you've got a lineage that you're maintaining, it's not like you can just wake up one morning and just be like, all right, the whole company's about low power now. That's not how that's going to work, right? 20 years is not a long time in hardware, right? It's a long time in software because we can iterate so quickly. It's not a long time in hardware. And so moving those organizations, and they have to be risk averse, and they have to continue to sell to their high power customers. They can't just take all their engineers and say, okay, we're just going to ghost ship the high power parts. That can't happen, right? So with limited design resources and all those sorts of things, you only have so many great architects at your company, whatever. I think that what you're seeing is a lot that. And so again, that's not to try and state that there are no differences in the ISIS. I've tried to point some out, or that those differences won't be important at the limit, or even that they weren't important during that process. It's just to say that I think what we saw was a much more exaggerated difference between the two because of business effects. And by the way, I think in some sense you could say there is a property of ARM's ISA that makes it much more low power that is not often mentioned, and that's that it's open license. I bet if x64 had been an open license, they would have had better low power chips. Why? Because some other chip designers at other companies, maybe even Apple, maybe when they did their chips, they would have done it. I mean, they probably wouldn't have, because they had their iPhone line, which would have started on ARM, but who knows? You may have gotten other people who were wanted to do low power stuff, who were really great at it somewhere in the world, and they would have licensed x64 because they wanted to tap into PC market or something and ship low power PC devices. So in a way, I would consider ARM's openness to almost be the most important aspect of their ISA for low power, beyond all of the things that anyone else might say, right? Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. A lot of problems in the world do come down to a people problem. And so this would not be shocking that if this actually just turns out to be the answer, that you end up in the end having just equally competitive chips when the focus becomes on low power, and that's just the way it is. So, I mean, it makes perfect, it does make a lot of sense. I think you also made a good argument about not having to guess the variable length. Therefore, you could always have a fairly consistent decoding, and thus you don't have to try as hard. Maybe there is just something there where you're like, we only do 4 instructions ever. We don't have to think about trying to hop 6 or 8 or 10 or do anything super clever. We can just do it, and that's it. So I can see that also being very, potentially beneficial. Maybe, but I'm so layman at this point that it's ridiculous.
But
I
think
law. That's it.
It matters. It matters, right? I think it does matter because it just makes it much more difficult for the Intel side for the x64 side to scale that decode. And when you're talking about literally, chips are now talking about we want to decode 8 instructions at a time, things like that. That's really hard if you don't know where the instructions are, right?
Yeah.
And so when you look at something like ARM, there's a definite advantage there. And like I said, I don't want to minimize that because we don't know. We don't know how that could play out in the long run. It could be that it really is important, and off you go, right? So
yeah, because I would assume to be able to decode that many up ahead, you'd need a larger variance of just things that can just test run various attempts at decoding. Thus, the ARM one's only going to be 8 because it's 0, 4, 8, 12, 16. Like, it can just be like, here we go, I'm going to do all at the exact same time.
Yeah, and
Intel is doing this like magic, like, okay, we actually have 16 lines of that going, which theoretically that has to consume more power, just by pure, observational power.
And there's other weird things that are happening now where like sometimes they don't have what's called a micro-op cache, which is where you have a thing where you decode things into a cache so that that you don't have to do that decoding again for like hot loops and things like that. And so, you look at things like that, and you're like, some chips now don't have that. Like, amusingly, it's the x64 chips that oftentimes now don't have a micro-op cache, even though they used to. And so you have to consider things like that might get easier too, for the same reason, because now again you're decoding all the time and you're not using that cache. I don't know. So there's a whole bunch of things where like decoders are putting more pressure. You have to have much smarter designers working much harder, I think, to deal with the x64 side of that. But does that end up being a real crippling factor for low power? I just don't know. And again, we are seeing Intel and AMD make some pretty impressive gains there, and so at some point it may just be like, no, actually they managed to figure it out, and it doesn't really handicap them very much. And if we're talking about 0.5% or 1% or something like that, that only matters at the very, very limit. If everyone else did exactly the same stuff exactly the same way, you would get a little bit out of it, right? But it's not going to be 10%, 20%, twice as fast, half the power, any of that stuff, right? So, that's my guess, but it's just a guess.
I can't believe we're doing all of this just to run JavaScript. I mean, who would have thought? Society,
Well, the hardware companies love it. I mean, they want you to run JavaScript, because if you were to start using the chip very efficiently, how do they sell the next chip, right?
It's very, very true. Ginger Bill currently in shambles right now as you say that.
I'm sure they don't want to help him at all, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to hear about that. They want to hear about JavaScript. It's like, tell me more about this JavaScript. I mean, So anyway, I didn't want to leave anything inaccurate for chat. Like I said, was there anything people were particularly unhappy about? Because we can go over that in more detail just at the end here. Because I think we're mostly
we can call ourselves done if you will. But here, let me just, I'll make you small. You can go back to regular Casey, and I have all the chats up. And if any, my guess is that there probably isn't much. Everyone seemed to be very, very happy with it. I think there's just some small things around. Just at very, very tiny points.
Like an ARM thing or something? Because, again, I should also mention, since I don't do ARM every day, I'm not even going to know some of the small things to mention as well, which would be true because, it's something that I only look at occasionally, whereas x64 is really where I live. I probably should learn more ARM natively because, over time it becomes more important. But is there anything in particular people wanted to mention or just get in the stream so that it's not inaccurate?
A lot of people were just saying they're having side discussions about what was being discussed. They were just kind of going into bigger and smaller things. A lot of people, apparently there's just a giant, even new, crazy DHH drama. I saw a lot of that happening. Matt apparently went after DHH and it's gotten insane out there. But here,
so while we were talking,
while we were talking, new drama dropped. I did actually grab both of them right here, and so I was gonna look at that here shortly. By the way, if you want to go back to a full camera mode, you won't be a tiny Casey in a tiny box.
Let's do it.
Let's see. The only ones, I guess, there's a lot of. Let's see. Can we ask Casey some questions? I don't understand why hundreds of instructions exist. You have an add. Let's see. You have an add a 6 bits constant. It makes sense to use a literal encoding in these bits in the instructions, so you don't need to decode these bits. Okay, hold on. I'm a little bit confused. I had a lot of questions in this thread. Okay, there's a lot of questions apparently in some sort of thread. Oh, look at this. Oh, I missed it. I've never seen something like this. That's why I was reading it all goofy. So a lot of questions in this thread. It says, here's some questions.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find anyone that is interesting. So first, why do we have so many instructions? Why do hundreds of instructions exist in modern ARM processors? I understand. We at least understand some of the x86 stuff. There's a lot of historical reasons. You have add 16, add 32, add 64. Dropping any of those, why did all those exist? Why are there so many instructions? If that's an appropriate question.
it's an appropriate question, and I guess it depends. The real answer is a lot of reasons, right? But I can give you an example that hopefully will let you imagine all the kinds of reasons there are. So CPUs have gone from being single instruction, single data, right? So add one number to another number. They've gone from that to single instruction, multiple data, which means you can do adds now, and you can do them by, wide. So 4 numbers added to 4 other numbers produces 4 results, right? 8 numbers added to 8 other numbers equals 8 results, and so on. These instructions add to the bulk. So if you thought that you needed 40 instructions to do all the things you were going to do on individual numbers, well, you probably need at least 40 more instructions to do things on the wide versions, and you might, if you added them in different ways, you might actually have multiple copies of those instructions, because you've got like the ones that are 4 wide, and the ones that are 8 wide, and the ones that are 16 wide. And then you also have all kinds of new things that are about how to move things between, themselves. So one reason is just processors went SIMD. Another reason is anytime CPU designers are looking at what their customers are doing and looking at benchmarks, they're often saying things like, well, okay, we could get way more performance on this very common, very important benchmark if we had an instruction that did this. Loaded 4 values and put them into 2 different registers in this way, or something like weird
There's
stuff,
some statistical, like this one operation just keeps happening because it turns out left pad does this one thing and the universe runs off left pad, and so it's like, here's my super special instruction for this one common use case.
You get those, and those are there because they're trying to they're trying to maximize that benchmark. And so even though that's not a smart instruction to put in an instruction set, it doesn't make sense from the perspective of we want a nice, clean, simple design for this chip that only does a few things, and we want to minimize what people have to learn and what powers to output and all that. They're just like, look, we need this instruction that will perform better in this benchmark, so it's in there. Right? And they know that. They don't want to put that in there. They know that it's like kind of clumsy, and it's like but that's what they need. This has gotten horrible, especially with things like AI, video encoding, string search. There's all these special purpose instructions that are just there to speed that up. And ARM has to do that too. They can't not do it, right? They can't just be like, no, we're simple, because they're trying to compete with Intel. They're trying to compete with PowerPC. They're trying to compete with RISC-V, whatever it was, wherever it is at the time. There are people out there doing other ICEs, and ARM is in a licensing business. They have to have ways that people can, use their standard instruction set and get good performance. So if you take something like ARM, now it even has 2 entire instruction domains for those wide kinds of instructions I'm talking about. There's a thing called Neon, which is the original wide instruction set for doing those, multiple things. That's a whole new set of instructions that adds to the total. They entered a new one that's a vector instruction set called SVE, which is a variable length vector instruction set. So that's a whole other set of instructions, completely different than Neon, for doing the same thing. And that's in ARM. The supposedly RISC, right? That's why I say it's ridiculous to call it RISC anymore. It is not RISC. It is incredibly complicated, right? And we didn't mention this in the actual meat of the stream, but I'll say it here just in case people are wondering. Some people have retreated to the concept that what RISC actually means is just, can you do a memory fetch along with instruction or not? And that's it. Called a load store architecture is often what this is called. Nobody would have claimed that's what RISC was originally, so I don't consider that to be valid, because it's even the name, reduced instruction set computer, there is nothing in there but reduced. There's no claims about it happened that at the original ones that load and store were separate. Why? Because that's how you reduce the total number of instructions, by not having all these permutations of, I could do an add from register or an add from register to memory and all these other sorts of things. So, in my opinion, that's not really a valid use of the term RISC, but if you wanted to, just ignore the RISC-CISC debate or use that, just ignore it. It is true that ARM is much closer to a pure load store architecture than Intel. Intel, and we didn't really go over this when we had the stuff up, but I'll just tell you, it can still do things like, I want to add this register to this memory location, and it will read the memory location and add it to the register as one instruction that's encoded.
Yeah,
it will
I
do
feel
it
like
as
we
a
went
series
over
of
this last time with the x86 needs to die. You showed me like This is
Yeah.
memory to memory, constant, variable to variable, right? Like you had all these
Yeah.
different kind of.
I think they got rid of memory to memory, but yes, the original 8086 though did have actually had memory to memory. And so if you look at that, if you looked at that and said, forget RISC, just think load store architecture. ARM, you could say that about. It's like, in ARM, generally speaking, most of the time, your loads and stores are individual instructions that you see. They cannot be baked, the loads cannot be baked into instructions, whereas on Intel, loads can be baked into other instructions. So I'll just throw that out there as well. That's a side point. But anyway, hopefully that's where do all these instructions come from? They come from processor manufacturers thinking they got to target something and doing that thing. And then the other place is system control stuff. Modern systems are very complicated. We get all these additional things. The CPU needs to enter a lower power state right now. There's got to be structure to that. The CPU has to wait on a change to a cache line and enter a low power state until then. We got to have a structure for that. We got to transition from this security ring to this other security ring. Things that you never would have thought about in a home computer maybe are now, all those instructions have to be there. And ARM has to have them. ARM has to be able to run the same kinds of security rings and memory protection and all these other sorts of stuff. So, you get a bunch of instructions for that kind of crap too. And it's not nothing, right? That piles up. So that's where all these instructions come from. Targeting benchmarks, expanding the capabilities of the processor, and just, system maintenance, system op stuff. Hopefully that answers the question, but
Yeah, no, that is a great explanation, and again, that makes so much sense because in any form of software I've ever developed, as time went on, you have to just put stuff on top, and you can't just clean break. So it's just like this already exists in my mind, and it exists in everyone's mind in this chat that this is just a regular way of life, and so
it's worth remembering that nobody is hardwiring all those instructions. Right?
Yeah.
They do have a cost, yes, but it's not like the actual core of the CPU has a bunch of actual circuitry to do those specific instructions so that you actually have, if you have 10,000 instructions, you don't have 10,000 little parts of the chip that each execute one of those instructions. It doesn't work that way. It's microcoded, so basically all of your instructions that aren't very basic, like add or something, are actually just doing lots of little mini instructions to accomplish that weird system control thing that you were doing, right?
Yeah.
So the cost for having a lot of those instructions isn't very high. You care more about the decode implications of them, probably most of the time, than the microcode implications, because you just don't care. You're not typically executing those weird instructions. They're not the bulk of your hot loops or anything. So it matters less that there are a ton of instructions than people would think, because of what a lot of those instructions are just not that critical. That's what I'd say.
Nice. Well, I really appreciate having you on here. This was absolutely fantastic, and we should. I'd like to set up some sort of more formalized Q&A in the future. If you want to do another thing, if you want to talk about any other topic, just let us know, and we should do another kind of fun one of these, because this was just absolutely fun. Again, this is just the side of the computer world I never get to learn about, and just not due to desire, but just time. How it all goes. We all have our areas of focus, so absolutely awesome. So appreciate it.
Well, I'm happy to come back anytime, as you know. So maybe just whatever the chat wants. Hopefully, like I said, there's some things I just don't know anything about. So if you want to ask questions about the ARM instruction set, I can't help you, right? But if you want to ask questions about x86, I got you covered. So it's usually as long as it's something I know about, I'd love to come on. I always love the stream. It's fantastic. So I love the invitation anytime, really anytime.
Okay, cool. I'm glad to know that, because that's why I invited you to begin with, because I was like, I need to book Casey back.
Anytime.
Sneak him in and just bait him with some sort of odd, open-ended question. Tell me the difference.
No, I'm happy to come and just hang out and watch you explain this ridiculous WordPress stuff. So I love the stream anytime, really. I love the chat. Everyone's great. So thanks for having me. And anytime you want me back, I'm here.
Okay, I will. I'll get chat to come up with some good questions. Also, TJ says we should have you just on the top shelf, where we actually come up with more in-depth questions that, as opposed to just topical, but more just how'd you get here kind of questions. The bigger pictures of who Casey is, because I think that'd be a lot of fun. So we'll have you come on for that as well, if you're okay with that.
Sure, anytime, literally.
Awesome, love to hear it.
Well, thanks, Brian.
All right.
Have good luck with DHH
whoa,
and Matt. No,
whoa. Before you go, we can't forget the most important part. It's computerenhance.com, correct?
If you want to find me, computerenhance.com.
You gotta go. Don't be a loser. Be a winner. Enhance that computer.
Yes. Zoom in.
All right. Well, thank you, Casey.
Thanks, Prime. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Like, I felt like this series was like all loss for me and no gain, really. Just kind of how I felt. Like I felt pretty.
You're just a decision maker that you know, you're like, okay, what is the best compromise I can make for this engine? So unbiased one is pretty much the basic path tracing implementation. But a biased one, you're saying, well, I'm going to push more of my rays towards the light because I know it's there, so I can get like more rays that hit the light, which are like the rays you probably care more about anyway. OpenGL driver implementations between drivers are different. I just had too much of those cases, and I was like, man. And it just like rage rewrote the renderer in like DirectX 11.
So let's kick this off, Taha, with a little bit of introduction. Tell everybody who are you, where are you coming from, what is your experience, what you worked at, so that we can dive into graphics later?
It's always weird for me to answer these questions because like it's hard for me to identify with like one single thing. I don't necessarily call myself like a graphics programmer or a programmer, but like programming is like the thing I end up doing the most probably. I got into programming really by accident. Like when I was a child, my main interest was really like in electrical engineering or like mechanical engineering, and I really wanted to build, like go up to create stuff, you know. Then I just accidentally discovered programming, and it was kind of one of those love at first sight moments where I see it and I don't let go. I got into programming before programming video games, but eventually I get dragged into video games, and I just can't let go. And I do it like on an amateur level for myself for many, many years, until I decided to actually be really seriously good about it. And I was like, okay, now I really want to do everything just properly. And that involved diving into C and C++ and lower level programming. And coincidentally, at the same time that I decided to do that, like I got more familiar with like the works of John Blow and like Casey Murturi, and that actually really accelerated my learning when it came to doing a lot of stuff, because before finding those people, finding learning resources to actually learn how to do things properly was like, for me, it was a total disaster. And it was really it took a long time because I was kind of, the way I tried to do that was like, I'm like, okay, anything on the internet is just like total garbage, right? So maybe books have better stuff, but then you look at books and almost all of them are like copying from each other, and like they're saying wrong stuff, right? So it was this whole process of just like, I'm gonna follow as much of this as I can, but with like maximum uncharitability and just like high suspicion that like a lot of this is probably wrong, right? So that was really slow. That was a really slow way to learn. But like, anyway, getting familiar with those people, and they're so great that they share their knowledge online. I guess people mainly know me either for two things: probably the ArcUI demo shown at Better Software Conference last year, which was an immediate mode UI library written in C that had all the bells and whistles, but well, whoopsies, So the other thing people probably know me for is the video game stuff that I post about. And yeah, this is a video game that I've been working on in my own time out of passion.
Taha has an amazing blog on which you can find extremely detailed and technical blog posts about graphics and his custom from scratch implementations of a lot of things from graphics programming area, but also game engine area. I pasted the link in both chats now. It's lotusspring.substack.com. It's an incredible source of information now.
Writing blog posts is very fun. It's very difficult, but actually, honestly, super fun. Especially like I think if someone just sees the blog post and just like moves on and does something with it, I think that's just amazing. Because mainly that's how I learned to write. That's how I learned programming as well, from like other people. I didn't just sit in a cave and just think real hard and like, okay, I discovered programming. No. Yeah, so that's just kind of my way of just like passing on some bits and pieces of knowledge that I learned that I think are just worthwhile.
Hi everyone. Let me take a break to thank members of the show who made this conversation possible. Members get earlier access to videos, including longer unedited footage from live streams, as well as they're invited to our private Discord server. If you want to support the show, there is no better way than becoming a member on YouTube or Patreon. Thank you so much. And now you joined me to discuss shadows, and to discuss shadows we need to start with lighting.
Right, that's like a super actually deep and interesting topic, right? I think even before even jumping into the subject of shadows, I think it's worth talking about mentioning a little bit like how human vision works, because it's actually really interesting. It's actually fascinating that like we can't even like replicate that like in monitors and just look at stuff and perceive it. Because so most humans have, like one of the things we can just start talking about is like most humans just have depth perception, right? Because you have two eyes, we can perceive 3D geometry quite well and really understand what's happening when it comes to perceiving the world around us. Like even when we go to a room or like to a place where we've never been before, like our brain's like incredibly complicated and advanced. It can like map out the place amazingly fast. that we do not trip immediately and then just fall on the floor. And in video games, this is not the case, right? Like assuming non-VR, like assuming you're playing with a single monitor, and you don't have stereoscopic 3D, which is just non-existent. Anyway, we are pretty much walking cyclopses in video games, and it's really easy to forget how hard is it to not have depth perception. And just as a fun exercise, anyone just watching, including you could just do at home, is like, just take 2 sticks or like 2 pens or anything, and then hold them like this, close one eye, bring them super far from each other, and then bring them and try to bring them together. And like I failed, right? And that's just like one simple thing that we just take for granted. And it's just fascinating, the fact that like even in 3D video games that we have this kind of Cyclops vision, we don't falter as much, and we're able to do a lot of actually high precision stuff. Like even if you look at like the esports level and stuff, people are like doing this as like a sport. So the whole perception thing is actually really important to them, and they seem to be doing this quite well, and they have like a very one-to-one relationship with what's happening on the screen. Okay, I don't know if that was getting too vague, but that's all to say that in video games, one thing, not just video games, any kind of art form, to be honest, but like in video games, it's really pronounced that you're saying that as a creator, I'm saying I'm creating something. It has like let's say in my case, it's like a 3D world. It's a 3D game level or something, right? And I have spent all of this time with it, and I know it inside and out, so I can look at any point in it, and my brain just immediately knows what's fair, right? But I could show like a screenshot to you, and you've never seen it before, and you have Cyclops vision, right, as a player. So then you're supposed to look at this image and then derive just from that one single image what's on the screen, and your brain has to reconstruct this, right? And there's 2 aspects to this whole, let's call it designer and player communication. And that one is that there's an artistic aspect to it. You could just do a lot of stuff to like forward players' attention and then like place certain objects with certain scales so people understand, the whole banana or like coin for scale kind of thing, where you put something close to each other so you understand the scale of everything. There's an actual scientific aspect of it, which is like, we can look at the stuff we're doing in 3D games, and in a way we're saying that we want to make this as close to reality as possible, or create some version of reality that we're trying to look at, right? And the cool part about that is that like a lot of if you go deep enough into the rendering and like what it takes to actually put pixels on the screen, it actually just kind of comes down to like pretty much science. Like it's just science that is, to say it is figured out, it's weird, but like it's figured out in the sense that it is very, very understood. For example, when it comes to lighting and everything, firstly, we as humans, we have a very good intuitive understanding of how light works. I have a flashlight, I point it to the wall, the light will become bright, right? And like how the sunlight works, it just shines into my room. There's a whole way you could look at this problem of like, the more you try to approach this from like a scientific aspect and be like, if we model the lighting as good as we can, or try to simulate the way it works in real life, then the assumption is that, okay, like a player, for example, opens, like my level or anything that I'm trying to show it, they would understand it much better because it is trying to follow the rules of the real life existing world much better. Did that make any sense? Okay.
Are you trying to say that the overarching goal would be to model it after what we know from our real world, how light works, from like a scientific point, or to fake it, but so that it looks like as if it's in our real world? Where's the distinction?
One is that like, okay, I said everything that I said with the assumption that the designer's trying to make the player understand the world around them, right? Like the 3D world that they're being introduced to, which is not always the case. Like if you're deliberate, you can make it be the exact opposite. For example, there's video games like Antichamber or Superliminal that do the exact opposite of this, to use perspective trickery and everything to essentially do all these optical illusions for you, to confuse your brain when it comes to understanding like the geometry of the world, so to say. So there's that. But assuming you actually want the player to actually understand what's going on and not confuse them as a design decision, You could say that. Okay, the short answer to your question is like yes. If we model it based on the physical world, the players will likely
when
have
was
a
that?
better intuitive understanding of just what's happening. For example, there's the most basic case of like an object lying on the ground, and if that object is not casting shadows, and you're looking at it from a very far away distance, even in like the real world, that object will look like as if it's floating, right? And then it's kind of confusing. But then when you see the shadow contacts at the point, your brain immediately figures out, oh, like this object is of this size, it's this far from me, and then it's sitting on the ground in this way, right? So yes. But honestly, the real problem with that is that, like, even though we as humans have figured out the way pretty much light propagation works to the extent it's important in 3D graphics, the compute power required to do all of that is just simply insane, and we're not even close to it, right? We're actually much further ahead than like 20 years ago, in fairness, but the point is like still not there to do this in a simple way, right? To use the simple physical models that we have and do it that way. Because yeah, there's just too much stuff happening. What this means is that there's trillions and trillions and trillions of light particles or rays or whatever you want to call them bouncing around, and then like very small fraction of them actually end up going in our eyes, and all of them just end up going elsewhere, right? Then when it comes to real-time graphics, it's just all a battle of like approximations, and like of just like how can we get as close as possible by faking all of this? And I think that the classic joke about this is that like a graphics programmer, tells his physicist friend, shows his physicist friend, here's the book I have for rendering real-time shadows, and the book is like this thick, right? And the physicist looks at that and is like, if you need this thick enough of a book for shadows, you're doing it wrong, because shadows in reality are just like when light is not there, so. But anyway, we have to do all kinds of crazy stuff when it comes to real-time graphics to even come close to anything in real life.
And we started from the depth, how we perceive depth, because you wanted to start with how to realize how much of the inbuilt human perception we take for granted when it comes to like 3D graphics. And then we discussed how compute intensive to model everything physically that is happening through a light rays. And like a way to fake it is doing the ray tracing, right? This technique is modeled after it, but it's doing all sorts of.
Oh God! When you spell a man's name.
Here's the thing with these terminologies, especially after like what NVIDIA did with the RTX stuff, like the ray tracing thing. I think people just understand it differently. And the most physically accurate way to do it is a ray tracing method called path tracing, And path tracing pretty much means it just does what we do it the way it's worked in real life, where when you have a light emitter and this light emitter is casting lots of rays to a lot of surfaces, and then those surfaces again bounce rays in like a lot of directions, and then it just bounces infinitely until it just not infinitely until it just comes into our eye. And well, I previously talked about trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of like light rays. So how would we do that with ray tracing? And the answer is we don't. We actually do it with like much less.
Bro, why do all the Japanese people have
And by
fucking all
samples, I
caps
mean
names? It's
we
hilarious.
just do a much fewer number of rays. So for example, people who are familiar with like 3D authoring tools like Blender, 3ds Max, Maya, V-Ray, whatever, you've probably seen this a lot. That you try to do your stuff and then you hit the render button, and then the render is quite noisy and like really dark, and as it's going, it's just becoming like brighter and brighter. And pretty much what's happening is that we are starting by essentially propagating all of this like lots of rays in the scene, and we start with like a low number, like some number of samples, and a lot of these again miss the eye or like the camera that you have in the 3D scene, right? Instead, we do that across time. We accumulate it to a certain degree across time, and then you do all kinds of weird trickery like denoising and stuff, so you don't need to do as much samples as you would normally do. And there's a whole lot of optimization series there that it's worth not going to, but that's what path tracing is, and that's like what modeling it after the real world is. And I guess what is mostly known as ray tracing these days is a thing called where instead of starting the rays from like the light's perspective, which is what makes sense, you're doing it the opposite way. You're casting it from your eye outward to everything, or like from the camera outward to everything. And so this is pretty much like an optimization technique of saying, okay, let's start kind of like some compilers that they start by working the application code from the end up and then see what's actually only needed. It's kind of like that, but the problem is that you could only do it up for the surfaces that you could see, because then afterwards you still have the same problem as path tracing, where you're like, okay, I hit some surface, now I have to bounce these rays more until I get to a light, right? And this is not like, it is not super trivial to just like draw a line from that point to the light at that point. You have to again do the random sampling there. You instead take more samples, for example, in the direction of the light, or more samples in the direction of camera, and there's a whole term for it. It's just like having a biased or like unbiased renderer, and bias pretty much means you're like doing some assumptions to be like, oh, I'm gonna shoot more rays towards like the light's direction and hope I get a better thing than just randomly spreading it all across the place to see what I get.
What's the unbiased one?
So unbiased one is pretty much the basic path tracing implementation that I mentioned, that for every ray it's random. They call it like a Monte Carlo path tracing, I guess, which it is just random. It is actually a random distribution of rays around, and then you try to sample from those, right? And then you continue with that. But a biased one, you're saying, well, at this point, I could do a random one, or I could be like, well, I'm going to push more of my rays towards the light because I know it's there, so I can get like more rays that hit the light, which are like the rays you probably care more about anyway. And both methods work. It's just you have to be very careful what you're doing, because then you can get some results that don't quite match the reality of what you're doing. But anyway, this is all coming back to the point of like, the real deal is the path tracing thing. It's just like right now, we are super slow when it comes to being able to do this the proper way. So, here comes the long list of tricks that never end, and the problems they spawn with each of them. But
so you distinguish, so I want to make sure I got this right. You distinguish path tracing to be like almost the physical process where you're tracing from the light source. You send the light rays from the light source in every direction, but since it's compute intensive, we're doing a ray tracing which comes from the eye or camera, and you try to hit the light. So for you, like these are the differences between ray tracing and path tracing. Okay.
And honestly, like you could say path tracing is a form of ray tracing, kinda. It's just that, as far as I know, especially path tracing is like the most real deal that we have. And in offline renderers that they use, for example, for Pixar animations and like Disney animations and stuff, especially back in the day, I'm talking about like 10 years ago, so things might have changed. They all did the path tracing thing, where rendering one frame will take many hours, and this many hours, I'm talking on a render farm, not on your local laptop or just tower. You're like, do your job, and then you put your stuff in the render farm, and you're like, all right guys, see you tomorrow. So yeah, that's what they did. But obviously that is like, imagine playing a game with that kind of FPS, where it's like equivalent to printing and then a sheet of paper, then you do an action, and you're like, all right, let's take a sip of the coffee to see if it even registered or happened. I think this is maybe a good moment to even talk about shadows, because I think it's just in the context of path tracing, shadows are quite simple, right? Because you're just saying, okay, let's imagine like, I could maybe even draw this like on something on the screen, but like for every point of light, you trace a line to every pixel that you're trying to render, or like every pixel of the object or point of the object, and then you're seeing if this line is occluded or not. And if it is occluded, then that point will not receive any light contribution. And if it is not occluded, then it will receive light occlusion. And so this is pretty much the whole point of shadows. You could think of it as like a collision detection problem.
So shadows are built in this technique by definition.
Yes, that's the best part. You don't need to write function generate shadows. It just happens and you get physically accurate shadows, you know, with penumbras and like correct soft parts and everything. And maybe this is a good point to actually start drawing some stuff on the screen to maybe explain this stuff a bit better. We're just gonna start by quickly, I don't know, just talking about like the most basic lights and like camera setup imaginable, right? So let's say we have this, we have this line, and this is the ground. Let's just say we're looking at things from the side. So this is the ground, and we have this cube here.
We're looking at the world as if Kate would draw this on a like 2D space. Like you have a flat ground, it's like here people stand.
We have this basic setup, right? And let's imagine a light source. We have this basic. Take the points from the edges and just like draw a line down. And also like this. Do this. So this area actually, this is the area that would be fully shadowed. And that's just really the simple reality of it. But this is like a super simplification of the anatomy of a shadow. Then if you draw this line, so from the opposite corners to the opposite, from the one corner to the opposite corner, then you get this kind of thing. So then your situation is that you will get soft shadows like this. So this area is called the penumbra, when you're going from the area between no shadows and maximum shadow. So, and then this is 100%, and like this part is like 0%. And this area covers like the gradient where you get from one point to the other. Now, does this make some sense?
How's it called again?
It's called the penumbra.
Penumbra.
Penumbra, yes.
Coolest name. I should have used
There's a video game series, Penumbra. Just like the guys who made the Amnesia games and Soma.
Oh.
Before they made any of that, they made 3 of these Penumbra games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Frictional games.
Yes, fictional games. Danish studio, I believe. But yeah, is this actually clear? Why does the penumbra effect happen?
Yes, because like if you had only this light source, which is not really
of course,
situation in real life usually,
right.
But if you had only this one, there would be 0 light rays, getting into the main shadow, so it would be pitch black.
Another way of thinking about it is that you could look at every point here on the surface, and you could trace an imaginary line to every point on the light. So for every point in the shadow, let's say for this point, we can trace all the lines here, and all of the lines that we draw here, they're going to be obstructed. But let's say for this point, if we try the same thing, okay, this will be obstructed, this will be obstructed, but only this guy will be visible, right? So if you think about it, like for every point on the ground, we're trying like 10 rays, for example. In the penumbra cases, you get a gradient of them. So at that point, it would be 3, and then on the more darker sides, it would be like more of them that are obstructed, and like that kind of thing, right? So this is all cool and everything, except we can't do any of this with 1 because, mainly just because it's really complicated and expensive to do all of these collision queries. Because in a typical game, you have hundreds and maybe thousands of objects. So we don't do these in a lot of games. What is more common to do is, let's try it like this. So same setup. Instead of assuming the point light, let's just say we'd assume that this light is an omnidirectional light where it shines lights in every direction, right? For this case. We look at this guy and we're like, okay, we're just going to assume this guy is like infinitely small. And by infinitely small, it means that it has 1 point. So now actually, what this means is that if you trace all the rays and then you try to do the collision, you will get, let's try to render these lines. in a somewhat nice way. All of this gives us hard shadows. So with this we actually get shadows that don't have the soft spots, the soft penumbra regions, right? Because we're making this assumption that like the point is infinitely small, and the reason we're making this assumption is that we want to speed up the processing time, and this is the compromise we're willing to make. We're like, you know what? It's okay to actually only have the hard part of the shadows. We'll sacrifice the penumbra, or maybe we'll try to fake it in a different way, but we need the speed, so let's do it. So
good enough is like a mantra of graphics programming. It's like you never get to the like ideal case. So you get to the point where everybody says good enough and you move on.
Before 90s, a lot of games just didn't have what we perceive as shadows, you know, like what we consider shadows. And the lighting model was incredibly simple. Quake had like a full 3D, 6 degrees of freedom world that you can explore, the sort of thing we now know and love, right? And at the time, there was, I guess most of the research on doing surface shading was, so there was a model called Gros shading. I never know how to pronounce it because it's like a French name, but pretty much what it meant was that like you would store lighting information per vertex of your object, and then you interpolate for everything in between. So this is like a top-down view of the world, and let's say this is, I don't know, this is like a cube and this is another cube, right? So anyway, so these are like the minimum vertices you need to represent your world with, right? So for the ground plane, you need these 4 points, and for these cubes, there also will be points. I mean, the cubes will be 3D, so there will be 8 vertices at the minimum. You need to represent them, right? And you will try to render this. And the Gros shading model pretty much was like, okay, we'll try to store as an optimization to save memory. We'll try to store lighting per like vertex, right? So there's this immediate problem that, let's say you have a flashlight shining here, and this surface that is supposed to be illuminated by your flashlight, it is impossible for it to actually be illuminated because none of these vertices are being highlighted. So then games would do all kinds of weird stuff where like they try to actually subdivide the plane into like more vertices, right? But then ultimately, at the end of the day, the problem still was that like it will look really blocky and it will look really weird, you know, because you're interpolating like shadows and like lighting between like all of these things, and you can actually never get it like even proper shadows with this. One interesting thing Quake did at the time was that they made this observation that they were like, oh wait, all of our lights is actually static in the scene, right? Like none of the light, okay, we mostly have lights that are static and then some lights are moving, right? And having shadows is actually quite an important part of the visual fidelity of the game, because otherwise it's really difficult to perceive the 3D geometry as you're going through it. And what I mean by this is that like you can look at like the older games like Wolfenstein and like Doom, 3D and Doom, and you look at their graphics and they didn't really have any resemblance of the thing we call shadows these days for the level. And their level designers, or like graphics designers, what they had to do was that they would paint things in super different contrast to each other. So if there's like a white wall, the floor would be like mega black, and then like they would try to place all these objects to try to give you this sense of depth, right? And use really contrasting textures to show you where things are, right? But yeah, in Quake this problem became much worse, right? And I think they wanted to approach it more, let's try to actually solve it in a better way than to actually just try to hide it away by like doing weird contrasts and perspective stuff. So there's this light wall, let's say here, and there's a light fixture here, and they made this realization that firstly we can pre-compute this because this light's never going to change. The only thing is that like the light's turning on and off in some cases, but we can worry about that later. The position's not changing. So all of these super expensive light calculations, we can cache them. And then it's like, okay, how and where do we cache them? And then the solution that they did was a thing called light maps, which is super famous these days, right? But what light maps are pretty much is that saying you have all of the textures that you're using to render your floor, your wall, your water, and everything. We're going to add one additional computed texture to everything, and that kind of works like this, right? So what it did was it splits the floor into like a grid of pixels, like a fat pixels, and the reason they're fat is because you ideally want to have as few of them as possible to save both on, to mainly save on memory, but also speed the calculation time. And they create this texture, right? And each of these textures have like this fat pixels, right? Which they had a term for it. They called it like light map pixels or like luxels. But anyway, you might have seen this like names in other engines as well. Anyway, what they did was that now they're like, okay, now let's for each one of these pixels do pretty much the lighting calculations that we're talking about here. So for each pixel you draw a line to the light to see if it's occluded or not. And for this case, I will just shade the pixels that are like occluded to make this easier. All of these guys would be occluded. So you kind of get something like this, right? So you get this and then you can pre-compute this, right? Now, this tells you which area there is light and which area there is shadows. And you can save this on disk and you can load this. And every time you're rendering a texture, you first draw like the normal texture as is, and then you look up in this texture to see if that pixel that you're trying to render to, where it corresponds to in the light map texture, and if it should be lit or not, right? So the Quake maps had like a compiling procedure where in your editor you do your editing, and then you compile the level, and it will take some time to compile it. And part of that compilation step was that they're pre-calculating the light. This was like super chunky and like did not look that well, but in their case it was very good enough and they were willing to move on with it. Especially because, so this gives you like a really pixely kind of shadow, kind of like this. But when they were sampling the texture, they did like some texture filtering and like some linear interpolation, and it just kind of smudged the texture pretty much. So you kind of get like a fake penumbra thing, right? And a lot of people see that and they're like, that's kind of plausible, right? You still see the stair stepping if you pay close attention to it, but you're like, good enough, right? And we're willing to move on. And what they did ultimately is that like, they did this texture generation for like every surface essentially in the level, put it into one texture packet, and while rendering, the important thing is you're not doing any lighting calculations at that point. You're just looking up, is this texture that I already know where the position of it is it lit or not?
So basically you're sampling a giant texture instead of doing light calculation.
Pretty much. You're like, I'm going to do the light calculations once, and then I'm good with it. I'm going to move on with my life, right? And then the thing is, because you don't want your darkness areas to be pitch black, what they did was that like they just added like a constant value to all of the like surface lights. Yeah. So everything's just like a little bit white.
Fake ambient light.
Pretty much. This is like, they call it like the ambient term or like the constant ambient term. And you just increase the light of everything by a little bit, and you're like, oh, okay, like there's no more like pure dark spots, right? So yeah, this is what they did, right? And the main assumption that this is making is that like light fixtures are fixed, and two, the object placements are fixed. Because the interesting thing that's happening here is that you're doing the caching on the surface of each object. So if the wall moves, or if you have an elevator floor or everything, the shadow just kind of moves with it, as if like someone painted it on the ground, like someone just sprayed like a graffiti on the ground. And for Quake that was okay, but for a lot of kind of games this is not okay, right? While we're on the subject, you could also do, there's another way to cache this kinds of lighting calculations through things called light probes. I think we can get into it later if we have time, but they pretty much solve this problem of like, instead of like caching points on the surface of each material and each mesh, you cache these calculations in 3D points in space. And every time you're going to render like a wall or something, and you're going to do a texture lookup, instead of only looking up in that point in the texture to see if I'm lit or not, you instead ask like the cache that is like close to, like the probe that is close to you, how much color should I receive, how much shadow should I receive, right? You ask that. The implementation of that has like a lot more detail to it, but that's kind of the basic idea of it, where you decouple the caching from the surfaces. And this then allows you to, for example, have a thing where like your dynamic objects and your static objects can use a similar lighting calculations. Because in a lot of games like Quake, Half-Life, Counter-Strike, so many games from like late 90s and early 2000s, static objects are being shaded differently than dynamic objects. And you could often just tell by looking apart, like there's so many games where you go and you try to pick a hammer on the table, and like the hammer is like bright and it feels like someone just photoshopped it like into the world, right? So it's just totally different, right? How is this guy supposed to receive shadows? A lot of games just fake this. And let's say there's this soldier guy that's, you're trying to, I don't know, this is like his arms. And that's like a sword, he says whole thing, right?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, glad there's no confusion about that. Anyway, you want to render this guy, but this guy cannot have light maps on it, because if he has light maps on it, it moves with him, right? So then like the ultra cheesy thing to do is that like for every point in 3D space, you just cast a ray beneath the guy's feet and ask which light map texture it's standing on. So you see this guy's position, you determine which light map texel is standing on, and then you're like, this guy, and it's like, oh, he's in shadow, just make him black, And like the guy just becomes like fully black, and it's just like receives total shadow. So then the effect of it is that like if he's moving like this, when he's transitioning from no shadow to shadow, suddenly he fades between two colors actually. And yeah, that doesn't look, if you don't know and you're not paying attention to it, it actually is kind of a convincing effect. And you just, you're like, okay, and you move on with your life. Also the same thing for like the player view models, for like in Half-Life 1, if you like stand in the light, your character hands receive light. If you go into the shadows, the light will be occluded in the same way that they showed here. And even, you will not even believe this, but even AAA games that have been like published in the last like 3 or 4 years, like roughly, they still can use pretty much this technique in a very close fashion, and yeah, use that as a way to kind of blend these two techniques with each other. So yeah, this is, even though this is like a relatively ancient technique, not ancient, it's actually really good. It's actually very good, and it produces quite good results, especially because in modern times we have the RAM capacity and everything to have high resolution light maps. Then we have much faster computers. This then means that you can actually, instead of doing the simple light map calculation that I set here, you could run the whole full ray tracing and path tracing shebang there, and you will get your perfect penumbras and like umbras and like everything for static objects. The main problem with them, there's many problems with them, to be honest. But one of the other big things is that like they consume too much space. But yeah, like I think even like modern Call of Duty games, like I don't know, like the 2019 one or something, last time I checked, we're doing these kinds of like static light maps, and like I think even like a huge portion of their binary was also like static light maps. But then again, there's like, for example, The Witness also used static light maps, and they were pretty small. They were only 4 gigabytes. So yeah, your mileage may vary. I'm just saying, like, a lot of it honestly comes down to implementation details and what kind of clever workarounds you end up doing for things.
You said you were talking about light maps and baking light maps, which are additional computed at build time textures automatically based on the light source, and in a more sophisticated version based on the light probes that either artist or developer would put by hand, by like their judgment and skill and experience to set up the light probes in the 3D scene, because these are pretty much like a floating things in the 3D space that are set to accumulate and pre-compute the light and then tell it to texture how much you're supposed to receive light. And you mentioned that both static and dynamic objects often have different rendering models, different shading models, and they have different lights.
Yep. But this was like so common in like early 2000 games where you're just going about like in a level, and then you see like one wall which is like shaded a little bit differently than the other parts, and then you look at it closely and you see these patterns, and then you're like, okay, like this wall is going to break down or this floor is going to break down. As time goes on, people wanted to eventually like to improve like the sense of we're in a video game right now, to cause disruption. People are like, okay, let's actually have like a unified shading model, right? And a lot of games converge towards that path. Still, to this date, there is cases where you know, it is not uncommon these days to see, for example, you use light maps for static objects, and then you use light probes for like dynamic ones, and then you just kind of mix them in between. But I think, for example, Doom 3 was like a very famous game at the time that they were like, okay, no, we're going to unify the entire lighting model. So like everything is now being shaded in the exact same way, right? And they made some compromises for it. They were like, okay, we have now perfect hard shadows, and that they went with it even like as a stylistic option. And they also had no ambience term, so like a darkness in Doom was just like pitch black. So, but ultimately, it also kind of depends on what kind of game you're making, because a lot of these things, this is very good for a kind of game like Quake where you have like an enclosed level, right? And you can generate this kind of light map data. But then, for example, you can take a look at a game like a Grand Theft Auto kind of game, or like an open world kind of game where you have day-night cycles, especially, and you're like, oh, now what? Now what do we do? I mean, like the most obvious thing, the most classic thing to do is like, okay, we're going to bake light probes, let's say, and like light maps for like 4 different times of day. So like one for morning, one for noon, one for afternoon, and one for night, right? And then we're just going to linearly interpolate between these as like the sun goes up and down, and that works too. How good it works is like dependent on the kind of situation, but it can work, right? But then, depending on how much computing power you have on your platform and everything, you could do a really cool thing actually, where you can be like, instead of calculating actually like calculating the whole lights function, we're going to calculate how much light is transmitted between each point in space, right? So imagine the same light map that we just drew, but instead of storing in it the value of like, is this pixel shaded or not, instead you store in it how much light contribution this pixel receives from the other pixels. So you store that, and then in real time when you're shading, that is like a huge pre-calculation step that you use as part of doing your other light calculations. So then, for example, this means that when you have that, you can change your light color, for example, in real time, and the high quality light map, or even like a baked light, let's just say, the high quality baked light will update in real time.
So you keep the information per pixel, how much you're receiving the light, and then in fragment shader, you are like...
You don't do it per pixel, because that would be too much information, but you try to discretize it in like smaller steps. So you're like every 20 pixel or like every 16 pixel to reduce memory, right? But then, instead of storing the actual light value in that pixel, you store a kind of function of like how much light distribution this point receives from like other points in the scene. So then what this means is that you're not storing the full light, but you're rather storing like how much light actually propagates to this point. from other points in the scene. And then you can use this for quite fast lookups. It's not quite as fast as still light maps, but still a pretty good approximation that, okay, in the day-night scene that I mentioned, for example, that the sun's going up and down and the whole color is changing, so you have to store 4 different light maps and then linearly interpolate between them. In this new system, what's happening is that you're saying, for each point, I know how light travels through them, and I know for like point C, let's say it's called point C gets like 25%, let's say, light from point B, and 75% from point A. When it comes to drawing this point, then you feed it, for example, the light color and like the dynamic light properties that it has, and then you just, for example, factor these two things in the lighting calculations. Because the whole point of this you're saying is that instead of having 4 light maps, let's instead calculate how much light mathematically between these points, and then we'll just feed values into these in real time.
Okay. I feel like I'm still missing, because you mentioned pixels, which means like now we're in the 2D frame area. And before that, and with light maps, we're still in the like 2D area, but like we had the scene.
Yes.
So it was baked for the scene and then sampled, and then now we mentioned like every 20 pixels, and I'm a little bit lost because like where we have this information from.
Okay, so we can make the distinction, I guess, from now that like when we say pixel, we mean actual pixel on the screen, and for this light map stuff, we can call it like a texel. That's the actual, luxel is the actual terminology for it. Yeah, the light map pixel. And yeah.
Oh, so it was light map pixel. Okay.
We're just talking about like the light map pixel. And this is pretty, like at this point, it doesn't even matter if it's like in a pixel, stored in pixels or probes, because what we want to do is that the idea is that ideally we can store it for every pixel, but it's just not going to be feasible. So let's discretize our scene into like some smaller kind of format so we can reason about it more computation-wise, right? And there's multiple ways to do this. One is light maps. The other way is, for example, voxelize your scene, right? So again, you discretize it in like bigger chunks so you can reason about it like in these voxel formats. Or like probes, which are very similar to voxels in this case. But you pretty much want to, for all the points that is important, you want to say how much light propagates to this point. Then you store this as like some kind of value or like some function.
We still didn't mention one's shadow mapping.
Okay,
which we finally have to get to it.
Shadow maps are like very simple and very versatile, right? And yeah, we'll soon see why, right? But they're actually quite simple in principle.
By the way, chronologically speaking, we started with, let's say, a couple of years back in the Guru shading and this like simplified solution, and then we moved into light maps between, let's say, just focusing on shadows. Like, were there any other more sophisticated solutions for shadows?
So the big one was the radiosity algorithm, which was a technique through which you can get global illumination. So you can get light bounces around your scene. Because what we were just talking about is that in real life the light bounces around, and with the radiosity algorithm you could fake it. And we would fake it in the same way we were doing the light map stuff. I mean, we can get into it. But beyond that, for a minor period of time, not super minor actually, there was, people wanted to do these real-time shadows through a technique called shadow volumes or stencil shadows. But yeah, they were competing with shadow maps, and shadow mapping just kind of eventually won because it's just much simpler than that. So if you're okay, we can like jump into the most basic case of shadow mapping.
Let's do it.
NVIDIA has released more beautiful graphics cards, and we have better CPUs. Like the Itanium failed, and the Core multi-core processors lived on. So it is time to use more processing power. So what do is that, okay, let's go back to the original problem of render the scene from, this is the side, so let's render it from the side, and there's this house. The house must have a door.
You can tell that we have more compute power because in the beginning we started with boxes, now we have entire house.
That's right, exactly. And you know what? There's some grass and some trees. Okay?
Foliage, damn.
Yeah, like times are moving and crazy things are happening. So, and then we'll have like the sun from like Teletubbies or something, and it's like happy.
Like a second, and we're gonna do subsurface scattering of this tree and leaves.
No, that's a couple of years into the future, Okay. But now in our scenes we have this kind of stuff, right? And shadow mapping. Honestly, there's like it's not even worth discussing like the historical context of it too much because it's just super simple. So for shadow mapping, it's just shadow mapping is for shadow mapping we're doing this thing we did in the beginning that we're saying for each point in space we want to trace all these lines and see what's happening if they're occluded or not. And the way shadow mapping approaches this is that so you have your normal typical camera that you're moving in your 3D space, and that's the point through, that's the thing you see on your screen. That's the point, that's our window into the world, right? For shadow mapping, you're saying we want to do all of this numerous collision detections. It's not exactly collision detection, but let's say collision queries to see these points in space are occluded or not, right? And this is a highly parallel problem. And this is the perfect opportunity to make use of the GPU to solve this answer and help us with this. And pretty much what it kind of comes down to is that you start rendering the scene from the sun's perspective. So this is like the sun's view cone. You could think of it's looking down at us. So the shadows are going to be cast down like this, right? These are the direction of light, right? You could say. And this is another approximation that we make. Like when we talk about like sunlight or like directional light, we're just assuming a point infinitely far in space that casts parallel light rays. So we just make an assumption that all lights are going to be parallel. And then what this means is that we're going to try to render the scene from sun's perspective with one difference, that instead of rasterizing every pixel and then rendering color and everything, for every pixel that we're trying to render from the sun's perspective, we store how far away each pixel is in one texture, essentially. And this is called a depth map. So I'm thinking of how to actually visualize this, but it's really difficult to visualize this like in 2D space. But let's say like if the sun's view cone's like this, the sun is rendering stuff like in pixels, right? And the pixels in this case would be our light rays. So let's say the sun, we also draw this at like lower resolution, so let's say we draw these lines, and then the sun renders like, let's say, how far away each pixel is. It's a really rough sketch, but I think it gets the point across. So yeah, this is kind of what the sun's rendering. Yeah, and we store this in a texture, and then later, when we're doing the real rendering, this happens before we do the actual rendering from the real camera perspective. Now we do this, now we have per pixel lighting instead of per vertex lighting. Anyway, for every pixel, let's say, we're shading this house, we look at this point, and while rendering this, we want to determine if we are in shadow or not. And then we have to cross-reference against this point, pretty much, this distance that was stored. So we compare this distance to here, and we see that this distance is actually higher than the distance recorded in the shadow map. So this means this point is deeper than the surface of the shadow map that was recorded. And this means that we're in shadow. And for other points in the scene, let's say, for example, for rendering this point of like the tree, We look at the distance between the sun and the shadow map, and we're like, oh, we're higher. So we receive no light contribution. So does this make more sense?
So the shadow map is built from the sun direction, sun viewpoint, you said view
Yes.
count, and it's stored in a texture, and then it's compared the depth of a pixel to the value in the shadow map. But I'm assuming there's a line cast from the sun to determine on which direction you compare it?
And you do that, and you need that line cast for multiple reasons anyway. So let's say when you're rendering, this is just like floor, like you're rendering this floor, and this is the sun. You still need to know how spatially this pixel is in world space to the sun. So what is typical to do is that you trace an imaginary line, and this is different than ray tracing because in this case, for directional sun, you only care about the angle, but for other kinds of light that is not infinitely far away, you also care about the distance. And you trace this direction in this case, and then you take the normal of your current surface, and then you take the cosine of this angle, and then it tells you pretty much how, from which point the light is like shining onto that surface. And then you could use this to calculate like how much lighting contribution you should receive even in the normal case, right? And for the depth map, there's additional step of like you need to know how far away you are pixel-wise. So yeah, then you do actually compare, you calculate this distance, which is pretty cheap, all things considered, and also especially because every pixel is being shaded in parallel. You look this up and then you compare it with like a depth value. And then you then see if you should, you essentially see how far away you are currently from the sun, and you're like, am I inside something or am I outside something, if that makes sense. Yeah. This is ultimately, like, the important thing about shadow maps is that we're just trying to use the GPU to do this highly parallel work of like, is this pixel occluded or not? And this just turns out to be a quite versatile way of doing it, because now you have a general way to do massive amounts of collision detection from the GPU's perspective. And this is not only useful, for example, for shadow casting situations. It is also really common to use this kind of shadow mapping techniques. For example, in the following case, let's say you have a level like this, and this is like a gas station. So these are like the two gas pumps, and this is like the gas station roof. And yeah, this is some buildings. And it is cloudy, so there's going to be rain. And okay, it's a similar situation of like now you're spawning rain particles everywhere. And of course the rain cannot go under a roof, right? So under this area there should be no rain. And you could actually use shadow maps the similar way to do this dynamic collision detection. So you render shadow maps here, and then you cast these vertical rays, right? And every time you want to, for example, spawn a rain particle here, you're like, oh, but wait, I am occluded by the shadow. I'm occluded by something here. So we don't draw a rain particle here. So this is more, honestly, shadow mapping, I think the easier way of thinking about it is just like a kind of, just one way to do collision detection on the GPU.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting way to think about it.
Yeah, because
Nice.
that's actually exactly what's happening. Even with shadows, you're like, is this point from the light connected to the light? Or in the case of rain, is this point seeing the sky? Which is like making the assumption that the sky is like really up, just vertically straight up. And it's like, okay. And a lot of games actually do this. Like one game I know that uses this technique for rendering puddles, I think, is Teardown actually. So they
rendering puddles?
Yeah, puddles, like water puddles, like when it rains and like water gathers on the ground for like levels that have rain. To determine where to render those puddles, they do this kind of algorithm to see if you should draw a puddle there or not. And like third and handy and want to test it, just go on a rainy level that has puddles, take a huge object and just move it around the map, right? Like, and just see beneath it as puddles appear and like disappear magically. And this is a good technique. A lot of games use it. Also, you could use the same technique here that I used to know even where to spawn the rain particles. So when rains are falling and they hit the ground, you want them to go right. Again, you could be like, well, the places where there should be raindrops rather, are kind of like here, right? So these are like areas where the raindrops have to be. So then now like, okay, at this point I'm going to spawn a rain puddle now. Yeah, these are just, shadow maps are very versatile for just like a wide variety of things actually.
Why there are many shadow mapping techniques then?
Okay, let's begin with let's start another drawing and walk through some of the problems they cause. So let's say for a simple ground like this, like there's nothing else. There's this guy and then there's one sun. We try to render this from the sun's perspective, and what happens is that like if we look at the pixels that are being rendered from like the sun's perspective, so the sun shadow map, they kind of look like this a little bit, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
So the sun's drawing these points and drawing these lines, and what's happening is that it's not, because the sun's rendering stuff at an angle, you have to imagine that like the pixel wall that the sun's rendering, it is kind of like this. So this is like the pixel wall that like stuff is being rendered to, which is different than the pixels that we perceive on the screen, or like we look at it otherwise. So then now you want to actually shade every point in your scene, and you're like, all right, okay, let's render this guy, right? Oh wait, this guy's in shadow. The shadow map value doesn't count. All right, okay, let's render this guy. This guy is visible, and you get a really ugly effect on your surfaces. It's called shadow acne, and it just pretty much is just like the surfaces are like tearing themselves apart. You see all like these black lines and everything. I mean, I can pull up my game and just force the shadows to look terrible and look at it there, but like if that's confusing, but then like the problems begin,
You should, if you want to pull up your game, because first of all it looks awesome, and then if you have an easy way to make it look bad, to showcase shadow acne, then we should do it.
Okay, these are terrible looking shadows, but we'll get into why in a second. We will make them actually look more terrible. Let's see that actually. We need more terribleness. This is not good advertising, right?
I mean, you're on purpose making your shadow look worse. So
right.
At least you know how they should look like, and they are looking good by default. Then you need to make work to look them terrible.
Right.
I think that's great advertising.
Okay, true actually. So the effect that I want to show is actually kind of, it's hard to see here. I mean, I can see it on my monitor, but I'm sure this is not going to show on the screen. Okay, wait, I'll open Blender and actually move the sun so we can actually see the problem even better.
Showcasing your Blender exporter that updates in real life.
Yeah, that's
in real time, not real life, but okay.
Yeah, so where is my sun dude? Let's see. Ah, there it is, okay. Select the guy, okay. If I put the engine here, I'm just gonna rotate the sun to try to make it look as bad as possible.
Damn.
Oh my god, it's still not really visible, is it? Okay.
It's just still good.
I know how to make it look bad, don't worry.
Okay, like...
I have to do so much stuff to make it look worse. Okay. We're gonna do... Okay, whoops. Okay, now let's launch it again. I decreased the shadow map resolution by a lot. Ah, there we go, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's more like it. So we still don't see the freaking acne thing. Ah, I know why. So the thing is, I did a lot of things to make sure the shadows don't look terrible, but wait.
If you have them in one commit, we can just revert this commit and make them look terrible in one go.
Okay.
But we've seen the layer, the stepping of shadow in the beginning.
Okay.
Of course, you have a real-time hot reload. Of course.
Okay, I have real-time everything. We live in real time, and this is a real-time household. Okay, but you have to tell me if the effects show on the stream now, because...
Can you increase the window without blowing up your computer?
Okay, here's the thing. If I want to show this effect better, I have to like lower my like desktop resolution.
No. I think this will be visible.
Do you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a screenshot of this, and then we'll open this in Paint. So I can actually because I have the reason is that I have a really high resolution monitor, so the effects show up like real small. But now you should be able to see this. Does this show?
What I'm supposed to see?
These ugly like moire patterns on the ground.
Like the stepping. Like a step.
It's kind of like stepping, but like because there's so much of them. Yeah, and this would be more obvious if I run it at like a smaller resolution, but yeah.
I think it's visible. Every arc looks like this. Like it's a stepping function with a square.
But yeah, you even like see the moire patterns that are like here. Maybe if I go to like another level of the problems. So we're going to show force. So yeah, this is this effect that I was mentioning, right? So then to fight this, to solve this, this is just like one of the shadow map starter kits, problems. To solve this problem, what you do is that every time you're sampling these pixels, you push the pixel a little bit like up, pretty much, in the direction of the normal in this case. You just push it a bit up, and we're like actually evaluate this position.
But
does that make sense?
But you need to do every other pixel needs to be higher.
Yeah, we do this for pretty much. So for the shadow map, we render it as is. But now that we're shading it, instead of looking at the pixel that is actually sitting on the surface, we just pull it a little bit up, and then we compare this pixel value. So we see that, oh, this pixel is like in front of all of this shadow map stuff, so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is like the basic thing you do. But then what happens, the problem is that if you use this value is called like a bias factor. I'll try to show it like here. So yeah, wonderful shadows. Okay. So you push value a little bit up. So I'm going to add the bias value here so you could see what they look like. 1 second, and to enable it, and they just disappeared. I hope this shows on stream. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have like ran my desktop at like 600 by 480, and then it would have looked perfect. But then the drawings would look worse. So okay, you do that. But now the problem is like, okay, if I use like a high value for the bias, okay, so now we fully got rid of the problem that we had with the shadow acne that we had. And oh look, what is this? Now the objects that are like too close to the ground, they're not casting any shadows like at this point, right? Oops. At this point that they're touching the ground. And this is because we're pushing everything up. So we're just essentially thinking everything's further than they are, right? And then it causes all kinds of problems. And this actually has a name too. It's called like Peter Panning, when the objects on the ground start like floating like this. And this is actually kind of a scarier problem than it looks, because now there is no good value for bias that I can tell you that will work for every game and every scenario even. It is really typical for games, for example, to have a different bias factor for like shadows per level or like per different situations, and it's just ultimately just really hacky. And even a level designer, you're like, oh, I want better shadows here, so I'm gonna like lower the bias. But then like everything on the other side of the map, hell is broken loose and stuff. It's just like not a winning game, man. You just cannot fight it. You wanna say something?
Yes, because to me, it's like shadows are this area where you have a lot of properties like this, like shadow bias, and like you tune it and you tune it forever. And at some point you ship a game
Yes.
and you're not happy with it because you know all the places where it looks bad, but like it's good
Yes.
enough and you have to ship it.
Yes. Default shadow maps look even worse than these because, and this is like the perspective, this icon, like this thing that I have in the corner of the screen, the black thing, this is the scene being rendered from like the shadow's perspective. And in this case, it's like the sun follows the player camera. But okay, let me actually show you another thing here because I was doing a thing here, but that's the thing look even worse. Yeah.
Let's make it look terrible.
You have to bear me for a second while I find the relevant piece of code here.
You want to avoid showing the code.
No, it's just like, it's okay. Like, I'm just trying to find.
Is it C++?
No, it's in C actually. Everything's in C. Good old.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I think
The code is also shy. Horowitz said in the chat. Perfect.
Okay, so now what the hell is even happening here actually? Everything's dancing and everything, like the shadow's having a bad day, let's just say. It's having a headache.
Yeah.
And the problem
What did you do?
actually.
What did you do, Taha?
In this case, the sun is following the camera, which just doesn't make sense, right? But the reason we do it is because the sun's rendering the scene from a certain perspective, right? And we want the shadow map, the texture, to use as much of it as possible. We'll get into this later, but we want to use as much of it as possible, right? So we say that instead of rendering the sun from a really far perspective that covers the entire level, and we get lower pixel counts, let's bring the sun as close we can to the player, right? And because my game's like a top-down game, I can get away with like a lot more that like, hey, let's just have the sun follow the player camera and then, you know, cover big enough of an area that when you look at it from like a top-down perspective, things are fine.
But why is it dancing? I have no idea what it is.
Because the sun is like now moving with the player position, with the camera position. Now it also means that these pixels are now moving too. So you notice, like, when I look around, it's not shimmering, but as soon as I move the camera, it's moving. And it's because these pixels are moving. Like the position of the position where the sun is rendering the shadow map is moving, and that's causing the problems. The reason that problem happens is that when these are like the, let's say, these are like the pixels. This is like the screen, and these are like the rays, right? So when you're rendering stuff, and the sun moves in between these pixel values, it's when you get kind of the sad, right? But if you say, okay, with some magic math, that you're saying, let's make the sun move in pixel-sized increments. So the minimum value the sun can move is like a value of this guy, right?
Okay.
So if the sun's going to move from here, and the player's going like this, the only place the sun can go to is like this position.
Okay.
So if I enable it back, and we compile the code again, you see now it's stable, and the sun's still following this player.
Yeah.
And in reality, it's just moving the same as before, it's just we're making sure it's moving in this pixel-sized increments. To reduce the SAD pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, Taha, we probably should wrap up because we explored many concepts throughout like decades of history of lighting and shadows.
Right.
Is there something that you would like to end with? Something either from your engine or from generally the discussion?
Let me just make the shadows look better. There we go. I think it's worth pointing out that like 3D graphics programming has like two aspects to it. One is that like you're actually doing research and you're exploring things and you want to make discoveries and like that kind of stuff. And then the other aspect is like, okay, I just want to make one game, man. Like, why is it so goddamn hard, right? That's like, how hard can it be, right? And even if you're in that aspect of like, I just want to make one game.
If I can made it
I'm
up.
not even a programmer, or I'm a 3D artist and whatever. It's still really good to be aware of like what's happening. You don't need to go fully like nuts and bolts on kind of things to see what's happening, but just understanding intuitively what's happening and why certain things are the way they are, it becomes much easier to make better compromises, because I said this before that like graphics programming is kind of you're just a decision maker that you're like, okay, what is the best compromise I can make for this engine? And like even like the way I implemented the shadow mapping here, which is kind of unique and it doesn't work for every game and stuff. It's like, okay, I understand that like my game has these limitations and I can abuse a certain limitation it has to get away with doing stuff, not even like necessarily stuff that even looks better, but sometimes spending less time on it and going the easier routes.
What did you learn from?
There's two things, because like the problem is that like a lot of this information is really sparsely propagated through the internet, and there's not any real good central place that I can recommend you to go take a look at. There are several blog posts that talk about multiple various graphic stuff, and even like presentations at like game developer conferences and like Hawkins conferences that they do. I would just say start from the area that probably you're the most familiar with. If I were to give a tip like that, I'm just saying, oh, I'm just looking modder for, and I make source engine maps. Okay, there's like lots of knobs and like options in the editor that you're looking, and they have names and stuff, right? Like you, for example, said, why is it called baking? Google that, right? Like Google that and just be like, oh, like baking light maps, and oh, light maps is a word I've never heard before. Let me Google what is light maps, and then you Google it, and like then you look at, oh, it's like after light map came radiosity. Okay, what is radiosity? You go look at that, right? And then this kind of takes you around like the adventure of like and YouTube videos and archived chat messages and emails and like whatever that like show you this information. So I think, yeah, to reiterate, I would just say use your curiosity as a fuel to drive you to learning these things. I really don't. I can recommend maybe certain blogs, but they don't cover everything, and they're only about one thing. So I would just say instead, seek for the curiosity. Seek with curiosity, and you shall find. I guess so.
And you have to recommend these blogs. Come on, you have to.
Okay, are we doing this actually? I can go through a list of actually good blogs then. So, okay, all right, let's do it then.
Oh, in your latest blog post, you have links?
I actually usually do like putting links into other stuff, like further reading, right? So there's a blog post called, the German name, but it's called like Simon Schreibt.de. There's this guy, and he has like these blogs, and he talks about a lot of, so he's covering a lot of 3D graphics programming tricks that they do. Like here's how Sims 4 fakes its mirrors, and like here's how Anno did a fake art trick to render shadows. Okay, like it's actually quite fun because like in the game Anno, like we were saying that like the sun always rotates with you as you're trying to look around the city, because there was like a point where you can look exactly parallel to the sun direction, so you and the sun are looking from the same perspective. And then from that point, if you look, there will be no shadows because you're looking at the scene from like that angle. And they thought it would be ugly, so they added an option to rotate the sun with you, because it doesn't make sense, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes a lot of sense, right? So this blog post really gold mine in this, and they have like techniques like, oh, how does GTA 5 did their like fountain rendering? And it's really good because you get a sense that like, oh, it's all smokes and mirrors, right? And two, it has all of those keywords that I mentioned that you can look up and be like, okay, I'm gonna search more through this keyword.
There's a name, Ryan Game.
This is actually probably my favorite way to learn about graphics programming, and that's, think of your favorite game and Google for, actually there's a link, okay, I will show you the link too. You could Google for like people who reverse engineered the graphics of it. So let's take a look at a game that I really like, The Witness. Graphics, frame, breakdown. So let's see if we can find it. Oh, frame analysis, perfect. This is part 2. But he, for example, is, okay, perfect. So yeah, he talks about a little bit about the game, and then he talks about, oh, first things, talking about cascaded shadow maps, which we didn't get to talk to. Oops. But, whoops. Yeah. he talks about that, and he's like, here's how they did it. Here's how they did global illumination, reflection, and it just goes through that. And this, people do this for almost all of the favorite games you could think of. There's this link, I could share it in the chats. This is useful, but it has...
Oh, you can send this to me.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I just slammed it in the chat.
Blocked.
So this is a blog that is an archive of like a public archive of like all of these games. People who reverse engineered the rendering of games. Like, oh look, there's one for GTA 5, and there's one for, I don't know, Teardown, perfect. And there's two on Teardown even. And yeah, you just read through these, and one by one you read the words, and you just keep looking more into it. And finally, like in terms of like another place that has like a centralized place of like graphics programming information, there's this guy called, actually I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I assume his name is Jendrik Ilner. And he has a blog, and yeah, he has this article database thing. I'll send this chat link to you too. And this is pretty much, this guy I think just reads a lot of blogs and like papers, and those he finds that are good, he just shares them here. Oh wait, this is you. How rendering changed.
That's an inception.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, there's like lots of stuff here. Oh wait, it's you again with Ignacio Costa. So yeah, this is like a...
Ignacio worked on The Witness. We didn't got to talk
Yes.
about it, but a lot of his work was on the Witness engine, and we talk about
Yes.
it. Not like shadow maps, for example, but we talk about it briefly.
He actually put a lot of work into making the shadow maps pretty good, and I think he developed. We didn't talk about actually how shadow maps kind of become soft, but he had quite a novel technique for rendering them soft in a reasonable way that kind of became popular after that, I think. So I would highly encourage people to try to learn really like the nuts and bolts of things and why they happen and why they're important and like what are the downsides and what are we actually doing. Like, is this thing that we're doing, is it just like compassion on the real, to deal with the real deal, or like what, So
How much time do you spend reading graphics papers?
Okay.
They're not easy to read.
No, they're not easy to read, and okay. There's lots of problems with like actual paper articles that are published in the graphics programming scene. I only usually do that if I need to, like as in there's like actually a difficult thing and I don't know how to do it off the top of my head. I'm like, alright, okay, let's actually go and see how it's done. The way I go about it is that I usually filter stuff by year, and I usually discard the modern stuff and look at the old stuff. Because, especially with like performance in mind, I'm like, okay, if they made this like back in the day and it ran fast on like old hardware, then surely it has to be really good for like modern hardware. Which is not always the case, but it's the case in a lot of times. So I try to filter it by that, and then after that,
it's actually crazy that you need to, like, the hardware situation changed so fast in graphics that like papers from like less than 10 years ago, they just had entirely different work they were basing.
That's right. And the interesting thing is that this is the case with like CPUs a little bit too, but more with GPUs. Because yeah, like the CPUs happen less than like the old way of writing code, or just like now slower. But yeah, GPUs are crazy because the sad reality of GPUs is that you really don't, you have actually quite low control over what you can do with the GPU hardware, because you're only programming or controlling the device through an API. You're not really controlling the hardware. Then the shader code actually runs there, and you write the shader code fine. But like different APIs also written with like different assumptions of like different stuff in time. I think like Sebastian Altona really deep dived on the subject of like the no graphics API, of like how when GPU APIs were made at the time, they were actually suitable for the hardware, but a few years later, and they're just gone, like the OpenGL, for example, 2.0 way of rendering things, it's just like, these days, it's just like bonkers, and like, even before that, like, for like around pipeline, so we're like much less programmable than like even today. But sorry, to answer your original question of like how I read papers, I pray that there's a code implementation because following the math is real difficult. And I actually do one other thing, which is a very good trick. I have a friend who's a mathematician, and it's really useful to just go to remember like what the hell does this mean. So if I were to give a tip, it's like find a friend who either knows math or like learn it yourself. And it's a life hack.
Thank you very much, Taha, for joining me. For everybody, where can people follow your work? On X, right?
I post stuff on X, but usually it's just like showcase stuff and like only technical stuff. And also I have this small blog that I post technical stuff to as well. So on X I am Taha Korapur altogether, and on the blog it's Lotus Spring altogether.substack.com. And yeah, I guess I'm mostly, my social public persona is mostly those two outlets.
Often when you post something, there's a discussion on our Discord channel for members. So if people in the audience would like to support this show, they can become a member and discuss latest developments of Taha's graphics engine /game engine. On the
yeah, especially because, you know, my game's kind of sensitive to spoilers, and sometimes it's really painful for me to not be able to show the thing and post on Twitter. But sometimes I post it like on your Discord if I don't want to post on Twitter. It's like, okay, small group of people, it's okay for them to like know about this thing, but like beyond that, it's like, okay, like
they can know. So if you want to join the secret circle, you're welcome. Taha, thank you so much for joining me. Everybody who is in the audience, thank you for tuning in.
Thank you very much for having me. It was real fun, yep.
We spent so much time on the very difficult parts of graphics programming. So you made the drawings that looked very easy. In reality, to go through all the math and understand all the hoops that go through implementing these is like way more complex.
And I would also say this as a final note, I really don't consider myself a graphics programmer. And the whole graphics stuff that I do is just like, I really accidentally nerd snapped myself into doing it. So it's just a really fun, challenging problem to work on. And the extra cool part about it is that it's very visual. Graphics programming is this part where, you know, like you either make something fast and you see a number go up, or you just implement a cool thing and then you see the visual result of it. And that is actually highly addictive and highly rewarding.
Or you screw up your shader code and you can't see nothing and you spend debugging.
Well, yeah, that's you know, that's the thing, man.
Like it doesn't happen to you.
Dude, this thing is fucking $400 now.
Okay, I think that's a whole other topic we can even talk about, like the pain of using.
That's
GPUs,
insane.
You know? That's a whole topic
I have
that
like
we can
4
get
of
into.
these.
Like the stuff that we got into today, like we talked a little bit about like lights and shadows. We barely managed to scrape the surface, but a lot of the time programming the GPU is mainly the fact that you have to deal with the GPU APIs, and that makes it more painful than it really needs to, and that's really the sad part of it. I mean, when I first started this engine, it was in OpenGL, you know, and like everyone in the audience has just programmed OpenGL to roll the eyes back into their head, and it's like, yeah, the pain was real, man. You know, like and there's so many contrived, just absolute stuff that just like sucks. Yeah.
What does it use now?
Right now it's a DirectX 11 render kitchen, so No. I mean, I have to spend time doing other stuff in the engine too. Like if it was just, if I was a solo rendering guy, sure, I would think of DirectX 12, but like no, I can do everything I want to do with DirectX 11 and then some. And DirectX 11 is much better than OpenGL when it comes to the support part, because they have much better error catching, but in OpenGL, you know, it's like, oh great, it's not working. Why not? It could be a trillion reasons. Can you tell me which one? No, I find like binary search often find them. And the biggest problem is that OpenGL driver implementations between drivers are different. So I have 3 different computers and the game looks different on each one of them. And at some point I had like a long list of like stuff in OpenGL that just works differently across vendors, you know. And by differently I mean like NVIDIA just does whatever they want, and like AMD is usually the closest to the spec, and Intel's just like holding on with their life. I guess it's a bit better right now, but I just had too much of those cases, and I was like, man, like enough is enough, you know? Like I suffered so much pain, I cannot deal with this anymore, and it just like rage rewrote the renderer in like DirectX 11. Mainly pushed by like a couple of friends who had more experience with it, and they were telling me like, "What's wrong with you, man? Like, do it." And I was like, "Okay."
You were rage rewriting your renderer from OpenGL to
Yes.
DirectX 11, and you still not call yourself a graphics programmer.
No,
Some
not
two
a.
diverging realities to me.
I think like people who want to really dive deep into rendering engines, it's just like it's a huge well. It's a huge well of like interesting stuff you could do and stuff. And there's multiple ways to do it. It's like you can either be a pioneer of like new technologies or stuff, or you could really master the old ones to I don't know, use them to their most advantage. But I don't know. It's just like such a huge thing, right? And there's of course we only talked about like real time stuff. Like there's also like the offline world. They just do stuff like in a very different way, and there's like a whole different ballpark too. So it's just a huge field. It's just like a huge field, you know. So yeah.
Everybody, this will be available for members in this unedited fashion on YouTube, and I will need a couple of weeks to get it done, properly edited, get Taha sign off, and release it later on. Please, Taha, stay in the call so that your video is uploaded, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
If you ask a general purpose AI a legal question, you will always get an answer. And that's the problem. It has no way to tell you the case it just cited does not exist. Lawyers have been sanctioned over exactly this. And the fix everybody reaches for is retrieval, bolt a search index onto a model and hope it stays honest. I went a different direction with Leapable Law. I built the database underneath it so that refusing to answer is something the storage engine can enforce, and it is not something that you ask the model to please remember to do. It is mathematically enforced at the database layer. And the engine that does that is called Calyx. And in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to show you what it is, and then show you a live public system running on it that you can open right now, and you can try to break it. A normal AI retrieval stack is 3 databases in a trench coat, a vector database for meaning, a keyword index for exact terms, and a graph database for how things connect. 3 systems, 3 copies of your data, 3 places for them to disagree, and a pile of glue code whose job is to referee this. And Calyx is one storage engine that does all 3 natively. Dense vectors, keyword BM25, and graph traversal over the same physical rows. And 3 things make it different from database. First, it is an association native database, and the relationships between records are first-class stored objects, not something you recompute. Purpose a vector database for meaning, a keyword index for exact terms, and a graph database for how things connect. 3 systems, 3 copies of your data, 3 places for them to disagree. And
So I went vegan yesterday, right? I gotta admit it's really hard because I'm not good at cooking. Not yet. I will be. I better be. I need to be. Because if I don't figure it out, then it's gonna be bad.
First, it is an association native database, and the relationships between records are first-class stored objects, not something you recompute.
Ego tough. Yeah, just kidding.
Second, it has a fail-closed guard. It is calibrated, and when a question falls outside the distribution the data actually supports, the engine refuses to answer. And that is a database behavior. It is not a prompt instruction. You cannot talk it out of it. All right?
Alright, let's fucking finish the last of our 1500 calorie shit. Why is it still on? I turned that off. Hold on, I'll worry about it after this.
Talk the system into hallucinating. You cannot talk it into doing something that is not supposed to with prompt injection. You cannot talk it into giving you answers that do not lie within the database, within the data set itself. And third, every derivation is appended to a hash chain ledger, not a log file, a chain, where each entry is bound to the one before it. And that means any answer the system ever gave can be re-derived later and checked bit for bit. So every time you ask the system a question, you will always get the same answer. Now, when you ask a question, and this is if you ask it to the database. Now, here in the system I have on the demo here, it is using an LLM to navigate and make sense and do all these things. And so, even though you might put in the same answer into the LLM, you will get, the LLM will query the corpus with maybe a different words or whatever it might be. And so this actual answer here might vary slightly in wording, but it's going to say exactly semantically the same thing. But yes, if you were talking directly with the database itself, it would always give you the exact same answer. It is always giving the AI the exact same answer if it asks the same exact question. Right? And then if the answer can be derived from the database, then you get an answer. And not only do you get an answer, you get an answer with the citations, sources, a graph mapping here, the sources and how they were played out. Here's a list of 112 evidence sources. Not all of these were used in the answer. In the actual answer that it produced, it only used these three sources here. You can click here to access these sources in the answer itself. You can see the exact citations. And under these citations, it tells you what it is, a court opinion, or I guess these ones are all court opinions, but they could be different, like judge opinions and stuff like that. And then for any of these sources where you got your information from, you can just open the original
more
to the document on free law with Court Listener. And this is the site that most lawyers use. It has a little over 70% of all legal court cases in existence in the U.S. I think this might be the largest repository of it, or at least it is the largest one publicly anyway. And this is the site that most lawyers use. And so that site also has extreme issues with their search and navigation that the system here solves, okay? And we can do things here like try to make it hallucinate. As you can see here, I can say, look for this case. This is from 2029, right? It'll do its thinking and then it'll come back. It'll say something like not in corpus or whatever it is, right? And you can try prompt injections, whatever. Calyx stops all of that stuff. It's all mathematically impossible to do. This is not playing with prompts. This is not wishing things go your way. This is a deterministic system. Right? And that's what software systems need to do. And that is why software systems have never needed human in the loop before AI, because they were all deterministic. And what happened is we then introduced AI, which is an undeterministic system, and now you need things like human in the loop and all this other stuff, right? And so what we really want to do is get back to deterministic systems. And what Calyx does is it turns every LLM, it takes full control of the LLM. The database controls the LLM. And makes it so that the LLM can only produce deterministic outputs. And once you can then
but LLMs can already produce deterministic outputs.
And deterministic
right?
outputs, the game changes completely. And deterministic outputs.
Moshi moshi.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much.
Just,
yeah.
So homepage is pretty done.
Okay.
By the way, I'm in Naoji Island.
おいいじゃん。
いいでしょ。
どこらへん？
洲本じゃない、逆だね。北の方。
いいじゃん。
North side. So about the homepage.
Yeah.
So Is that possible to make new branch through Sublime March?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Do you have it open?
Nah.
Okay.
Can you teach me on text or something?
Yeah. I'll do that.
All right. I'll push it
Okay. Cool.
after finish it. Yep.
Cool. And then
All right.
this is for Job Navi or
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
No. Our homepage.
Our
Company
homepage. Okay.
homepage.
Cool.
Yeah, Jobnavi is it's not done yet,
That's fine. Okay.
but it's pretty soon. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Alright.
All right. I'll let you know now.
お土産買っていくね。
All right. Bye
あ
bye.
そう
以上。
じゃあまたね。
またね。バイバイ。
はい、バイバイ。
All right. So here's how you do it. Very sure.
Why are fucking Thailand people so fucking skinny? Damn. 気をつけて帰ってください。Okay, we're gonna get our final 30. Okay. Push-ups. What are 60 push-ups in now? Do we still have peanut butter?
I think we do.
What can we do with peanut butter? Yes, I'm not a fan of oats though, because they're not good for your blood sugar. Nut butter shake. We actually probably gotta. We honestly are gonna have. We're gonna have to do something like that. I'm not a fan of it, but we gotta do it. Coconut yogurt. Almond or coconut yogurt? Oh man. Fat bombs. Stir a large scoop into plain unsweetened almond or coconut yogurt. Almond yogurt. Is that even good? What are cruelty? Is that seriously what they call it? They call it cruelty based? Bro, what the fuck? That's kind of funny. Okay. We gotta start waking up earlier. Like, seriously, man. This is fucking... This is not working. Coconut yogurt. Coconut yogurt, okay, right here. You know what? I'm gonna go to Spark real quick because we need to get a few things. So obviously we need this coconut yogurt. Get coconut yogurt. We need more peanut butter. We need celery. We need more. We're gonna need more. We need get sweet potatoes. Plenty of them in Japan. Yeah, I do not at all think soy yogurt tastes like the real thing. Sorry. Coconut yogurt is very similar to what else do we need? Oh man, bro, we literally don't have enough calories in our body. Like, I actually feel hungry. It's crazy, despite eating the entire day. I've just been eating all day. I still feel hungry. I'm so hungry. Look, I'm not trying to have these fucking dessert things, bro. Just fucking... Why is everything so fucking desserty? That shouldn't be the way to compensate. I don't want to, like, I shouldn't have to compensate calories by eating, like, fucking sweets. That's not how it should work. Just fucking present good. Can we just present, like, fucking good? Let's see, okay, what can I gather? What kind of inspiration can I gather from this? Oats? I don't want to do oats. I know Brian Johnson eat oats. I know he would not eat oats because they're fucking... Yeah. What? Corpophobia, yeah. What does actually that mean? What actually does it mean? Does this mean like, despite? You're right. And we need to get some sauce, which we did order. We already ordered, so we're gonna get our sauce. Vegan food. I don't want to get rice. I'm not a rice type of guy, man. Damn, it's really fucking good. It's really good. Like, that's a lot of fucking calories, man. Shit. It's really, really good. I don't want to do this, but I think we might do that. Oh man, that looks good. It's the carbs. Don't get. I don't want to go down the wrong rabbit hole. I don't want to take the wrong route. See, like this looks good, but that doesn't look very healthy. It looks like not the type of oils you want, not the type of fat. Yeah, not the type of oils I want in my body. I think these chili oils. We have our trusty lentils. I guess the good thing about being vegan is that, actually, this is the second time I've been vegan, is I get to eat bread again. Or the good side of not being a carbophobe, which I was before. I'm not a carbophobe anymore. Oh, that looks so good. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good. Beans? Oh, we could get beans again. Get lettuce. Oh shit, that looks so good. Get tomatoes. Get avocados. Bro, that looks so fucking good. It's insane. Oh my god. It's already 23 o'clock, but we gotta keep eating. I know he doesn't really pauses. Oh my god. What the fuck? Bro. This must be like Brian Johnson's algorithm right here. Is high calorie, low mTOR, low GI. Wow. That's a lot. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. Nuts are literally gonna save us, man. It's awful. Hmm? 혼자? no. Interesting. I say we just fucking honestly let's just get this shit. Yeah, let's go get these right now. Wow. How would you stop being a pussy and just like fucking, I don't know. Yeah, he does no starches, man. Dude, that is discipline. That's discipline. This is not easy at all. So I need to go get food. I'm gonna get avocados, tomatoes, lettuce, bread. Not bread. I gotta remove that. We don't get bread. Sweet potatoes. Like sweet potatoes are kind of a starch, right? But whatever. Like, I need potatoes for now. Coconut yogurt. Yeah, this is fine. We can work with this. Some shit. macadamia nuts. We got celery. We still have our peanut butter. They don't fucking sell peanut butter. So we need to get peanut butter. We need to order it right now. Japan doesn't fucking ever have peanut butters. So we got Pimon. I don't know. Paprika. I mean, this is a paprika, I guess. We got a avocado, which we're gonna eat right now. Let's try to eat one avocado per day. At least. Cumulatively. And we'll keep this in the fridge. Yeah. This. We'll eat the celery now. Yeah, so that's that. There's celery. Japanese celeries. You're not bad. Go straight in. All right, cool. Alright. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Alright.
recipe in the description below, and I'll make sure I include all of the ingredients in it. First, when I soak the nuts in water, make sure all This process will help me and all of my items out there digest the seeds. Drain the water and dump the nuts into the process. Blend the macadamia nuts into incredible. Add in the miso, coconut kefir, blend it up, give it a taste. You need to add some belly. You can enjoy the meat as is. One step further, all we need to do is wrap it up in a cheese block, tie it up with water. I'm the guy with this together here. Just make it all whatever you have. Make sure that there's something underneath there. Let it dry in the fridge overnight. Next day, slice it. Thanks for watching. If you want to see more of our content, subscribe to our channel, bell to notify us when we post our next recipe. Until next time.
back in 1990, there was this team of bird researchers that found that in 1990 there was this team of bird researchers that found this little random bird.
Welcome back to the Lily Kitchen, or even so that you can digest the life recipe. Get there in a blend. A little bit that visual day works really well. Now what we need to do is add up with 60 seconds. Add a mix while you blend. A nut bag straight in behind. That is behind all their opinion. It's the perfect dairy-free and vegan milk alternative. So now you know how to make your own activated macadamia nut milk at home. Give it a try and let us know how you go in the comments below. As always, hit subscribe if you haven't already and give this video a like if you enjoyed it. Otherwise, we'll see you again next week for another Labelli Life recipe.
Not coconut, fucking macadamia milk.
Welcome back to the Labelli Kitchen. We like to activate our nuts beforehand, and that just helps to unlock nutrients and it's easier for the body to digest. We're going to be making 1 liter of macadamia milk today, and we're going to start with 2 cups of macadamia nuts. To activate them, all we need to do is pour over some room temperature water and add a little bit of salt.
Oh my god, that is so expensive.
All we need to do now is cover it up and leave it on the counter overnight. So these are my activated macadamia nuts that I put on last night. You can see that they're really nicely puffed up and rehydrated, which is perfect for making a really nice creamy milk. We're going to quickly strain these and give them a good rinse, and then with the water for 60 seconds. That's going to help break down
about a half a tablespoon. You can also use before we get to that though, here is a cup of macadamia nuts, and we also have 4 cups of distilled water. And we also have, we're going to use a dash of pink salt. Now getting back to this monk fruit, we didn't have any dates in the house, so we're going to use a half a tablespoon of monk fruit. You don't have to use any kind of sugar. You all add my right amount of consistency. Tablespoon. Mix all these. So it's all preference. Kind of. Don't do that.
Bro, I'm hyped right now. This looks so good.
also, if you want, you can even kick it up a notch. If I had it.
We gotta order some peanuts, but. Wow. Nutty butter, nutty butter, nutty butter, nutty butter, nutty butters, butters, nutty butters. Butter, butter, butter. I want some peanut butter. I need some peanut butter. Peanut butter. Let's get some peanut butter. I need some butters. I need some butter. I need some butters. Butter, butter, butters. I need some butter. Butter, butter, butter. Butter, butter, butter. Butter. I need some butter. Butter. I need some butters. I need some butter. I need some butters. I need some butters. I think this is good. Beautiful. Exactly what I need. This is 150 greens. Get 2 of these. Beautiful. Sonic Foods peanut butter, 100% peanuts. That's exactly what I needed. That's exactly what I needed. It's in a glass jar. In a glassy jar. Nice little glassy jar. Get 4 of those. We'll get this later. And then we could just go ahead and get this Sonic Foods peanut butter. And that should be good. Oh, okay. I got that, and there, and there, and there. Oh, shit. Just get that there and that, like that, and get there. You know, the peanut butter we can get our hands on. What else we gotta get here? We need to get some of that what? We gotta get what? Vegan Food Japan. High calorie. Peanut butter and crackers. Vegan yogurts. Peanut butter and crackers. Nut and 12 mix. Protein bar. Vegan yogurt. Vegan yogurts. Peanuts. We gotta get the peanuts in there. Let's get that. Alright, I'm retarded, soこれがいいかね。なんだろうな。これがいいんだろうな。これがいいかもしれないけど。これがいいかもしれないけどさ。これがいいかもしれないけどさ。これがいいかもしれないからさ。これがいいかもしれないからさ。これがいいかもしれないからさ。これがいいかもしれないさ。厚揚げ。厚揚げ。
This video is sponsored by
It's not a mock-up, it's not a pitch deck screenshot, it's an actual live working demo.
The reasoning LLM agent writes an answer and marks its citations with specific opinion IDs. Second, the server intercepts this and verifies those IDs. And crucially, rapid proof, the original hash, and the 2 Ohio collection. Nothing else. Judge analytics are pure.
Bro, I'm not eating oats. Fuck off. I want to make this. This looks fucking great. What is that sauce? Chili sauce? That's what we need. That's what we're missing is the sauce, man. Fuck. We need sauce, man. We need sauce. Vegan sauce. I don't fucking care what it is. We're gonna find something. Vai minha tristeza e dia ela que sem ela não pode ser. Destino numa prece, prece, alegrece. I don't know if I'm saying that. Alegrece, não mais sofrer. Vai minha tristeza e dia ela que sem ela não há paz, não há beleza, não há beleza, só tristeza, melancolia, canção de mim, canção de mim não sai. Nessa que coisa linda, que coisa louca. God, that chick is thick as fuck. Assim, calata assim, eu santo de netinho, seu vídeo, seu ventre. What? That's lentils?
Our vegan dietitian makes healthy, creamy, high-protein dal. The roots in Jamaica, India, and England, I've eaten a lot of curries and dal. While my recipe's not super traditional, it checks a lot of my boxes. It's healthy, delicious, flavorful, and easy to make, with ingredients that are easy to find. And it gives you a lot of options. You can use jarred or diced tomatoes. Skip the chilies if you don't like it spicy. Add cashew yogurt instead of coconut milk for a healthier dal. You can even add some vegan butter, nutritional yeast, and hemp seeds for more protein. It's divine. Our vegan dietitian makes healthy, creamy, high-protein dal. The roots in Jamaica, India, and England, I've eaten a lot of curries and dal. While my recipe's not super traditional, it checks a lot of...
That chick is Japanese.
I just made this 4-day plant-based meal prep. This is 100 grams of protein a day. It has gut nourishment and broccoli. Okay. We also have cauliflower just to make.
What's her name? She might not be Japanese. She's Korean. Cheap, lazy, vegan. What's her name? Rose. She's South Korean. Yeah. A minha tristeza diz a ela que sem ela não pode ser. Dude, that guy is fucking red as fuck. Vai minha triste exigia ela que sem ela não há paz, não há beleza, só tristes da melancolia.
200 5-star reviews for my 6-ingredient lentil burgers. These are so high in protein, and yes, they're made from fat. And all you need are lentils, carrots, tomato paste, cilantro or parsley, garlic, and shallots. Feel free to add your desired seasonings, and I prefer to bake these, but you can pan fry them too. These have been a staple in my house. I'm a registered dietitian, and I've raised 3 kids on a plant-based diet. 200 5-star reviews for my 6-ingredient lentil burgers. These are so high in protein, and yes, they're made from plants. And all you need are lentils, carrots, tomato paste, cilantro or parsley, garlic, and shallots. Feel free to add your desired seasonings, and I prefer to bake these, but you can pan fry them too. These have been a staple in my house. I'm a registered dietitian, and I've raised 3 kids on a plant-based diet. 200 5-star reviews for my 6-ingredient lentil burgers. These are so high in protein, and yes, they're made from plants. And all you need are lentils, carrots, tomato paste, cilantro or parsley, garlic, and shallots. Feel free to add your desired seasonings, and I prefer to bake these, but you can pan fry them too. These have been a staple in my house. I'm a registered dietitian, and I've raised 3 kids on a plant-based diet. 200 5-star reviews for my 6-ingredient lentil burgers. These are so high in protein, and yes, they're...
A minha triste exigia ela que sem ela não pode ser. Não precisa alegrar-se, eu santo não vai sofrer. Bro, honestly, I think we just gotta fucking literally just do what Brian Johnson needs. And like, that's literally all we can do, to be honest.
Make out of our trimmed green beans into bite-sized pieces. Place them aside and move your curry of intentional and pork. Add to the mono-unsaturated little fluff with your fork. Add to the plate as a base. Top with the curry and add plenty of curry broth because that's where all the flavor is. Garnish with black sesame seeds, cilantro, and microgreens. And if you're feeling extra bougie, you can add in some edible flour. If you're milking all the, it doesn't apply to smoothies. Vicky, lend them to nuts from Austin. 32% and oatmeal, and mint and a jake before enjoying.
Finally, we have the roasted vegetable, chickpea, and
Over 3 recipes. 18% protein, but also to the heated stainless steel pan. If the chopping potatoes have more fiber than regular potatoes. So there are 2 things intentional should teaspoon is just as important as the cooking. Precise, intentional arrangements stimulate the appetite and encourage you to eat slower and more mindfully, which all improves digestion and nutrition absorption. To plate, give the quinoa a nice little fluff with your fork. Add to the plate as a base. Top with the curry and add plenty of curry broth because that's where all the flavor is. Now we're going to chop our trimmed green beans into bite-sized pieces. Place to the side and chop your cilantro. Now that the quinoa is finished cooking after
This is like how you like to eat. Your dietary needs sent off. Hungry Root, thanks for sponsoring today's video and for always sending me incredible. Now, for the other version, we're going to eat as a hummus-ish thing that is spending milk. Then we're just going to toss that into all of it, except the hemp seeds and olive oil, into a blender with a bit of water and blend until smooth. Then we're just going to toss that into a bowl, top with the olive oil and hemp seeds, and season with the potassium chloride, and here we go. This is supposed to be the healthiest lunch you could possibly eat, according to the guy that is spending millions of dollars and doing everything possible to live longer. So let's see what Monica has to say about the taste. She thinks she can eat this every day.
I'll try it.
Happy New Year!
Yeah, Happy New Year. We figured we'll start the new year a good way. So the whole thing took about 35 minutes to make. This one took about 45 minutes to make. So when I make that, when you make a lunch that took 35 minutes to prep every day,
No, I mean, I would, if I were to do that, I would meal prep probably,
Yeah.
like on Sundays, and like have it ready to just
toss together. I think he does meal prep a lot.
Yeah.
This, I'm not excited about. So this is going to be my lunch. That's going to be yours.
You just said you're not excited about.
I'm not going to give this to you. I mean...
I'll try it.
Okay. Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Okay. It's not bad.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
There's like a tinge to it.
I like it.
That was so like, I like it.
No, I do. I took a really big bite.
Really?
I can see there's some garlic in here.
And the mush isn't that bad, actually.
The lentils are good.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't like them just by themselves, like I like them with all the stuff.
Yeah. And that was like a surprising amount of cumin that went on this. I mean,
yeah.
You can really taste the cumin. It's a lot of cumin. I actually had to double check to make sure that was the right amount of cumin. But it's very cuminy. You can tell there's not a lot. There's no salt on this. You can.
So yeah, the cumin is really intense in the lentils. It's good, but but because it's so intense, I do like to take the lentils and also like have maybe the mushroom or the cauliflower to make it just a bit more bearable. But it's not, when I say that, it's not bad. You know, it just needs to be mixed with something. But I like the rest of it. It is a little bland because there's no salt or anything like that on it. That doesn't bother me as much. I do love broccoli with just a little bit of salt on it. If I did this every day, I would get bored.
Yeah,
you know, I
that
don't
was a
think
big
I could
thing.
do it every day.
You want to try the mush?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's hard to eat.
I can eat that.
But
I don't eat it every day though.
yeah, but I mean, I like.
Me about 35.
Since my anti-aging protocol went viral online, I have received thousands of messages from people wanting to try it. There are a couple of options. The protocol is available for free online, or you can buy the Blueprint Stack, a powdered version that is easy to make and just as powerful. Or I am also experimenting with these fresh meals delivered to your door daily. What do you think? Would you eat this every day? Since my anti-aging protocol went viral online, I have received thousands of messages from people wanting to try it. There are a couple of options. The protocol is available for free online, Or you can buy the Blueprint Stack, a powdered version that is easy to make and just as powerful. Or
Unsponsored review of Brian Johnson's Blueprint Fresh Meals.
So here's the nutty pudding, and here's the super veggie. Here's a quick comparison of what they look like compared to the ones shown in Brian's video. I also ordered 2 more meals since a minimum of 4 meals are required. Alright, super exciting. Super veggie. Like I would say, it tastes very healthy. And I have huge respect for Brian for eating this for every single
I've been eating the entire day. It's kind of sucky, to be honest. What is OMAD?
Brian Johnson started Project Blueprint with modern day. So
I don't need you.
John, the reason I put them in bottles is because it's easier. Brian Johnson meal and just stick it in the oven. And these are special hot plates. So they work in the oven and they freeze well and they go in the dishwasher. I love these plates. They fit on the plate. Plus they fit more efficiently in the freezer.
What is that orange thing? What is that orange thing?
More room to fit on the plate. Plus, they fit more efficiently in the freezer. Basic, and I pull, but I try my best. Not perfect. No. I'm not perfect. I can't eat in that long.
What is that? So what is this shit? This is black quinoa? Black lentils? Black Gentiles?
with everything, and those bodies still feels good. Did hit rest day today, so just did a lot of steps. The diet here is the same, still around that 2,000 calorie mark. Feel
doing good so far. No brain fog. I'm able to perform at work as well as have a lot of mental clarity with regards to everything to do. And I noticed that I'm really full on diet, which is pretty good. Usually when you're kind of cutting.
Let's see. So two of these would be how many calories? That would be 800-ish. Let's say like 700 because I think we lost some calories to the sink. So let's just say 700 calories on macadamia nuts. The peanut butter we had today. I don't know. Peanut butter. What we had a third of that jar, which is 250. Which is that jar is what 200 grams. So we had 70 grams of peanut butter. So we had 70 grams of peanut butter calories plus 800 calories, 700 calories plus probably what 500 calories. So 700 peanut butter 770 gram peanut butter. Oh my god. That's not enough. also had, I don't know what, we used half of this as well. So that's actually 600 calories. 600. I'm gonna eat this avocado right now. Oh. Avocado is not ripe enough, but whatever, it's good. This is going to be very hard to keep up if we don't have sauce. I gotta be honest with you. If we have sauce, I think we can do it. If there, oh God, if there's like a sweet, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to. It shouldn't be sweet though, right? Because then it's gonna spike insulin. It's gonna spike blood sugar and insulin. That's not good. I mean, if it's sugar, I don't know. I think it's fine. Oh my God. I'm full. I'm fucking full. Bro, it's fucking $40 a day. That's insane. Bro. Did you not read the fucking instructions, bro? Are you not reading the fucking instructions? Oh my fucking god. What is your reasoning? Okay. No scan. Okay. How many fucking... Bro. No, the entire motherfucking no. You fucking shit. What the fuck? Why are you fucking... Consider the folder name. Release. Nice.
Each person different. I eat all my food within a 6-hour window.
fucking doing? What the fuck are you doing? Does that even mean anything to us? That doesn't mean anything to us. dude. Start fucking fixing things. honestly, whatever. Wow. This is some really fucking clean code. What the fuck? Are we still fucking doing that? What? I'm not sure. Why? The fuck? Bro, min items should be at fucking 0. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Put min items at fucking 2. Probably not gonna find anything. Wow, found stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of fine. Max full error prevents averages from hiding. Fair enough. Big ass penis fucker. Dosing rather reward manufacturer dosing rather than human requirements. That's actually really true. That's true. So I use through the same constant. Okay. Thanks. Also, grams are metric unit. I can't believe I said that. Also, grams are metric units, not imperial. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Just got corrected by the AI. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay. It's so funny, bro. Okay, cool. Wait. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? from beneath. What? Okay. Actually, honestly. You don't want to do too much cussing. You don't want to do too much cussing, man. You don't want to do that. Shit. Let's make the constraint. Let's make the section 2.